623. That's how many hours of my life I've spent watching Netflix animated originals just so you don't have to. The equivalent of 1,620-minute TV episodes. You know, I finished university, started a fulfilling degree, but the second that was over I said, screw it, I'm not getting a job, and instead I'm watching, reviewing, and ranking every Netflix animated original. I've ruined my life! Now, did I hate doing it? Surprisingly, not. Netflix live-action catalog is garbage, but their animated catalog is incredibly solid, as I discovered in this marathon. If you pick a random series, you get an 80% chance of watching something good, and a surprisingly high one of something outstanding. Now, some of you think I just said something outrageous, but I swear it's not. Alright, I might be a psychopath whose brain has been mushed by this experience, but I added some exceptions. Criteria 1. No shows for babies. Netflix has a lot of them, and I'm a grown-ass adult. Maybe I'm living at my parents', wearing mostly my pajamas and having more plushes than respect for myself, but I know I won't enjoy these kinds of shows. I want the real shows for the real grown-ups who are over 7. Criteria 2. No anime. By this I mean when you open the show's listing and the cast and crew all consist of Japanese people. I have casually watched some of them, so I might as well give them a review, but I won't rank them like the other shows. The reviews will be shorter and I won't try to watch any of them for this video. Criteria 3. Nothing based on pre-existing animated franchises. So video game adaptations are fair game, the DreamWorks Kung Fu Panda show or the King Julian show are barred. Mind some exceptions. And finally, 4. Anything releasing in 2023 can be skipped. I watched a surprising amount of them regardless, but I put priority on older stuff. This is because 5 shows are going to come out while I edit this only. A cutoff point was kinda necessary. That said, I have an appointment with my psychiatrist and hopefully they can tell me what's wrong with me, so I'll just leave you up with the onslaught of reviews, which I'm doing chronologically. Pulses all the time. How does one briefly review BoJack Horseman? I'm sitting here with 90% of the script written, and I just don't find the approach that would make justice to this show. It goes so in-depth to the psychology of its characters, it can get outright disturbing. In a good way, of course. So, it follows a Hollywood star who back in the 90s was in a very famous TV show, BoJack the Horse. He's trying to hold on to his past, but his dwindling career and underlying psychology force him to make sense out of his life and go on a journey of self-improvement. It does not go like it does on TV. Okay, so this show is not just full of characters, it's also full of themes, such as the role of entertainment and media play in human psychology, destructive relationships, the influence Hollywood has on star children, cancel culture, celebrity worship, familiar relationships in abusive households, underlying feelings of stillness in life, fear of death, fear of irrelevancy, and haha funny character actors Margot Martindale absorbing a pancake tea. Boy, it's thick. And I could probably make a video discussing how each of these was tackled and written to perfection by the writers, who are genuinely geniuses capable of writing a variety of genres in excruciating detail with unheard skill. For example, I love the way the show uses the F-bomb, as in saying fuck. It's not a funny metaphor for some issue in LA, but trust me, with this show you have to specify. The writers only allow one F-bomb per season. This might seem like a silly decision, but it's used to bring about the largest changes in the show and the characters' relationships, particularly the twist of season 1, so to speak. You see, this show starts like many other adult animated shows. The art style isn't particularly pretty and mismatches often, and the characters feel like a bunch of bitter adults who make gross jokes to avoid dealing with their issues. It sort of builds up to this idea that it is just another show for adults, and then blam! People actually hold the protagonist accountable for his terrible actions. And then the episode just ends. No good message, not well, it was for the best. The show lets you know from the moment this F-bomb is dropped that there is a big plan to deconstruct the very idea of what an adult animated show has to be, ultimately building to what might be one of the best written shows of all time. Add to it, the art style is evidently used to bring in surrealist visuals that cue into metaphors about the character's thoughts process or word in so many clever ways, subverting even this aspect of the show's initial production. That in hand comes with a deconstruction of what TV sitcoms make us expect out of life, and how Hollywood has a knack to present celebrities' lives through these glasses. The great big gesture that lets the family make up does not exist for BoJack. We see these sorts of development work in favor of other characters until they are no longer in the spotlight too. I have to disclose though, the people who don't want to see a show get realistic or avoid sugarcoating stuff for the audience will like this a lot less during the last 2 seasons. You'll probably enjoy the watching experience, but there's no happy message about life being good. It's realistic, it's depressing when the time is right, and it proposes ideas about human nature that some people would be offended to even consider. At the same time, I'm looking at footage while writing this review about how harsh and heavy the show can get, then I just laughed my ass off at this singular visual gag I hadn't noticed until now. This is another of the show's ample amazing properties. It's just incredibly good at moving from a serious genuine discussion to more lighthearted comedy you'd definitely laugh at. If you follow the channel for a while, You know this is my shit, like holy crap, keep doing it please. It's the best thing you can do with storytelling, establishing a gag and playing it off as a gag until the moment is right, the tea has set and you can turn it into a serious learning moment for the characters, referred to the season 3 finale. I love my ass off with that one. And that's me only getting into stuff I noticed from the first season. Each season has a major arc or point of discussion to tackle in different ways. One of my favorite overall themes is the effect celebrity advice has on people. In this show's case, it's BoJack's idol's words to just keep running, which he later parrots to his co-stars as don't stop dancing. This singular quote comes in often throughout the show to explain BoJack's personality and moral pillars. Even though we get to witness multiple interpretations of it, we mostly see the toil it takes on BoJack, something he is unable to see due to how internalized it is into his psyche. Season 2 also begins exploring other characters aside from the horse, notably Diane Mugen. I'm gonna say her name wrong all the time, I apologize. She does get some exploration in the first season as do other characters. BoJack isn't the sole focus of the show, but it comes more during the second season, which is when the show really starts to shine. Each of the 5 characters in the main cast have some sort of development arc, from Mr. Peanut Butter's Keanu-like story to Princess Caroline's maternity conflicts that are sometimes foreshadowed through ridiculous concepts, including dating a guy that's really 3 kids in a trench coat, almost using the silly tropes as a mean to develop the character to tongue-in-cheek writing. It's being smart without trying to be pretentious. One of my favorites is the season 4 focus on BoJack's mom and the troublesome relationship he has with her. Her arc has several of the best episodes of the show to its name, so her relevancy during the season makes it one of the best in the show, which is already saying a lot if you can't tell. On that note, the dialogue in this show is also spectacular. Not much of it is wasted, and it is incredibly entertaining to see. Few shows can really keep that energy and quality in its writing throughout, but BoJack Horseman at most encounters missteps. The show also has a bucket full of experimental episodes, whether it's through visual storytelling style or dialogue. I'm sure you heard of the acclaimed monologue episode, where BoJack gives an eulogy for 20 minutes, and that's that. Yes, it is as good as people say, because the show has set up the usage of theatrics to explore characters, something which is implausibly thematically fitting for a show about celebrities. Seeing them use stylization or other play/filmmaking metaphors is not a surprise. This episode told through the characters' thoughts, one told through psychologists talking about their patients. It's insanely creative. I mean, it's a goofy show by design that grabs its mature themes and setting and uses them to their fullest, way more than other shows would even dare to try. The show also provides commentary upon its more unclear topics when a prior season didn't appropriately deliver the message, such as justifying a bad person on the basis that they're just trying or have personal issues. Case in point, Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty, where the show attempts to make you think his actions are justifiable because he's depressed or knows too much, whatever. The writers here noticed people started justifying a character and decided to write a small arc about it, through the lenses of the show's themes, by the way, so it's not intrusive, but it is to me the biggest problem of the entire show. That's right, of the entire show, my biggest real issues are the small arc in I think season 5 and the lackluster beginning of season 1. This show makes no other big mistakes. It does lose a little bit of its strength towards the later 2 seasons. I'm looking at you, Pace and Claire. But I bring up the season 5 issue because they had executed these kinds of addendum arcs well in prior seasons. There are these characters, for example, who are constantly portrayed as evil because they serve the role of antagonist, and the writers made due diligence to show us that they aren't villains, simply people who have opposing goals to our main cast. This shows that the writers probably took the season 5 arc too far to make it more evident and get it through people's thick skulls. Honestly, I'm glad the arc exists, because I had actually been doing what the writers wanted against me, and I realized it when I saw this arc. Look, I've been talking about this show for like 7 minutes, and I feel like I just can't make due diligence for it. I swear, I could make an essay for each episode of the show to really explain it, something which has already been done, and it took them 6 hours. If it was up to me, I'd probably manage to condense it into 3 hours, but I'd like for a third of this video to not just be BoJack Kojak. Like, the penultimate episode of the show, it's probably the best episode I watched throughout this entire marathon. I kid you not, it would take 40 minutes for me to explain the genius of it. The season 4 semi-finale is also one of such cases, and season 3's why go around it? This show usually has the big one episodes on episode 11, letting 12 as breathing space for viewers to feel less sad or like setting up stuff for the next season. In fact, let me explain. For every show in the list, I might add a spoiler segment if I want to discuss the show's developments or want to analyze something that requires the show's context. I'll warn for about 3 seconds, during which you can skip to the next section of the videos and chapters in the progress bar below. You'll notice segments don't start with the show title, but rather with the ranking of the previous segment. So if you skip to the F is for Family section now, you'll see where I rank BoJack Horseman, and so on. I will also mention my favorite episode and characters, such as favorite episode, The View from Halfway Down. Favorite character, Sarah Lynn. I guess I've never thought about it, but she might be. That explained! 3, 2, 1, spoilers! 1! That one is very important, Nate. Make sure to say it in speech. Okay, I must say, BoJack should have died at the end. That's right, let's put the bullshit aside. BoJack should have been dead in the last episode of the show, and I don't say this to refer that he's a bad person and does deserve death, but rather that this show's themes and writing work much better on the prospect that BoJack doesn't live. I watched the final episode, thinking to myself that BoJack is only alive because the audience sympathized too much with him, and given Netflix's story with likable characters that die, it feels like the only reason he survived is so as to not discourage any viewers, particularly suicide, 13 reasons why, fuck that show. It does work for the perspective that BoJack should have seen repercussion for his actions and should live with those repercussions. But to me, that's the cover-up. BoJack's character is mostly concerned with the story theme I rarely see discussed, and that is BoJack's fear of death without leaving anything to be remembered by. His ego and major actions throughout the show hinges on this ideal for him when he leaves his mother at a shitty retirement home. That is, in his eyes, the worst thing that could happen to him. His largest improvement in the show comes as a result of his belief that Hollyhock was his daughter, a clear example of legacy. He noticed his goal was within reach and clung to it. I like to believe the giant balloon in Season 5 is a metaphor for this as well. It's the impact he wanted to have on people, and now that he's appearing everywhere and shows up in the spotlight, for everyone it's just that he's relevant, but for him, it's a reminder that achieving his goal did not make him happy, as well as later on appearing after BoJack almost chokes his co-star when it finally reveals itself as the main thing that is fucking wrong with BoJack. And of course, it fits perfectly with the penultimate episode as well. It's poignant when you remember BoJack's legacy horsing around has basically edited him out an episode prior. Notice Sarah Lynn's song justifying her death through her art, or the fact that BoJack's panic really begins when the performance is over and he finally gets confirmation that, no, there is no other side. It's just hard-hitting to see this arc seems to end and then regresses. Of course, it doesn't mean I dislike the ending, but I do feel like the story took a turn on purpose, more considering how great that penultimate episode is. I do guess Horny Unicorn is a way to say he doesn't care about legacy anymore and wants to focus on the right here and right now instead, as is the fact that he's doing Gibson in prison. Horny Unicorn is a stupid production that is untimely for BoJack, but at the same time, it's so pathetic you can help but notice that despite the difficulties, he changed in the end. Just very slowly, as people do. His legacy doesn't matter anymore, and I think that neatly wraps up his arc throughout the show. And that's one of the many analyses I wanted to do. I'm just doing this one because it's one of all the video ideas I had when I first started making videos. Like, to quote something that pertains to the unicorn thing, it also works to show how he commits to many things in the show but never sees them through, but now he's here so he's got to see them through, as well as the entire mess he made. I could continue talking, but my manager is doing that thing where he's looking at me like moving his hand sideways to his neck as if to tell him, ah shit, sorry, I wasn't supposed to say. I'll leave you off instead with a reminder that BoJack Horseman never won an Emmy. Not for Time's Arrow, not for The View from Halfway Down, not for Fish Out of Water, and not for That Went Well. Now that was a tragedy. Now, I'm about to do what's called the pro gamer move. To avoid people skipping to the end or just watching the ranking of number 10, I'm going to shuffle around the top 10 amongst themselves. So instead of telling you where BoJack Horseman ranks, instead I'll say Green Eggs and Ham ranks on number 2. That's right, I think it's better than everything but one show. But which show is that? And how did the Zeus do it? Do I know things? Let's find out! I've seen people describe this show as the best worst show, and I believe that's mostly untrue. However, I would wager an okay good show is a pretty accurate description. See, this show just happens to drink from many places, and sometimes it spits out a wonderful stream, sometimes it splatters its way to a season. F is for Family is a show about a guy who is having a hard midlife crisis with his job in peril. It's very evidently trying to aim and shoot down the delusions created by the American dream and the atomic family, and to that I believe it does more than a suitable job. In fact, I'd say it's one of the stronger aspects of the show's narrative themes. It's thoroughly about this man who wanted an American dream but didn't get it, and it's framed during the 70s specifically to show how the concept has always been an illusion. Through 5 seasons, you'll see the struggles of Frank and his entire family, some of which get better arcs than others. More than anything, I feel like the show sets aside a lot of its character arcs to focus on Frank, so while Frank, the protagonist, is a ridiculously strong part of the show, the rest of the family is sort of left in the dust for the last 2 seasons. They still sort of get development and focus, just less so. And that's partially a good thing. The worst parts of this show are definitely the middle portions of Season 2 and Season 3, which focus a lot less on Frank and more on the rest of the family. The first season has a few tonal issues, but thankfully it's 6 episodes long and it fixes that up in the following seasons immediately. Let's just say there's a lot less unnecessary vulgarity. Though the writing of the show and dialogue isn't always entirely impressive, I do think they did a really good job at writing arguments. Every single time the characters have an argument, you just realize how well written it is, and it can get really uncomfortable to watch, so I think they pulled that off fantastically. It feels like there's 3 portions per episode that are either predictable or extend themselves in unnatural ways. The show sort of follows several characters each episode, and it would be very cool if we got to see a character's story properly, but they just intertwine the scenes. It's not following a theme in the episode, a storyline they all share, or even the time of the day. Some events just occur besides other events without adding nothing to the show. The family was a blast to follow. Bill's first 3 seasons are like watching a kiddie version of Breaking Bad, and I appreciate seeing all the progression he was given. I also recall enjoying Kevin's character and arc a lot. partially biased by him playing a fake version of King Crimson's Court of the Crimson game, but oh well. I admit some things in the show are incredibly predictable. There's a whole plot point with Sue, the mother of the family, that is predictable beyond belief, and you'll get what will happen like almost since the introduction. At the same time, almost anything with Frank was incredibly unpredictable. More on that during this spoiler segment. I sort of really like how this show relates to King of the Hill in particular. They are very similar shows in setting and topic and characters as well, but this one is a much more cynical look at the messages in KOTH. Whilst Hank there is rewarded for working hard and doing the right thing, Frank actively worsens his situation because of it, which he later uses as an excuse to fuel his own anger. I think that's a pretty unique way to see this show in relationship to other media. This show's intro stood out to me as being fun. It references things that will happen each season, so it's fun to speculate about them during episode 1, and then spot all of them during episode 10 for any given season and going, I know what's going on! Finally, their recreation of the 70s is pretty immaculate. It's not Miss Maisel levels of good, but it gets close within the realm of possibility. Many of the scenarios are handled carefully, trying to simulate stuff like the Breaking Bad pizza, if you know what I mean. A literal Breaking Bad pizza sounds awful though. Why, is it like a bad pizza that is broken? Favorite episode? It's In His Blood, but honestly, the last 4 episodes of Season 3 rock. Favorite character? Frank. Alright, spoilers, 3, 2, 1. Don't like anything with Bill and Pee-Pees in the first season. It's not interesting. Though I did love that they brought back the fact that he was indeed a witness to his parents' private moment, and the recurring gag that emanates from that is stellar. I am confused as to what I think of Kevin. On one hand, I really enjoy seeing how they approach his trauma and virginity issues, but it gets a little annoying as seasons pass, like bro banged his neighbor's wife. That's nuts! Wait, no, pun unintended. And finally, Frank's dad. I was about ready to stop watching after season 4, where I absolutely loved the fact that they off and killed Frank's dad so bitterly. It ignited my curiosity for yet another season, and that season is incredibly well executed and finishes the show properly. I was also relatively amazed by exploring Dumbarton's child. It came out of left field, but it was awesome. Big's final 3 seasons were outright lame, wasn't interested. However, Chauncey's whole storyline added a bit to the story, and I enjoyed following him briefly. Mugen was amazing, and she's probably my second favorite character. I also said the name wrong. She was a blast, and the eventual reveal that she poisoned Chad drove me nuts, hence why It's In His Blood is my favorite episode. Otherwise, I might have said it's Land the Plane. F is for Family is going to be 35th on the list, which isn't that low considering there's 84 of these. 2 down, 82 to go. I hate my job! Roar XD! Oh, would you look at that? That's another video in this channel with a fuller review. Still, Aggretsukko is short each season, but always excellently executed. Characters have charisma and will always surprise you through them, surpassing your expectations. However, season 3 and 4 are lacking. I enjoy season 5 a lot though. Either way, since it's anime, I'm not counting it for the list, though it would be above if it's for family, right above it. Totally recommended if you want a binge-worthy show or have an office job or similar. Favorite character, Tadano. He's a very sexy donkey programmer. Billionaire, what a fucking dream. Retsuko is an idiot. That'd be up on that Tadano limousine all day if you know what I mean. Final Space is still one of those cancellations that hurts me the most, because even if it wasn't outstanding, I was enjoyed it thoroughly. The plot really intrigued me and the characters and writing were fun, most of all. Although not originally a Netflix series, it eventually got passed on to it through its messy development. It's a miracle it runs for 3 seasons, but it's also a shame no one wanted to give it the final season it deserved, settling for a book instead. It's a show about a space outlaw who meets an overpowered alien who is also the key to a parallel space hole during the last year of his space prison. Then he gets targeted by a space dictator, so he befriends his crush from the future, a bounty hunter and the bounty hunter's son, in order to punch the dictator really hard with the help of a god. There's also an annoying space robot with a surprisingly interesting character arc. Final Space is immensely creative, though the writing of the first season is considerably more polished and investing than the rest, but the series finishes every season with an exciting cliffhanger, which would work extremely well if it was actually finished, so it's just painful now. If it wasn't for that though, the show is full of amazing scenes, moments and characters. They are all incredibly fascinating and complex, except for one which appears to be there just to fit a weird character quota, and it's mostly relegated for comic relief or different qualities each season. Almost every other character, however, has enough nuance to carry double the amount of episodes they can be given. This show's usage of flash animation is fantastic, probably some of the best looking flash animation I've seen since Archer. Just look at this opening and consider the whole thing kinda lives up to this. The show has strong suits in comedy, writing, animation, and sound design, with its unique version of slapstick comedy that is still grounded in trying to be realistic for the characters. The version of space created for it is exceedingly interesting. Honestly, I have all but glowing reviews for Final Space. That said, the characters can be highly flawed to annoying degrees. There's a character in season 3 that is just insufferable on purpose, seeing as it is part of the character arc. Other characters have flaws that are so over the top they might overshadow their good parts if you don't have some tolerance for shenanigans. Their relationships with each other, however, always get some time to be defined or developed as well. So the cast is strong, but some people might not love it. And as the seasons go on, it does get less creative. Though the show's quality is still similarly enjoyable, it's just the setups and story development that take some hits, including some failures in the way. Oh yeah, and they confirmed the book for the 4th season storyline, so don't let the cliffhangers keep you away. You'll be able to finish the story, just not in the ideal way. Favorite episode, Forgiveness. Favorite character, Avocado. If you've seen the last 3 shows, you're probably noticing a pattern now, with my favorite character having tons of focus on my favorite episode. Alright, spoilers, 3, 2, 1, let's talk Ashley. She's absolutely blundered. I understand what they wanted to do with her, but she's the insufferable character I was talking about. I just don't feel like anything she does in the whole show was justified, and they sort of force her into being an antagonist that isn't interesting at all, since her evilness hinges on a simple misunderstanding. Little Kato is my second favorite character. I just love the little dude and he's totally awesome. The series actually pulled off the whole thing with him being stuck in an alternate dimension for years, and I was tempted to call that my favorite episode. It's just that the whole speech in Forgiveness can go on par with the many monologues of BoJack Horseman, and the voice acting included in it is all golden. Shoutouts to The Happy Place as another episode I enjoyed a lot. The first season hit the nail in the head so good with the oxygen bit at the start. The cookies. It was very emotional and kept me intrigued for the most of the season. More to it, it is sickishly memorable. Like, every single time I remember good things about the show, I think exactly how each episode started with the countdown of oxygen running out. I just think, man, that's such a good idea because it really kept you on your toes every episode to see how did we get here, how did this happen, and how does he get out of it. Just very good writing. The comic relief character was in fact Tribor. I always enjoy his plots, but I never really like them. With that said, the show has some of the strongest season finales of all shows in the list. Some of them had better overall runs, but yeah, the writers here who know how to finish a season. Final Space is going to be the 15th on the list.
And then there's Chunky! He's dead.
You know, I did not expect the monkey to have more chatness than the rest of the cast, but that's how it is. So, King of the Apes is an animated show about a guy and his giant gorilla and his group of ambientalists who anger a millionaire that sells the media on the narrative that the monkey is evil. And now these two characters, who are brothers by the way, are going to face off against each other, one with technology and one with nature, enhanced by technology. Okay, so the show may not be too mature thematically, but it's also the first children's series produced by Netflix. You can tell because the animation is rough and 3D. The characters have plastic hair except the monkey for some reason, and between the first and second seasons you can see a crazy upgrade. Like, the first season had these weird rigging mistakes in the character's facial rigging, which I will not, the facial animation here is actually really good despite that. And yet season 2 has a watch out who you call ugly in high school moment. Suddenly everybody has string blob hair, characters are redesigned to have more visually interesting outfits and shaved, and the lighting really looks completely different. Clearly goes to show how much Netflix upped their animation budget throughout the years, and that's just 2 years. It doesn't compare to most 3D animated shows we'll see after 2020. It's also surprisingly solid, but maybe not that special. It's one of the best offerings Netflix has for general audience, with some things like the writing and characterization being done sparkingly. I particularly enjoy how the missions the characters go on actually feel like tactical missions, and that's probably in part to the spectacular antagonist of the first season, Richard. He's a little hellbent and you can't exactly tell what his motivation is, but I was surprised to see how genuinely threatening and competent he feels. Children's shows who aren't trying to deliver a particularly interesting story often have antagonists who are very much a joke. Think Eggman from Sonic in modern times. This guy actually had me wondering how the protagonists were going to defeat him. I also love his robot assistant a lot. She has this gag, for example, where she does the evil laughter, but she also does a different laughter every time because she doesn't know how to laugh because she's a robot. It's entertaining and silly. The show isn't dumb when it easily could. The characters are fun to follow and the voice acting is great. Like, there was a moment where I had a mini jumpscare when I listened to Latin American girls speak English like her first language is Spanish in terms of how she composes the sentences, which you think would be obvious, but so many shows of Latin American characters speak English with perfect accents and perfect dialogue. Only wish is the older Latin American character wasn't just a lady who cooks called Anita. That's her personality basically. And I admit, the show doesn't do anything new that we haven't seen before. It's straightforward and adults need a level of tolerance for plot directed at children to enjoy it, unlike other shows that manage to remove that issue. I also hate the music. There's like 4 music tracks in the whole series, which gets really tiring by the time you get to like halfway through the first season. So yeah, it's not perfect, but it's very good for children and acceptable for adults. It's a fun watch even with a critical eye because it's clearly not supposed to be watched that way, but whatever. It was amazing seeing the collage at the end of episode 1 and losing my crap at the dinosaur shooting a laser. Like, they just dropped these. You think, oh, it's gonna be a show about a guy with a gun. No! The dinosaur has a laser and you don't know where that comes from, but hey, no one has reviewed the show on Wikipedia. Y'all should add me in there. Favorite character, Bottilla. Favorite episode, No Place Like Home. Brave spoilers, 3 to 1. Season 2 has a big problem because the main antagonist, who is now Bottilla, is not Richard, becoming excessively flanderized. Like, she was incredible the first season because she constantly would point out how Richard was being stupid, and watching her take over was very satisfying, but then Season 2 turns her into a dumb, power-hungry lunatic. It was really sad to see them waste her after the 5th episode or so. And that's it. That's the spoiler segment. It's a silly show, basically nothing happens in it. Oh right, no! They introduce a prophecy as well, which, that really made this show lose several spots. With that, Kong landed itself on 42nd place, which would make it the meaning to life, the universe, and everything, and I'm not quite sure I enjoyed thinking of that prospect.
I wish I may, I wish I must find a princess before I bust!
Okay, so I had a really tough time getting through Kulipari, because it's genuinely awfully animated and the plot is so cookie cutter. I actually started and ended it in between gingerbread men. That's right, the second series I started watching for this marathon was the second to last I finished. And I mostly did it while having it in the background working on another video I should have uploaded. That's the Woohoo Island video, which is still not done as of recording this. Also, the Scott Pilgrim show is coming later, so maybe third to last? It's about a frog named Daryl who aspires to be a Kulipari, warriors of old that defended a village decades ago. But they have now been retired and disappeared because the village became protected by an invisibility spell. Little does the village know, a gang of scorpions has teamed up with a gang of spiders to take them down, and it goes along as you'd expect. Everyone makes fun of Daryl for clinging to past glory, he gets mischievous and everybody hates that he aspires to be a Kulipari, then they encounter enemies and lo and behold, he's the only one capable of journeying to find the remaining Kulipari, who I guess have superpowers, but honestly I tuned out a little by then. It does have more surprises towards the end, considering a bittersweetish ending and those superpowers, but getting there was such a drag I really decided to skip on the second season, even though I hear it's considerably better. The crux of character arcs and development and world building and anything I can tackle with a run-on sentence that uses and 17 times are based on things you've heard before, being done as standardized as possible. It's just mush, and I cannot understate how ugly the animation is. There's indie teams making animated pilots on YouTube who make better looking stuff than this. It's just stiff and purposely awkward to accommodate its animation style. I guess I did have plenty of laughs with the base that the antagonists are basically behaving like the frogs or black people during the 1850s, with them outright saying froggers, like bro, you're spilling the N-word, nay, the hard R on the children's story? But that's about the extent of my enjoyment, a racism joke. One I noticed myself, like, yes it made me laugh initially, but give it time, it's a racism joke. It can only go so far before becoming insensitive. And I mention this because everyone in the series is racist, but it is never acknowledged, like even the frogs are racist. There's shows later, for kids, who actually do something like this better, actually talking the issue of racism appropriately. So if you ask me, I think kids who like amphibians and frogs will dig it tenfold, but everyone else will just think it's agreeable to extremely boring. It's not egregiously childish as other things in the list, but creativity is in its strong suit. I'll leave you off with Mango's Nation's spectacular growing review of these shows. I like mangoes, and please subscribe to me on the YouTube. Yeah, that's helpful. The bottom of the list so far until like 2018 at 73rd place, which is high of bottom 10, so we got worse to come, ladies and gentlemen.
You got a problem with that pussy cat?
Skylanders Academy, based on the Skylanders video games, is about an academy that teaches teenagers how to defend against evil on an island in the sky. Spyro is somehow in it! I thought the show was going to suck based on the fact that the intro is probably the worst intro on Netflix, but it didn't suck, it just had major problems. It almost appears to be designed for television, so every episode has some plot, but it's incredibly minor unless it's a season finale, and the writing had me constantly wishing the bad guys would win. Like, the bad guys are so many times cooler than the good guys. There ain't no sugarcoating it. The best part of the show is seeing Chaos's rise, then fall, then rise, then fall, and I don't know what's going on with this guy. He's falling and tripping up a lot. Don't ask me. I'm glad this series is here on the list, as it embodies precisely what made the next show in the list stand out. That's the feeling of genuine plot progression. Skylanders has plot, but even if it's stuff that should happen in episodes 4, 7, and 8 for the season, they will not do so they can cram all of the character and story progression into episodes 11 and 12. That worked well for TV because you need to be able to air any episode at any time without the story confusing the audience, but you can't really do that on a streaming service where episodes will perfectly adapt to any schedule. This comes with a few problems: uncreated plots, predictable story twists, and repeating character arcs from environments. Characters can't really change unless the flow is established in the episode, so the character arcs seem all fake. Visually, the show spins around Netflix's prior attempts to make an animation. Final Space wasn't on Netflix at the time, and although this only got 2 months on that spot, there are some really well executed aspects of the animation. Not the intro though. What is this? Why are you all pivoting like that? Stop! How? Stop! But facial animation was nailed in making every character have a recognizable set of expressions, and the designs let the animator set them all apart with ease. Plus, they all look lively and charismatic. So, it's not an innovative story, but I did enjoy the parts of it that built a genuine plot, and it doesn't matter much given that the show is character-driven. There's a problem when your bad guy and his lackey are more fun than the main cast. Most of them are very one-note. Like, I genuinely wanted to like Pop Fizz because he's got the rabbit ears, the crossed eyes, and his main method of attack is chemistry, a particular character archetype that I really enjoy, but then he is completely incompetent. The only competent characters in the main cast are Spyro, Stealth Elf, and Eon. Everyone else is either a villain or a goofball. Still, since Stealth Elf is very much in many episodes, it's not too bad. Also, although the story takes place in a designated location, don't think much of any world building. It's a show that wants to make the setting fun before making the setting follow rules or existence. Favorite episode? Dreamgirls. Favorite character? Glumshanks. He's the bad guy's helper and is constantly sarcastic. I also remember hating his voice from the games, but the voice actor here had a glow up in that aspect. Alright, spoilers, 3, 2, 1! I really enjoyed seeing Chaos deal with his terribly weird life. He was raised by his mother to think he's evil. Dude doesn't know his father, so he now has daddy issues. His lackey takes him as a massive scatterbrain and everyone knows him for failing at everything. It was really satisfying to see him learn to use his own magic and give everyone what they deserve for taking him for granted. Best part of the show, which involves Gromshak, so it's very funny. Dark Spyro easily became one of the best characters in the show, though it's a little of a cliche. He isn't over the top or anything, just a meaner version of Spyro with a bit more edge to him. I just didn't like that he outright died. Like, Dark Spyro had a whole arc where he was becoming less evil, and I would have preferred Spyro and him fused by the end of the 3rd season instead. The best character arc in the show is very much wasted. Props to Stealth Elf for hitting the biggest turnaround. She wasn't doing it for me, but skyrocketed to one of my favorites quickly because she's simply cool and not a goof like everyone else. That was my phone ringing. It was a spam call, don't worry. I liked Cinder, and I hate that we only got a few episodes with her, and that's it. Since the show is character-driven, that's what most of my reviews focuses on. Everything else is okay to good, except for the intro, which I'll remind you, it absolutely sucks. That's Skylanders Academy at 54th place. And then DreamWorks dropped their original animation show, TrollHunters, which would eventually become part of the broader Tales of Arcadia series, the entirety of which I'll review in due time, so worry not. TrollHunters is very straightforward in setup. Teenage kid named Jim finds a magic amulet that asks him to protect a species of rock people called trolls from other evil trolls. Simple as that. He gets a mentor and involves his best friend, and now he must start living a double life pretending the trolls and living a normal teenager life. It develops as you'd expect it to, except for one critical detail. It develops. For as silly as that sounds, this show is a treat to watch because it actually develops. Most series sort of make a plot that is overarching throughout a season. That's not a bad thing, it can be very well executed, but often it just makes the story feel like it's stalling beyond belief. That is not this show. You'll have massive plot developments just happening at the time it's right for them to happen. Like, Season 1 sets up this character who the protagonist trusts very much, but sadly, they are working for the antagonist evil trolls. A regular series would stall their confrontation for a whole season so they can make the season finale a big event and cram all the important events into a very epic 20 minutes. TrollHunters said screw you to that and has it happen in episodes 5 to 9. I remember I actually found this show most enjoyable and exciting because of this. Each day I'd watch 2 episodes, and each day something about the plot would change or evolve or keep me speculating without making me want to watch more. That's not a speaking mistake, I say that as a good thing. It's not bingeable, but the story is amazingly good. They didn't rely on cliffhangers. They expertly assessed the pacing and rhythms. Characters die suddenly in the middle of a season. It's crazy. Arcadia as a location really grows on you through the show's run. You get to know the town alongside its characters, and they keep these little hints about the upcoming series that will happen here without really stepping over. The animation looks absolutely clean. Regularly these kinds of shows look visually distinct from films, often looking cheaper despite not really looking bad. TrollHunters looks better than many of Disney's featured films. I watched Turning Red in the middle of watching this, and I could swear the visual style of that film was lacking in comparison. Seriously, the lighting theme in this particular show flexed for 3 whole seasons and no one stopped them. The plot can be a little generic at times, but I never found it predictable. Again, things getting developed in due time leaves no time for you to speculate and end up predicting everything. Yes, it falls back into the monomyth hero's journey recurrently, but that is just an example of how a generic plot structure can be made into an exquisite show. I ate all of it, so I know what I'm talking about. The characters vary, some of them get tons of development, and then some of them can move forward because that would change the plot far too much. So you'll get some gems and some colds mixed in there. I also think the third season is a bit awkward. It goes back on many setups it created, even though it does it through the use of amazing scenes and dialogue. Honestly, the series' dialogue is a mix of gems and coals. I don't care any time Toby said, "Awesome sauce!" But then you get quotes like,
Don't think. Become.
which just drop you out of your chair, particularly in context. So I fully recommend this show. You're bound to enjoy it regardless of your age. There are so many different things happening each season that really bring up everything about it, and it's all spread out so that the blunders are rare and occasional. I almost never had issues with this show. It's just that many of the shows that are above it have more creative cores. So yeah, strong storytelling and animation, but falls into some unfortunate minor pitfalls. Favorite character, not Enrique. Favorite episode, The Exorcism of Claire Nunez. Seriously, English should start making words with eng. It's fun. Eng. Adjective. Pain. To be in massive self-inflicted psychological pain, as in, I'm pained to watch the Netflix animated original because I don't want to get a real knob. Okie dokie, spoilers in 3, 2, 1. Claire goes hard. She didn't convince me at all during the first season, but then they actually put her in the plot. She just proved to be amazing. She totally has several of my favorite scenes. On the contrary, I mean, I really wanted to love Toby, but I have to stay at liking him. How come everyone gets cool moments or quotes, and yet his strongest quotes are "boom boom shake the room" and "leave my girlfriend alone"? If many other characters of the supporting cast like Steve or Stigler weren't so compelling, I might have gotten tired of seeing him. In fact, I did once 3 Belong came around, but we'll talk about that when 3 Belong comes around. Not Enrique is my favorite character, but really just because he is cool. I do like his character arc, but dude is really shoved aside in the later seasons due to Jim needing to take all the spotlight. I understand why they did it, so it doesn't bother me at all. It was the right choice. Unlike the actual ending, Season 3 really went back on Jim being human, and that really felt terrible in my opinion thematically. But most of all, the final showdown of the show was lacking beyond belief. I felt like these two things would work much better if Jim, being a human, used his human experience to conjure up a third sword specifically for killing the main antagonist, rather than having Claire deliver the final blow instead while he got his teeth kicked in. Other than that, I have no more spoilery critiques on this show. It does have little nuance, which it screws up a bit as well, but I can't find any reason to really not recommend this show. It's like if Avatar had no discussion on morality. The series would still be amazing and have incredible scenes, but there won't be much to analyze thematically. So like a second ago this was about to be in the top 10, but after reading my review and realizing, you know what, I had a point, the reality is I decided to swap this for another show which is now in 9th place, so this instead is in 11th.
Oye tú, así no se mueve el cuchi cuchi.
Pero es lo único que sé hacer.
Ah, this one's special. I can't even do it in Spanish. Las Leyendas es una mamada galaxial, güey. Me puse a verla y la verdad... Psych, no. Okay, this one sort of breaks the rules. I know I said I wouldn't tackle shows based on pre-existing movies, but this one is an exception, because who the hell is going to talk about it if I don't? It's based on a 2007 franchise that started up as the animated film La Leyenda en la Nahuala, which was very successful in Mexico, where I come from. I'm there right now, unbelievably. The original movie in this franchise occurred at a time when several Mexican animation studios were trying to make a thing out of the market, and this one totally helped because it did very well. It wasn't anything groundbreaking, but it did have a pretty interesting small character arc, and the comedy was really on point with what the Mexican audience was enjoying at the time. It's about this scared kid who was to save his family from the Nahuala, a famous Mexican legend, and he goes into a house full of spirits and legends, befriends a few of the ghosts, and proves to everyone he isn't a chicken. I remember liking it and finding it quite satisfying to watch, even if the animation wasn't anywhere near what my Disney VHS had. It was so weirdly adept at being dark but barely scary, kinda like Courage the Cowardly Dog. Point is, it sparked a franchise of movies and 2 Netflix animated originals. The reboot has good things and bad things from the movie. For example, the show was made a lot more international and the jokes no longer were as funny to a specific audience and are more broad. The show was also produced in English, with the latter film cast translating the entire thing in Spanish. And I feel some characters suffer and lose parts of their personality because of it. Most notably Teodora Vicente de la Purísima Concepción de la Inmaculada Trinidad Villavicencio, whose English counterpart has a less interesting speech pattern, thankfully with some improvements to make her more likable. And I have to note the show is almost independent from the franchise's beginnings because 3 major characters are missing entirely, but it's also working with a development involving Teodora. Originally she was supposed to be from the 1500s, but then she was flanderized and given a phone by the 4th movie because she's kinda like hip like that, and then now she's in a coma, and there's 6 movies of this, by the way. That aside, this show was translated well enough for the new target audience. In this show, Leo and his team travel the world fighting legends from the world to find different ways to stop Quetzalcoatl from destroying the world. And then they have in fighting, learn some stuff, they look for a ball because football is a thing that's important to the characters, I guess, yeah. The only character with a genuine arc to me felt like Theodora herself, and the show's newcomer has a small arc as well, but I have to admit I enjoyed the last few episodes which focus on these arcs a lot more than the earlier ones. I guess I sort of like substance to my episodic shows. It's not bad, but it's a little nothing. I didn't get bored, but I wasn't engaged on anything. And I still think it's cool, but the writing seems far too bland. I did enjoy seeing their take on all of these legends from around the world. There's a sense of adventure to it, and there's undeniable charm, but the plot issues and general lack of appealing character development brings it down considerably. There's also a sequel show, which works as a second season, but is listed differently and has a different art style. However, the same criticisms apply, except you don't get the very good episodes this one has at all, even. Favorite character? Theodora. Favorite episode? The Golem. I'm going to put Legend Quest and the other one at a shirt 49th post.
Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
Stupid?
No, I'm Texas.
But Thunderstruck stumped me, because I really enjoyed it and liked it a lot, partially standing out for its stop-motion animation style, which no other Netflix show has except one, but the reality was the show's episodic nature showed it right in the chest and down the list. Okay, so, truckers, Formula 1, bedroom? There's a dog called Buddy and his weasel friend called Daryl, who are stars of a small town that is entertained purely through Formula 1 racing, but the drivers have trucks. Buddy has his truck, and basically he just does hijinks of slapstick and ridiculous nature for 23 11-minute episodes. It's all written to be this Southern American small town where everybody's a little silly, and the dialogue itself is so freaking good, along with fitting voice acting for all of them. Buddy and Daryl have this amazing dynamic that really helps the line-to-line dialogue of the show feel snappy and witty, which overall bumps it up from acceptable to actually good. Their dialogue reminds me of Sam and Max from the video games, which always had dialogue that I really enjoyed. So only by means of its dialogue, it becomes both valuable and worthwhile, partially because it's not too long. The rest of the cast don't feel as good though. I enjoy them when they show up, but the truth is individual gags are better than many of them, such as one episode which ends on a straight up live action segment where they made a full suit of Buddy, and the show has many cool gags like this, which feel good despite coming out of nowhere, and are on top of everything funny as hell. The animation is never bad, by the way. It's actually really high quality, as again, the visuals are fully stop motion animated without skipping a beat for a single scene. Tons of care and precision was put into handling these characters, and it shows, but again, it has very little plot and grows bland very quickly. If you watch an episode every now and then, you will enjoy it, but actually watching it constantly the way I did might not provide the same results. The show is also intended for a child audience, perhaps one younger than you would imagine from seeing the footage, but basically don't expect any complicated issues being discussed. It's just a straightforward funny comedy with minimal plot. Parents beware of the characters actively doing the wrong thing and coming out on top. It's just a really funny show brimming with personality, even when they start doing things that are sort of tropey, like, oh, the typical sheriff in town who is very mean and no one likes him. They still do it in a manner that is fun and interesting to watch. You could just say it's simply effective. Favorite character? Darnell. He's just awesome. He plays off Buddy perfectly, and he's so incredibly wholesome and talented, and his hair is on flick, and you have a little bit of a crush on him. Leave me alone! Favorite episode? Beaver Damn Fast Pizza. And equally as fast, I'll put Buddy Thunderstruck at 45th spot on the list.
We drank the blood of some people, but the people want drugs, and now I'm a wizard.
And if you thought my crush for Daryl was a little intense, get ready for my crush on half of the vampire ladies in Castlevania. I swear, more than one of them showed up with me saying, okay, hold up, yeah, she's committing unspeakable acts of murder, but I wouldn't mind committing unspeakable acts of something else with them, if you know what I mean. Based on the video games, though you don't need to play them at all to watch the show, Castlevania follows a version of troubled Melmont who must become allies with Dracula's son, Alucard, to defend their hometown. Later, it develops into other vampires teaming up to destroy Mech Cadets, and I have to admit, this show is a massive example of successfully writing multiple plot points in an action/fantasy setting. There is not a single major character in this show that isn't compelling, and it's all written in chunks of 31-minute episodes, which are the perfect length for a television series that has a sea of different elements all working in harmony perfectly to provide one of the best shows on Netflix. The dialogue is fantastically well written and delivered. As a dark fantasy, the characters often lay back to a deadpan tone in conversation, which juxtaposes particularly well with the vampire's noble look and unwavering temper. I think the best way to show how raw and deadpan the dialogue is while still retaining both personality and soul is in the singular dialogue exchanged, dubbed "Eat shit and die."
My family stored everything they found, including books of magic and whatever other weird stuff they came across. I just can't do anything with it, but you two can.
Fortunate indeed, then, that I chose not to kill you and eat you, Belmont.
And that I decided against scotting you, flaying you, and turning you into shoes, a la carte.
Such a merry band we are. I will find us a covered wagon and horses if you two can manage not to kill each other while I'm gone.
Oh, please. We're not children.
Eat shit and die.
Yes, fuck you.
Just notice, the characters have just perfectly expressed the status of their relationship, hit us with a banger joke, delivered the line in a method precisely designed to the universe, created a goal for the episode, and all while remaining grounded and witty. This is not an important dialogue interaction. The show has many of those thanks to some characters like Isaac and Hector who exist closer to the vampires, which always provide interesting discussion or plot developments. But this one singular scene tells you so much about the show without spoiling everything. I will note the deadmanness is used as prose. Characters will often say things bluntly instead of using poetic language, and the show will use this to its advantage to deliver what might be the most human dialogue in this entire list. Might I mention how beautiful the story can get when it wants to be? And I don't mean just visually, I also include here thematic and scene-to-scene elements which speak about the nature of mankind and their constant fight against nature and adversity. This could have easily come off as tacky, but when you're using vampires as a framing device like this, you can really shine on those promises. I will note the vampires have their own version of these struggles and you get to witness all of it. So yeah, tons of interesting topics for them to dig into. I can assure you, if you watch the first 2 seasons, 12 episodes, you will have no objections to the other 20. The ending of season 2 is one of the best episodes of television I have seen. Now, imagine this extends to a whole final season. The show's animation is glorious. So much of the visuals and the framing have an almost cinematographic quality to it. Fights in particular are well animated. Not only do we have many clear and complete visuals of dynamic fight scenes, we will also get them constantly. Castlevania is a show with amazing pace to its fights and sequences. Battles are rarely interrupted and nothing ever feels padded out. This is a perfect example of how shows can use less time effectively to deliver a better product, one of the things which I'm mostly advocate about. So many modern shows either fit into 2 categories. One is they dilly-dally too much because they have the luxury of 40 minutes or more, and the other one is they have so little time they have to ADHD everything and make it as fast as possible. This show is right in the middle, right in the sweet spot, and I think that's amazing. Not only that, but we get a crazy amount of wide shows in the fights, stunning choreography, and the animation looks glorious. The fights are actually written? Like the characters will change their fighting style if needed or will get tired after throwing punches. It's so engaging and well executed. If your favorite anime is not Mob Psycho or Season 7, your favorite anime does not have better fight scenes than this. This show understands too much is too much, and thus will never show you too much. It will smear and bend the animation when necessary to reduce information influx. It very rarely is choppy without the reason. Don't let the rare choppiness fool you. It's setting the pace for the next scene by not bombarding you with useless frames of perfectly drawn character models, which many anime commit the mistake nowadays. Is there a single main character in this show who I don't think developed? Seriously, I want to write about my favorite characters and I don't know who that character is. Striga, Dracula, Alucard, Camilla? Seriously, if they are prominently featured in the story, they range from an absolutely brutal character in every aspect to your favorite. It's just constantly amazing. I don't kid when I say this is one of the best shows in Netflix. I wrote something in the script about like how it compares to live action shows, but thinking about it, I think the best things on Netflix are the animated shows, so forget that. Now, things you might not like. First, if you're religious and can't take a fictional story that has liberties on that, you'll be offended. It's very anti-religion as part of its setting. It's not intending to convince you to follow other religions, but it is pretty imposing on comments religious people won't be too happy about. Also, there's a plot point in Season 3 that is genuinely bad involving Alucard, and it just made me uncomfortable and I was never really interested in it. Finally, there's a character that definitely coerces a man into enjoying BDSM for a brief moment. Other than that, there are no issues. As soon as you get some very slight tolerance, the show is fantastic and I recommend it aggressively. Favorite character? In the end I decided on Isaac. Favorite episode? You don't deserve my blood. Alright, spoilers. 3, 2, 1. Saint Germain goes hard? That's it, that's all I have to say about the character. If you're here, you already know the rest. The comedy, the resolve, and the visual that come with it might be one of the best in the entire show. So, Isaac. He is such an introspective and determined character. His journey is a lot different from the rest of the characters as he is constantly weighing in his relationship with humans, vampires, and other creatures. Tons of his dialogue and interactions aren't as explosive as you might see with other characters, but every single one of them moves his ideals and plotlines towards the best flipping scene to me. The Camilla fight. My God, this must be one of my favorite scenes. It just shows so well how Isaac has developed and how much of his ideas can clash with Camilla's. Most of all, seeing him accept his desire for conquest in the context of his calmer, more developed philosophy was amazing, because he absolutely killed raiding the castle, and then he also killed Camilla. Okay, maybe Camilla did deliver the final blow on herself. The irony of Dracula's most loyal follower being the first to say no to bringing him back was beautiful. Again, this show is amazingly beautiful and stuff like that just reminds me why I say that. Do not clap when media makes you cry because you're sad, that's easy. Clap when media makes you cry because you witness something beautiful. And there's so much here. Dracula's death speech will forever go down as the best 7 lines ever created. It's one of those blunt and straightforward monologues. He repeats himself in his realization. The fact that they decided to go for the line, "I'm killing our boy," sounds so human and raw compared to something more pro-Seba like, why must I wish to destroy your sons by my hands? This is actually a similar technique to what Invisible over in Prime did. Dialogue writers sometimes forget people talk like idiots or simply to convey an idea, and that's a mistake this show never makes when it matters. Strega as a character surprised me a lot. I ended up enjoying her romance and eventual betrayal of Camilla a lot. Final scenes appealed to me a lot, you know, partially because of the beauty thing I mentioned, but watching her down the day armor and go killing humans left and right it just left me speechless. Seriously, someone give this studio Berserk and the Stormlight Archive, I beg of you, please! Finally, Sci-Fi should get a mention for being one of the coolest female characters. Her feminine traits, or lack thereof, is an accord to her character, and having watched 49 of 70 or so series in this video, I can tell you no other show does it the same way, particularly the adult ones, which can seem to make characters independent of the info in their bio. The only spoilery mistake I want to talk about is, why does Alucard never backdash to anything? Extremely unfaithful. Sure, Isaac in the games is boring as hell, but I can accept that. Backdashing is the point of Castlevania. I was going to say first place, but not anymore. You'll see where I put it when the next top 10 segment rolls around. Meanwhile, Shiva and the Princess of Power is the show at number 7 because its third season slaps. So next up we got an anime.
You don't deserve this big Toblerone.
To this day, New Yokio is still the most misunderstood piece of media ever. Many people saw this show as the first Netflix anime, which it isn't, and then pretended it was supposed to be an actual thing. Like, the dialogue doesn't tip them off, the purposeful delays didn't tip them off, the big Toblerone didn't tip them off. But what is wrong with you? Have you ever heard of satire? Sure, it's not as good as an actually abridged series like Code meant, but it's trying to be an anime like Code meant that it isn't another anime dubbed over. It could have been done better, but it's honestly a brilliant concept that has tons of laughs. Too bad the critics chewed it over and held it back to cult classic status. Who knows, maybe one day it will be alongside the Soup Store and the Black Rabbit clips. This show was ahead of its time. If you don't laugh with the Gregorian house bit, you have no soul. Okay, so I'm editing this and I just had the epiphany that this isn't actually anime, it's actually like a whole ass show. So I'm still gonna keep it brief, but I didn't expect to have this turn of events, you know, this is a big plot twist for me. You see, I added this show so early in the video, I didn't even know what I was going to do with anime. I just never computed that it wasn't anime because it has an English cast and everything. And I don't know why, because it's not confusing at all, it's just straightforward, and it took until now that I considered it for like 5 seconds that I realized. So, I'm gonna put it at 41st, but like with an asterisk, because it's not actually at 41st, we're skipping over it. Hey, this may be one of those 2 shows I overcounted earlier. So the next show is probably the most bloated and controversial Netflix show. And that's Big Mouth. I'll preface this by saying this is not the lowest show on the list. It is pretty low, but I think you'll be surprised at some other shows I am more annoyed towards. Because Big Mouth is one of those shows that everybody online watched, everybody online hated, but nobody online paid attention to. It's just easier to go with the status quo when there isn't much to say about a show that has a lot of gross-out humor as this one does. Big Mouth is 2 shows. One is a humorous adult comedy aimed at teens going through puberty that see endless media try to sugarcoat the sexual aspects of puberty because it's usually written by adults who are, understandably, grossed out going into the detail of it. The other one is a very gleeful and suspicious Netflix executive showing up to the writer's room and telling them that they have to put one character using a decapitated head as a sex toy. So this kid Andrew and his friend Nick are going through puberty, which in this show is represented with semi-physical beings that are there but also are not, who are whispering in their ears what their attitude must do. The hormone monsters are probably the smartest part of this show. Everybody was too busy complaining about the characters being kids, they skipped over the existence of these monsters, even though they are written and presented as a direct argument to the whole existence of the argument. I'm writing it on screen so you can unpack that, because I know it takes a second to unpack what I just said. So in this show, everybody knows the monsters are there, but they will all pretend like that's not the case. So the monsters often interrupt scenes to give their advice to the children, and it's like they come out of nowhere. But at the same time, they are very evidently there physically. They walk and react to the environment, they can hide behind objects, and they pick up stuff up and use it. And that's just genuinely clever. This is a show that wants to explain stuff to adolescents without using the words penis and ovaries. They'll go for the straightforward dick and period, but it's of course framed as an adult show because there are adult topics. But that makes a world of difference in the way it comes off. Teenagers are people who are into adult stuff, and society will frequently pretend that's not the case. Every porn site has a +18 warning, but I'm pretty sure you've seen very few minors who have not lied at this prompt, because they are interested in it. It's a natural part of human development that is overlooked because of its surrounding connotations. Everybody knows their bodies and brains are going to change. These changes walk and interact with us, but we pretend we don't see them because it's genuinely an uncomfortable topic to discuss. Teenagers are at an age where they want to find these things out, and there aren't really any shows that are as blunt about it as Big Mouth, and I think I can definitely commend the writers on this approach. But that's what it was trying to do, not what it did. After all, this is still an adult show that was created with the intention of people under its age rating watching it. Of course the people writing Big Mouth knew this was risky and shady. The people sponsoring the show on the other side had no fucking idea. Big Mouth is riddled with his moments where the characters break the fourth wall, oftentimes explicitly, to say several of the worst decisions in the show are there because otherwise the show itself wouldn't. It tells you upfront and directly. All that gross stuff, it's because the image the producers and the sponsors of the show had was different from the image the writers of the show had. Most YouTubers were trying to catch the trend and afraid to have a more developed but controversial take, so they either didn't see it or didn't discuss it. The stuff Netflix adds is what makes the show unbearably uncomfortable. So while it's not as bad as content creators might make you believe, it's still pretty mediocre to bad. I use Big Mouth to separate the shows that I consider 6+, as this show is a perfect 59, lol. That's not a 69, goddamn. The legend is as old as Netflix. The talking pussy, the close-up of the child member, the gore thingy. Netflix was so preoccupied with those aspects that they actually forgot to put the worthwhile pads, and they just have to shove them deep between jokes written for a generic adult sitcom that just doesn't fit in the context they are used in. This show is so boring and bloated. Every episode felt like it was 1.5 times as long as it was. I was even compelled to watch it outside of Netflix because I didn't want to support it in any way. It has elements of genius made by people who wanted to make a show for a specific audience that have never seen anything like it, but it also has elements of sheer idiotness by people who saw adult show and somehow forgot to remember that teenagers having this side to themselves is not an excuse to glorify it as something that should be normalized. The characters are lame. I wasn't interested in any of them, and although I only watched 2 seasons, I knew someone who has suffered through them all and advised me not to waste 20 more days in it. He told me Andrew's character develops in a strange direction that they were at least intrigued by, and that the J storyline goes off the rails in its ridiculousness, making it an entertaining aspect of the show, but that's not my opinion. My opinion is, here's a pillow, here's a weighted blanket, here's a glass of warm milk and cookies, I'm going to bed. The pacing in this show is so ridiculously bad I actually popped out again most of the days I watched it, and I still felt like 2 hours instead of 40 minutes. How do you make a fun game seem more boring by just being in the background? How do you do that? Voice acting was good though, I liked it a lot. So ultimately Big Mouth is not as bad as people say. The adult humor is some of the worst I've seen, but the narrative plots and intention behind it alongside its themes would be glorious if there wasn't a padded outside to it, filled with jokes in bad taste. Favorite character, Connie. Her boss actress won me over and she's funny. Favorite episode? My god, I really am going to read this name. I must already be dead. Okay, here goes. Dark Side of the Boob. Ugh, that was painful. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's the actual only episode I would genuinely call damn good. Big Mouth goes on Mario's 64th place of the list. Why me? You know, when it comes to Yuasa shows, I didn't like this one as much. It has good Yuasa scenes like the stadium scene or a certain character's death, but the pacing and rhythm is terrible. Plus, since it's one of those shows where evidently every character dies, I didn't get attached to them at all. At the same time, I watched this right after Ping Pong the animation, which would be like number 4 on the list, so I might have a bias. Hey, at least it's not as bad as Japan Stinks, which I'll pretend does not exist because it would be last place on the list. Killer art style, many amazing scenes, but it has a hard limit to it due to being duplicitous between its themes and what is actually shown, which is not being done on purpose. Duplicitous, isn't that a Paper Mario character?
Whack.
So this show I watched the first half of the first season, and I didn't like it at all. It dragged, it was lame, it was uncreative, I didn't enjoy the characters, and the positive things I'd heard about the show focus on events that happened after the second season. The design looked really cool and cute, but I just couldn't get into it. This might seem lame, but the first 2 seasons released in 2008, which means the show wasn't originally Netflix, but the good stuff they made about it is. I came upon a dilemma. Do I watch a show I won't like until I like it because Netflix bought it? Or do I skip on the show I won't like until 3 seasons pass because Netflix bought it, using the excuse that it's not a Netflix original but a Netflix purchase, and then proceed to only mention it would be in the 74th place in the list if it counted?
Because I'm in lesbians with you.
What?
And here's what would be number 5 in the list if I was counting anime. Scissor Seven. Now, you wonder why? I told you to go to my channel subloads after this video, watch all the beautiful videos which slap several creators who watch every week, and you might find my Scissor 7 review with less than 900 views as well. I go into why I love it, but TLDR, it is bewildering at moving from comedy to the cleanest action scenes I've ever seen. It's like Chinese Gintama, and it goes. hard. Okay, so recent seasons have an issue where they are so short and come too far away from each other, so you forget about what happens last season when the new one starts, and it can get frustrating. Maybe wait on it if you don't have a good memory.
You're inside a simulation. Inside
The giant gaping anus.
The Halo has the makings of a good show, and during the first season, I think it delivers a good show. Nothing spectacular, the character arcs are clearly directed at trying to be relatable to adolescents, and the themes and topics of the show are clearly aimed towards a specific audience in mind, but it still remains a good show. The problem is, the second season doesn't do anything with anything. It reverts several character arcs to do them all over again, and forgets to play on the cooler features established in Season 1. On that note, the show is often regarded as LGBT positive, but that's really a silly take. Yes, Adam is definitely gay, but I found it dumb to put so much focus on it. Not because the writers shouldn't have made him gay, but rather because it only shows up and is relevant for one episode, and then they do nothing with it. People get angry at this show because it is the first Netflix animated show for kids to have evident gay characters. It's virtually a non-issue, but it still is a pointless point of contention. So the show is about 3 kids, Adam, Mira, and Kai, who wake up in a locked room with no memory of anything but their name. As they start to wonder where they are, they escape the room and find themselves in a strange location, the Halo, where they'll have to figure out what they are doing, what the place is, and who they are. Also, they have superpowers which are very fun to see on screen. It's very basic, but the mystery exists for the first season and makes everything amazingly engaging. It's one of those bingeable shows that keep themselves interesting partially because you're invested in the mystery, and they keep putting cliffhangers in between episodes. There's also 3 additional characters that get introduced in Season 1 and later developed in Season 2, all of whom are fun as hell. But then after that, I really don't see much from the show I enjoyed. The settings sort of ran out of juice at Season 1, and for Season 2, I was just confused as to where they wanted the story to go, and I feel everybody working on the show were as well, because Season 2 starts and ends awkwardly. It's not bad, but it doesn't put it too high on the list. It doesn't have any of a thematic core and works flimsily as a coming-of-age story, but it can be fun to watch for kids 7 and up. Just don't expect to be gripped by anything but the mystery. Favorite episode? I watched this show considerable time before making this video, and it was the lowest in the list when I started. There were some shows I saw earlier, but they either kept going for longer or simply had more memorable stuff to remember them by. Individual episodes of this are lost in me, but maybe Alchemy or maybe Cold Wrath. I'm not sure. Favorite character? Weirdy. Alrighty, spoilers 3, 2, 1. I'm gonna switch him up one of these times, I swear. Let's talk about the plot twist at the end of Season 1. I think this was the peak of the show because whilst I already expected the twist was coming, I didn't expect it to go into live action, and having the game go rogue totally made the overall show better. The second season just feels weird because of this. They clearly didn't know how to continue everything, so many things end up being bland and uninteresting. The setup for Season 2 isn't bad, but it seems far too vague, so they can reuse the same characters they used in the first season. I would much have preferred that they did a Danganronpa or an Infinity Train and had a new cast for this season. Let them shine and change the goals and unfortunate circumstances of the plot to other creative ideas within the same setting. But this could just be me. Do you like following characters for longer than the writers originally expected? I don't. Skid's death actually surprised me. I didn't think the show had it in it. I mean, they do leave it as an unknown, but I like the idea of the guy dying by suicide from going insane for being inside a video game forevermore. But yeah, honestly, it runs out of interesting at some point, and it's kept alive as a very well-preserved zombie. The Halo is low, on 60th place. You know, this show is okay. It's super repetitive, but the characters are fun and have good morals. So why the hell did they get 4 seasons considering literally no one is watching it? It's clearly a passion project and the people behind it love making it. But in terms of whether the show is good, let's just say there isn't much positive about it. So 3 girls, Charlotte, Dot, and Audrey are best friends, and then you get to watch them go on wacky hijinks in their hometown. I'm sure you won't hear this ever again. And this is what I mean when I say the show is incredibly uncreative. It's just the same thing we've seen a million times with none of the charms. The most interesting part about this is how they made this guy pink, which is very good for the art direction if you ask me, but not for anything else. Everything feels cheap, like they want to tell certain stories but didn't bother to make them fit anyway. They just have things happen if it means their episode gets to be finished. And I do find it quite ironic that Richie flippin' Rich and Casper, as in Casper the Friendly Ghost, show up. My biggest gripe with the show is how most characters' entire personalities is based on a single personality trait based on their gender. Like, oh look, the guy is a vegan, so he's going to act like a hippie. Or they are boys, so they are gross. And that's it. I like these rare moments where the show becomes self-aware about the characters' parents never showing up, and 1 in 4 episodes are genuinely entertaining, particularly the season finale since they have some semblance of a plot. The very last season had some highlights, but everything in the middle is just hazy to me. Like, the show ran for 2 extra seasons than necessary, and I grew tired as I watched. Then I got like Stockholmer Syndrome when I noticed the only reason the show kept going might just be because the people making it care, and honestly, I can appreciate that. It's cool to see people working on a project they don't dislike. I'm just generally unpassionate about the show though. I've had this review unfinished for 20 days without knowing how to end it, which makes me feel bad because the people who made it evidently cared a lot more than I do. It's a very weird position to be in, and I apologize for my inability to empathize with those emotions. However, Sonic turns into a skunk! Roger corrects me, boy star skunk. Favorite character? The bow. Favorite episode? Now it's a con, but honestly, I can't remember most of this because they were all fun yet completely unremarkable. I'm probably putting this on 63rd.
Do you have room for a muffin?
No.
Why won't you let me die?
Cupcake and Dino is like if Gumball was regular show, except it's not as funny as Gumball and clearly not as cool as regular show. It's more episodic in nature and sort of harps back to older cartoons with its storytelling, whilst being written with the nuance and style of modern day shows. And although I thought I was going to hate it, the characters being so positive and the dialogue writing and delivery of the lines really help soften the impact of generic plot lines and predictable randomness. So, Cuphead and Dino are... okay, disclaimer. I don't notice when I say Cuphead instead of Cupcake, so bear in there with me. Cupcake and Dino are 2 supposed brothers who do odd jobs around their wacky town, where stuff often gets out of control. It's a very colorful world, look and style, with many things to it that would be unique if they hadn't been done by a bunch of other shows in the past, which I believe is the biggest problem with this show. It's cool, but everything they did has been done in the past, sometimes better. But I was surprised to see how often they did the trophy plot well. There's an episode where Dino becomes a movie star and gets extremely famous after auditioning by mistake on a role Cupcake wanted. And I expected Cupcake to get angry and stuff since Dino is innately talented at it. And many shows would do it that way, but not here. Here Cupcake just goes in and is happy for Dino. And then when Dino wants to quit, he's also supportive of that idea. And this happens a few times throughout the show. Sure, most frequently you can see the plot going any of 2 or 3 ways, but it can be occasionally surprising. If I sound weird around here, it's cause I burned my tongue in the morning and then I bit myself, so, you know, my mouth's not having a good day. Cupcake and Dino are great characters as well. I enjoyed seeing these adult dudes who are not all serious men. They evidently are dudes, I like things often associated with dudes, but they are very soft and supportive. I was surprised at how much this show made me notice that many kids shows write gender normative. This show has no reference to any related topics, but it still did a better job at it than most shows that try to hammer in how bad gender stereotypes are. They actually wrote positive male leads that aren't effeminate or overtly queer coded, and that hella goes hard, but not as hard as some other shows higher on the list which did this particularly well. That said, if the show didn't tell me Cuphead and Dino were brothers, I would ship them harder than the Titanic hitting that iceberg. I didn't like the Pete episodes at all. Pete is this bully character that is constantly trying to one-up general services, as he is also an odd-jobs worker. He would work occasionally, but most of the time he bored me and he has too many episodes. So yeah, I could skip some of those. If you want a show like Gumball with the wholesomeness of Bluey that's made for a younger audience, I recommend this one, but don't expect storylines or particularly interesting writing. Favorite episodes? Christmas is cancelled. This episode is crazy and I recommend this along with the Halloween episode. Favorite character? Cuphead! Cupcake and Dino, it's in the 61st spot, because it is pretty wholesome.
King Arthur came a lot, didn't he? So probably not.
Disenchantment by Matt Groening, creator of Futurama and of course, as you already know, Life in Hell. Made a Netflix show. Now, his character design here is not particularly good, but the show itself has more than a few surprises. I don't believe it is as good as Futurama or classical Simpsons, but I do think there are many aspects of it nailed regarding making a sitcom for streaming services. Like, it progresses in the same way a streaming show does, and it is bingeable as hell because while not always funny, it is always entertaining. So, it's about this drunkard's lazy princess who lives in a kingdom ruled by a drunkard's lazy dad. Then he calls his drunkard's lazy wizard to make an elixir to revive his drunkard's lazy wife. The princess and her drunkard's lazy demon who whisper bad advice into her ear don't want this, however, because the elixir is made with the blood of their friend, an elf who is actually not drunkard or sleazy, surprisingly. But that is not going to stop them from getting drunk and sleazing around all throughout the fantasy setting, so who cares? It's actually pretty cool, though admittedly the plot structure is a mess. Every season is interesting, but it always starts and ends in the same way. It's like a sitcom in one regard and like a streaming series in another. As a blend it's great, but you actually really need to wonder, well, is the blend even a good idea in the first place? The answer is it depends on the viewer. There's always plots to be started and developed every season, so there's a big advantage on avoiding the writing getting repetitive. It also allows them to add overarching mysteries for them to focus on when the season is right, and they are always genuinely good plot points. It leaves character development and characterization open and is very similar to Futurama's approach to character writing. Then if you're someone who likes progress, you're gonna grow away from this show by the 3rd season. It lies to you with the prospect of any semblance of change and development, but the magic wears off, and it's easy to catch on to the fakeness of it all. People who have seen the show should really analyze that sentence again. Episode to episode, the show is a joy. So much fun dialogue and situations are packed into the show, as well as references to popular shows and medieval fantasy settings. I think the setting is very well utilized here. They use what they can to make jokes at the expense of what they can. It's very dynamic behind its blatant issues. The voice acting in the show is superb, particularly Bean's voice. She's the protagonist. Much of her shitty personality is watered down by how charismatic her writing and portrayal is. I don't think she'd even work if anyone else did the voice. The other characters like Sorg and Derek are pretty memorably voiced, and everyone in the main cast does a great job. Even Eric Andrea as Lucy. I actually really like that little piece of shit. I cannot assure you love the comedy of the show. I personally dig it a lot, but it's not as broad as classic Simpsons. It's not the type of comedy that hits right away, but once you're actually accustomed to the show's style of humor, you'll still laugh them plentifully. I don't think that's a word, but whatever. I will also know the show looks a lot like the typical grinning show because of the character design, but you'll probably notice the show has surprisingly good art direction with the world it builds around the characters. Keep a look on that if you do watch. Favorite character? Una. She's the secondary character, but every single time the funniest character in the scene. Favorite episode? Bean Falls Down. Okay, and a 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a spoilers. There's only 2 spoiler things I want to talk about. That being Mora and the steampunk. Let me preface this by saying that you need to stop killing characters and reviving them right at the start of the next season. 1 time was alright, 2 times was like completing a list, but 3 times is just calling me an idiot. Rude. At least the show is self-aware about this, but the typical thing, pointing out the problem just means you decided to be lazy and not solve the problem. Everything with Mora is great. It's good to show the more human side of Bean as the show goes on, and you get episodes like the one where they explore the water temple or the ones with Una that exhibit the moral side of her she often neglects. But Mora is just the best display of this. Everything with her is so sweet and bittersweet. I love seeing the relationship between her and Bean. It's a great change of pace from all the weird relationships we see in the show. Love in a royal medieval setting is already a strong theme of the show, what with all the characters who form an unlikely family together, but this is one of the few times we see something genuine, and that helps highlight both messages. I also didn't expect to see a whole island where the Industrial Revolution is occurring far ahead of the rest of the world. Introducing guns and blimps was unique to the story, and there are so many awesome visuals that go along with it, which yes, I just wanted to talk about those visuals. I like the concept a lot, what can I say? And the last season is great as well. I didn't write much about it because it came out recently to writing it, but it's great. It's probably the funniest one yet. It finishes the show perfectly, and I'm very satisfied with my watching experience of this entire show. Super worth your time. I think Disenchantment is at the 28th spot of the list, and I don't think I know it because I made it!
Who snitched? Who called a popo? That's gay.
I'm writing this after I finished the show, and it's as bad as people say. Not only did I get a massive quote from the day I started watching, but I also am slamming my head on a wall, as that'd be both funnier and more entertaining. Now, does that mean the show made me physically sick? Not really. It's probably a coincidence, but the fact that I used the word probably doesn't fare well for the show either. It's about a police force in a town full of sex addicts, and there's the basic trifecta of horrible adult animation in there as well. Screaming every line of dialogue, pointless gore and explicit depictions of ring lip pee-pee. I think the most horrible part about this is how every episode has like 100 jokes. That's easily 4 jokes every minute, which is a lot, but it's also terribly painful when at most one of them lands. And that's in the good episodes. Granted, I'm not exactly the easiest person to make laugh, but I can recognize when a joke is good enough to make normal people laugh. Cause I'm a weirdo, what the heck am I doing with my life watching this? When it's at its best, I guess it can be entertaining, but when it's at its worst, you're like audibly groaning consistently. Like, you might wonder why this show is below Big Mouth, despite the fact that Big Mouth also has the trifecta of horrible adult animation, and the deal is that I can see the writers of Big Mouth actually coming up with a great episode and stories. Comparatively, Paradise PD just doesn't have the juice. By the first season, they already discussed everything they can discuss relating to the show setting. And supposing they wanted to get into more topics regarding the characters being part of a police force, they'd have to trade in their ability to make the most linear and blatantly generic writing possible. So not only does the show only manage to be smart once, but it also doesn't have the space to maybe be smart twice. You're better off watching Brooklyn Nine-Nine, as it's not busy trying to sell a style of comedy that just doesn't work on most people with a brain. I guess if you like the type of comedy, Season 1 is serviceable. It did have 4 episodes in it that didn't seem that bad to me, particularly Episode 3, which at least attempted to criticize how American networks selectively change the way they report something precisely with the goal of having the news appeal to their political inclination. But that's 1 episode in 40. The rest of the good episodes I can call good simply because they don't come off as painful, and I can tell they exhausted any serious discussion they could have had by the 3rd third episode. So in the end, I'm just looking at the show wondering why I wasted my time on it. The only part I felt was kind of worthwhile was the intro, because it is actually pretty quite cool, you know? It's not the most fluid animation or anything, but I gotta admit, I do like it. Favorite episode, Black and Blue. Favorite character, literally no single character in this show seemed likable enough for me to genuinely develop any appreciation for any of them. Paradise PD is at 72nd spot, actually still higher than Kulipari.
It would be hard for you to drag your nuts across my face considering they're so small.
The Dragon Priest is one of those shows I really enjoyed and loved, but can't remember much of it in retrospect. Not because the characters were bad or because it doesn't have personality or anything like that, it simply doesn't have too many moments of cinematographic beauty or particular glory that actually earn presence in my mind. It's consistently good, but do not expect to remember anything beyond themes and plot developments. It's this show about two prince brothers whose parent, the king, is involved in an assassination plot as part of a revenge plan against humans for killing the dragons. However, one of the assassins along with the princess, that's the two guy princes, not a singular princess, find a dragon egg in the dungeons and set off as outlaws to return it to its mother to avoid any brewing conflict between the factions. It's a fantasy show for all ages that is pretty serious on discussing big topics like love, grief, and legacy, but it also is better as a complete series for that reason. Character arcs are super satisfying, and almost everyone gets some form of character arc that really attaches you to the characters. They're somewhat reminiscent of the character arcs Western animation tends to excel at. I think the most off-putting part of this show is the animation. It has this anime comic book style where they do the choppy frame rate thing on purpose, and during the first season, it did actually pull me away from the experience because it's not well done, but the animators were a lot more careful after the second season and found a much better balance. It's also true that many of the lighting effects simulate 2D animation techniques, which looks particularly good. It doesn't look as good as Spider-Verse, of course, but it is pretty awesome to consider they released about 3 months apart. That means neither copied each other, they just decided to have similar ideas at a similar time. I think it mostly goes to show how 3D animation at a time was really stale and they wanted to move already to a different direction, which maybe this show didn't achieve it, but Spider-Verse certainly did. However, when it comes to Dragon Prince, the plot is kind of dull. This is not a story that flows. It's more like one of those stories that is building up constantly to moments which will eventually occur as an open the floodgates moment. Those are good, but it results in everything in between feeling unmemorable and slow, except for season 3, that one keeps it going pretty well. So while it's not a perfect show, it can be surprisingly good at times. Season 4 and 5 is setting up more cool stories, so I'm curious on where the whole thing will go. Oh yeah, and it might be the second time I bring Avatar, but do not hesitate to pick this one up if you like that one. It isn't as good, but has much of the same storytelling style. Favorite character, Claudia. Favorite episode, Breathe. Okay, spoilers on a 3 and a 2 and a 1 and a... Ezra is probably the most interesting character here. I like the idea of a child being in charge of a whole kingdom, and how he and everyone react and act around the idea of the kid having that power. I also really like seeing everything about his relationship with Sim. It's wholesome, and you really see a big bond between them that I always enjoyed. On the other hand, I cannot make up my mind around Callum. It's so cool when he actually uses magic, but then he actually never fucking does. Let my man cook. He is a big disappointment in season 4 and I hope he eventually becomes as strong as Claudia, who is my favorite character between her backwards chance and how many cool things she does. Plus, she's really complex and interesting because you can't tell she's a good person just doing bad things. As she grows into an antagonist, you can't help but think how awesome she is, and being funny as hell tops the package shop neatly. Funny to think black magic in this show is actually way cooler than white magic. Rayla is totally a compelling character. She's well voice acted and you can't deny everything around her works for the purpose of the story and the relationships she builds around her. Too bad Callum often sucks around her a lot. I don't hate Callum, to be precise. He just doesn't have any of the many moments where he could shine, used to their potential even remotely. He is still very well written. Seeing him learn magic was great. I just wish he did that more. Seeing those scenes are always highlights. Oh yeah, and their aunt is badass and cool, too bad she's mostly doing side plots for 2 whole seasons. Seriously, her plot during the Arava seasons has been so bland and feels like simply an active distraction from the actual plot. I couldn't care less about her wife, or the country they are running. A literal angel man is trying to destroy the world. So yeah, the Dragon Prince is in 29th. Also, have you noticed the cool end transition that happens when you...
In Worcestershire sauce. Worcestershire.
Hilda is about a girl who never learns from her mistakes. And she's British as hell, so she's got a funny accent. This show single-handedly made me start writing Mom with a U. She's got a very active interest in the paranormal. I would too if my hair was colored cyan, like holy crap, how did they find the color that's right in the middle of green and blue exactly, what the hell? But this is a very logical and smart kind of obsession. I figure her logic is all about how she perceives the world as beautiful and wants to waste as little time not exploring it basically. But see, that's the cool part about Hilda. It's not a grandiose or epic show, yet it still has a compelling character that feels amazingly approachable to analyze, something which isn't the case on most slice of life/adventure shows. I haven't even gotten to the synopsis, and I already feel like I had to tell you about Hilda's philosophy as a character so you can really understand and grasp the strengths of the show, as I feel it is best for your viewing comprehension. So Hilda's world stigmatizes paranormal stuff. They deem every magical or fantasy creature a threat and live in these segregated and walled-off towns pretending like they don't exist. And it's this very stigma that compels Hilda so much into exploring the world and bringing her friends along. Because of an incident at her rural housing which destroys her house, Hilda and her mother Joanna have to move into a city. To Hilda's dismay, and what ensues is Hilda getting used to a life where she isn't allowed by society to acknowledge that the fantastical stuff she adores is real. So she makes two weird friends called David and Frida. It's a relaxing, cozy, a beautiful show, as it paints both humans and fantasy creatures as a genuinely believable ecosystem that has to coexist despite them hating each other to castle oblivion. Most shows that try to be relaxing sort of lose themselves in it, but Hilda kills it at balancing the relaxing with the engaging. There's stuff here that ranges from funny to charming and to outright creepy, reminiscent of particularly popular shows such as Gravity Falls. But honestly, once you get down to brass tacks, the show might appear like Gravity Falls on the surface level, but it's actually completely going into the opposite direction. It's not about mysteries, but rather about the characters and the setting learning to coexist with their biggest fears and misconceptions, thanks to a foolish girl that butts in the way of witches and trolls because she just really likes Pokemon and it doesn't exist in our universe. The world is really creative in its simplicity. It's like the Industrial Revolution is going on, but people are too afraid of steam to lean into it yet, which is sort of funny, right? The world stigmatizes magic so much that they become afraid of non-magic stuff if it so much as seems like magic. It has the kind of small world building details that really make the show stand out in that regard without really building a whole world for you to think about. I also gotta love the variety of creatures, some of them creepy animals, some of them sentient cuties. Like, you can get a deer-dog fusion and you can get an eldritch beat of hands that just takes people to eternal damnation. It's not too terrifying, of course, but there's some stuff in here that kids are definitely going to be scared of without outright having nightmares. For us adults, we'll just get to think about how cool the visuals are, because no creature in this show has a boring or uninteresting visual. I have not even talked about how much of a visual vibe this show is. It is not the most visually vibey show in the list, but probably second place in that regard. And it's also not lo-fi, but it is super colorful and fitting. I would often be surprised at how much variety it has while remaining on a similar style and color palette. I am confident in saying it is more than well achieved. Characters are expertly characterized yet still simple, expressions are great, and their style follows suit to their personality.
I think what struck me the most about Hilda is how it's a show essentially about a girl and her friends who do wacky stuff in their hometown. They managed to do this so well, it actually all feels complementary. Like the characters and the world work together. The world is interesting, the characters are interesting, therefore the writing is interesting. Something which is incredibly bland in other shows like this. I could just say, oh, it subverts expectations like any other creator, but I don't feel that's fair to Hilda. What's cool about the show is that it never sets up set expectations for them to subvert. It simply is great right off the bat. And it's that style of writing that makes it so special. Since the very beginning of the show, Hilda is already not learning from her mistakes, something which already makes her much flawed and nuanced than the regular protagonists in these kinds of shows. While they will try to sell you on Hilda's naivete as something that is bad, Hilda never really does that, because it understands that naivety as a trait is painted in a negative light, but it doesn't always have to be. It's simply a trait, and people have many traits, and sometimes their negative traits can be used positively. Most kids shows are talking down to kids, simplifying traits to good traits, bad traits to not do the bad traits. Hilda decided to take it another step further, a message which I don't often see in children's television, and thus why I think this one is deserving of a top 10 spot. It might seem crazy from this review as it is, but this show is just straight up amazing in most regards. Basically, if you wonder, what about this part of the show you didn't discuss? Then the answer is between very good and outstanding with very few exceptions. Think one or two things. Things that quite honestly probably depend on each person, I think. Because, for example, the main complaint I heard about the show is that sometimes it feels too relaxing of a tone. I don't think that way, but I definitely see why some people would not enjoy it. Ultimately, I just have no idea why this show is so unpopular when easily 70% of people who have seen it claim it as one of their favorites. Tremendous recommendation. Parents will aware it's a little more than TV12 at times. Also, fortunately, the third and last season is going to release while I edit this, which means I can officially say the show is not cancelled. And don't you just love it when Netflix does not cancel their good shows? It's like, wow, wow, wow. For once in your lifetime, you did something right. Favorite character? Hilda, because she's the protagonist, but also Frida. Favorite episode? The Deer Fox, no contest. That singular episode is a masterpiece.
Okay, maybe one contest, which I'll talk about in the spoiler segment, which, oh wow, lo and behold, it's here. 3, 2, 1.
What the hell were they thinking when they straight up decapitated David? Holy shit.
Also, I don't want to get into it, but what the heck was the Time Worm episode? Like, this episode is about Hilda going to the past by mistake and being haunted by a worm who eats time anomalies. She sees herself die twice, and the ending is absolutely heart-wrenching. It's a really tough episode that accentuates the main conflict of the season with Hilda's mom, while also hurting you physically. Like, that stuff fucked me up. I'm pretty sure I could go episode by episode and have something to say about most of them. For instance, I could focus on the Vangale episode because it basically presents a counter-argument to the show's theme, something which I really like when they do it. Since the show already explained why Hilda's naivety is not always bad, the man is to show when it is, particularly to her biggest flaw being that she's unable to learn from her mistakes. Vangale is a prime example of what can happen if she never does, simply put. But this is like one notable example. The show is brimming with this sort of potential analysis and I simply don't have the time to cover them all. Rita's entire thing with the witches is fantastic, and I loved her and the world build surrounding it. The Time Mice were the first indication I had that this show was going to slap, and it delivered through. Also, they did my buddy the Raven dirty by banishing him to the Shadow Realm for Season 2. You bricks. Either way, if you've seen the show, I don't think I need to say more. Have this cool image of the original comic it's based on because it goes hard. Anyway, that's Hilda in the top 10, which means I can tell you that Castlevania is in 3rd place of the list. Wonder what 2 shows are better? Oh, wait, you already know one of them, you watched the video so far.
I'm gonna take you to Wiki Wings! And now we've added every flavor of pie!
In the spirit of this show, I will review it in the same style all the dialogue it has is in, okay? Strap on, it's gonna get annoying. This show is called Make Me Wanna Jump Off a Bridge, and it doesn't know who it's targeting. Is this a show for kids? Is this a show for adults? Like, why does everyone talk like a video game tutorial boys? Whoa! And the action is so slow. It's funny because the show is about a rebellion fighting against a dictatorship and they use actual guns with lasers with the intent to kill. Also, every episode is half of a stinky game. You see, they play a game called ROBOZUNA. It's a basketball with robbers who punch each other with dried baguettes for limbs. Everything about this show is cheap. The script was written by an AI, and this was 2018. No ChatGPT for you. I actually asked it and it only did a marginally worse script. Or maybe one that's better. The animation is garbage. There's not a single particle for anything. This means layers are cylinders and hairs are clay meshes. Amazing. Okay, there is some PNG smoke. I like the designs of the robots. However, every single one of them just repeats the same one catchphrase. But the protagonist robot has a special ability of actual minimal adaptive capabilities. So he has 6 catchphrases. Unbelievable! Name of the show! They scream it every 3 to 5 minutes, almost contractually. Name of the show! The main robot catchphrase is, wait for it. Protect! Just protect! And that's not going into the episode to episode writing. For any minute of show you watch, you are liable to find at least 2 dumb issues of 2 entire distractions. The voice acting is pathetic. If you're getting annoyed at this review, you have no idea. It's like the whole show is this, except there's 2 voice actresses actually trying. So it's even worse because, you know, they could have made it better if they wanted to. Protect the people. The robots sound more human than the robots sound more human than the humans. All right, 3, 2, 1. Spider-Man is the name of the show. They stopped the entire rebellion by playing dominoes with metal robots, stiffer than the view count of the Avatar Season 1 review I did on this channel. Like, they just really come up into the bad guy's base and push the robots once, and that apparently topples the entire operation. Favorite character, Feronia. Favorite episode, if I had the lowest standards, my morning routine getting water to boil for my coffee would be more entertaining than this entire show. This is in 78th place, which is not even the bottom! And I'm starting to hate myself for doing the fucking voice! Voicing this review is literally making me lose my mind! And the next show is even worse! The next show is even worse somehow!
Are you serious?
That's not what it looks
Right in front of my salad?
And this is probably the first show that made me genuinely happy to know people are dying without ever watching this piece of garbage. They don't know how fortunate they are. This is the kind of show that you watch and you actually feel like homophobes have a fucking point. Now, I obviously don't think they are anything more than assholes who seriously lack something important in their lives, but this is what they must think gays and drags are. This show is so reductive of gay culture and gays in general, it's genuinely insulted. No character has personality, ambition, or comedy based on anything besides sex and stereotypes. The jokes is that they are stereotypical and extra. The show is actually written written like the audience is so stupid they can't comprehend 9th grade writing, because of course all drag people are stupid. The other day, and like half a year ago by the time you see this, I watched Thanks for Everything Yuli Newmar, a movie from 1995. That's 30 years ago, and it represented drags with more respect and class and appreciation than this show in 2018 did. Way after LGBT representation started to feel proper and respectful. That film lasts 15 minutes less, and you should watch it instead than this show. But let me watch you through an episode, just so you really get it. I am forbidding you right now and right here from watching this abomination, and I'm doing you a favor by explaining it. So there's 3 drags with superpowers, and they have amazing designs based on their boobs being big. They fail to stop a homophobe from throwing a bus full of gays off a cliff. So they are down helping the people, and one of the drags goes underwater to save the homophobe, who is unconscious. She then notices how big his schlong is, so she fondles it in great detail for 6 seconds. Because of this, she decides to let him go because he's kinda hot, kinda cute, also has a big pee-pee, you know, kinda the sort of reductive stuff that all gays obviously do clearly. So back the drags go to their normal jobs, working at a gay clothing shop. After establishing their boss is a homophobe as well, they go on a mission to stop the evil bad guy who steals gay energy from gays into a gay energy sucking machine she has to jerk off in order to get the gay energy. That's right, to get the gay energy out of the gay machine, she has to jerk off the machine. But to get the gay energy, she needs to make the gays upset, which prompts her to get a homophobic politician to cancel a big drag concert. When the super drags show up to fight, the bad guy decides to make a high Q monster by making all the gays have a massive orgy. Then they fight the monster among 700 dick and nipple jokes before the bad guy takes her gay energy tank and leaves. That's the episode. That's like 2 okay jokes. I'll play devil's advocate. The show is made in Portuguese for a Brazilian audience, and the one episode I did watch in Portuguese with subtitles was slightly better because the dialogue just seems a little more natural. But that doesn't mean shit when the part that the Brazilians liked about the show is how it incorporates internet culture, which isn't a compliment. It's as if you didn't like this video for all the dedication and analysis I'm doing for each show, but rather because I said, shut up and take my money, haha, once. I understand the intention is to make a show about drags who are superficial and must learn to go beyond their superficiality in order to come together and protect their community, despite how many terrible and strange elements it can have. But to me, I feel like that is forgotten for the sake of sex jokes, and any semblance of an attempt they do at anything complex is overshadowed by the characters being so brain dead and the writers dimming down the writing, so that the second something might get a little complex, they bring it back down to a joke and completely disregard the issue entirely. If you think these characters are empowering or whatever, you need to seriously reconsider what empowerment means. To me, this is as empowering as water is to an energy drink. I don't want to continue talking about this. What a waste of 125 minutes of my life and more, considering I still have to edit the review, though it's probably shittily edited because I really don't want to bother with this shit. Super Drag is unsurprisingly in 79th spot, current bottom of the list.
How do you know if you're a lesbian?
She-Ra is one of those shows that is really good at the start, amazing in the middle, and really good at the end. It's an alternate telling of the She-Ra story, where He-Man actually doesn't even show up, and I think that was an amazing decision. It let all the characters and the setting in She-Ra shine like the sun. Now, there's a look in your eyes that's telling me that you think I'm insane, but hear me out. So, Adora has been living in the Fright Zone for 15 years, being basically indoctrinated to commit war crimes against magical kingdoms as part of a group called the Horde. And when she finally becomes captain of her own squad, she finds a magical sword that shows her the truth and changes her entire perspective in life. Then it bestows her with the fabulous secret powers, which I'ma save the song for the He-Man show. And I have to admit, there was never a point in Adora's development that felt unnatural to me throughout the show, which you should be able to tell how much of a feat it is considering what the synopsis is. Adora is joined by the Princesses of Power, princesses of struggling kingdoms, each with magical abilities that have diminished due to the Horde's involvement. And not only are their progressions awesome to see, but you really find yourself attached to them as the show goes on and shows you different parts of their personalities. Of course, some like Entrapta managed to become some of the most memorable and entertaining parts of the show, as once again, another amazingly well executed bit of character writing in the show. Personally, I didn't like Entrapta, but the show managed to make me love her by season 3. Like, the show requires some patience, even if it's not even remotely tedious to get through, but it knows how to make you like the characters given enough time. Notably, Adora makes 2 friends, Glimmer and Bo. One a princess, one a guy who was gay except he wasn't and his parents were. Adora also has a great friend called Catra, who is now divided between Adora's status as her best friend and Adora's status as the leading force against the Horde. So you should be catching on as to what the whole thing is about. Look at me, stretching to reach 10 minutes for that sweet monetization money. How far are we into the video? An hour and a half? Oh god. This is basically a good way of telling you how character writing is the backbone and killer part of the show. I mean, the animation and soundtrack and voice acting and everything is good. I recall the only thing I outright disliked being the pacing of Season 2 and these cute little moments in Season 1 where there's characters running and it looks straight out of Hanna-Barbera cartoon, which is fitting even the origins of the show, so I sort of let it slide as it might have been done on purpose and it is sort of charming. But the character writing is just on another level. Especially crafted personalities, development on arcs, good dynamics, and dialogue between different pairings or groups. If you want a show that has a dynamic cast of interesting characters, look no further. There are so many characters and arcs that I don't want to spoil, but it's just amazing for 5 seasons and outstanding during the 3rd. And it's that brief 3rd season that gets this show a spot in the top 10. Season 1 and 2 are okay to great, but Season 3 blew me away and blew me a casket. And I'll admit, it blew me. Period. I was just standing in awe at the set of 8 episodes that might be some of the strongest storytelling I've ever seen created for children. However, due to not being consistent, I didn't really put it too high in the top 10. I'd wager the latest seasons feel better due to telling a more intriguing stories that deviate from the typical tropes. Meanwhile, the trunk of Season 2 drags on. Meaning there's a barrier of entry, again it's quite small. And I think that's mostly because the show doesn't really focus on its stronger themes until those last 3 seasons, where it's a whole thing about love, you know? The setting and the characters and everything about the show really is designed to tell you a story about people who don't really love themselves. They see all the flaws in themselves and they really hate that part about themselves, with very few exceptions. It's a show about learning to accept those flaws and learning to love those flaws in yourself as well as in other people. It might sound like a very simple theme, but the reality is not a lot of media cover it in the detail and glory this show manages to gather it, and I think that makes it quite memorable for most of the characters. Like, it's super easy to know which character has which arc, because every single character has an arc in the same umbrella, which is this love theme. Each character has a different variation of said arc theme, so it's really strong. You may have seen people dislike this show, but to me that just seems like a nostalgia issue or a homo issue. There's a gay couple in the main cast that I believe was well executed, but some people despise it. But to be fair, I think that's just blatant following of masses. The show doesn't have many LGBT plus themes on it except for this one relationship and a character who is non-binary and maybe one character who's a lesbian. It's like the legend of Korra all over again, with people hating the show over it not being like the original or them disliking a gay pairing in the last season. They are absolute idiots. These LGBT themes are barely relevant to the story outside of that one relationship. The people complaining about it being a weird reboot just sort of didn't get it. The original She-Ra would flop terribly on TV now, on a post-Adventure Time era. There's just a new way to write good animated shows and some people don't love it. People who claim Adora changes too fast or that she's a Mary Sue are clearly not even paying attention. So I can confidently say this is among the most misunderstood Netflix animated originals to people who only have glossed over it. It's in almost every Netflix show, but this one takes the cake on the amount of people who dislike the show for the fact that it doesn't share their political opinion and has gays. It's childish behavior to think of political opinions like school children think about their favorite color and argue over it. You need to grow up here. I was talking about size of the brain, not about balls, but you know, you can also have brains and balls. That's another pair you could take into account. Favorite episode? Remember. Favorite character? Shadow Weaver. Spoilers, 3, 2, 1. And you, for watching the show, get the acknowledgement of how pissed off I got back there. What bit me? So, let's talk Adora and Catra. I believe it does start pretty rough and they sort of become a thing after literally abusing and hating each other for 4 seasons, and that wasn't my favorite aspect of the show. Though Catra did its shit and see consequences for her actions, Adora just sort of guesses she did during the 5th season, and they should have talked about all of that in a scene. You don't take back what happened during the 3rd season. So, let's talk about that 3rd season. My god, it's amazing! Constantly. No single episode on it was a miss. From Shadow Weaver's backstory at the end of season 2 to seeing Adora's final straw finally break, and Angela's sacrifice ended me. And I really can't put on one hand the amount of shows here with 8 consecutive episodes that I found to be as outstanding. There's that one part in Remember where Adora tells Catra that she made her choice and now she has to deal with the consequences. That shit goes so hard it can break bedrock by unloading a chuck, then selectively lagging the game to stack rush a binary ID of a falling sand into a different block ID by using the chunks block palette and a book-based save state. Scorpia is genuinely the coolest character. Maybe not ever, but still, adjacent to. I love her personality and her style, and her turnover away from the Horde was pretty fun to watch, as well as more complex than Adora's very relatively quick one. Catra's constant mistreatment towards Scorpia while she tries to get her uninterrupted to have fun was probably the worst thing Catra did in the show. You know, beside falsely talenting on Hordak that Entrapta betrayed him, Scorpia almost made it to my favorite character spot, but that's a really tricky position to take from SW as she has the best arc of the show for me. Hordak ended up being a great antagonist. Not only did I believe his redemption, but his relationship with Entrapta was written expertly, if not more. I love these two. Seeing them both have the issue of not being able to know they can be loved and them both loving each other was incredibly strong, and I adored that relationship. Shadow Weaver just ended up being the most interesting. She's just so imposing and logical. She's a logical character that is making logical decisions. What is this? Logic? What? She's the kind of no-half-measure character that makes me go nuts. She is drunk on screen or otherwise is being calm and decisive. Her relationship with Catra and Adora is by nature very deep, so that let the writers explore all three characters to incredible depths and very well. I kinda love when they reveal her face near the end, and you realize how much wrong she committed because she just couldn't bring herself to accept how she matters to people she manipulated. She constantly calls herself hideous, and these moments reveal that she's not talking about it in a visual sense. Her face, not being actually ugly, contextualizes so much of her character and dialogue in a different light, thus beating Scorpia's everything to absolute dust. It's a joy to listen to her speak again after you get to know this information. Clement maturing was a great arc, couldn't care much for Bo. Now, Double Trouble? That's a character I wanted more of. They shot me right to the heart, and I'm intrigued to see if the Double Trouble name is related to their ability or their reptile physique. If you get that joke, you're too far into the internet. Come on, man. Basically, I'm down to clown. I could go on, but then we'd be here all day, and I think I'm okay with only a third of the day. Shira is top 10, so I'm gonna mention that to no one's surprise, Arcana is both on the top 10 and number 4. And if you don't think it's obvious, like what is wrong with you? 3 Below, the sequel to TrollHunters, is not as good. Most of the things I thought were amazing in TrollHunters don't come back or come back worse. Take aesthetics, for example. All the troll locations were simple, but they were really pretty, whilst here Aquarian 5, the birthplace of this show's characters, is just the world of Tron. And their technology is that, and their citizens are just like 2 steps away from humans and have pointless arms that the characters never acknowledge having or lacking, at least not prevalently. It follows 2 brothers called Krell and Aja, who on the day of their coronation as Prince and Princess of Aquarian, they have to flee to planet Earth because their uncle pulls a coup d'etat and kills their parents in front of them. So they and their bodyguard crash land on what I think is 3 planets below, because otherwise the show is called 3 Below because 3 people fell to Earth, and that would be even lamer, as well as a lie, and they fall to Arcadia, where TrollHunters took place. They proceed to go to school and then to Area 51, and they sort of fumble around for 2 seasons of stuff that isn't very interesting, mostly doing wacky stuff in their new town before actually trying to take the planet back instead of waiting for their parent to be resuscitated. There's some good stuff, but while I felt that Arcadia was complementary to TrollHunters, here I feel like Arcadia takes away from 3 Below. They just had to shoehorn in Toby and Steve and creep slaying and school and whatever, which they didn't fail at outright, but it does have you wondering why exactly it is as it is. The only characters that really feel right at home with the cast is Steve Palchuk, because he is dorky enough to easily accept that Aja and Krell are aliens, plus he gets to have an arc. Toby just gets tiring at this point. Not only does he have nothing to do once again, but they didn't even bother to write anything for him remotely. He's just there to say the next cringe catchphrase that comes to the writer's mind. Even Steve gets a better arc than him. Why is he such a wasted character? I sure hope nobody entrusts him with a big important responsibility at the end of the saga. Did I mention the characters have to hide most of the show? Because that worked in TrollHunters, but not really here. It just feels like a tacked on obstacle to make the story feel more complete without actually being. I genuinely think the new side cast of characters would have made a better main crew. You get these really fun 50s coded parents that are just slapsticking about, a war general with a soft spot, and a guy with a taco car who is actually an alien who is also stranded on Earth. Why are these guys so much cooler than a kid, another kid, and a war veteran who's also an old guy? You know, those are the actual leads. It's not a terrible show, just one where the most common question about the plot is, why? It feels too artificial and repeats too many things we've seen in TrollHunters, which makes it a lot less engaging to experience. And even without that, it's doing all of those things wrong. The comedy and visuals are still great, though not in design, and Tronos is... oh wow, did I make fun of Toby for being borderline furry in the TrollHunter review? Because I think Karma's a bitch and I take that back. Really, not much to spoil. There's only one thing and I'm gonna skip on it because of brevity's sake. 3 Below is in 40th spot, though it could easily be lower. Watership Down is based off the Watership Down movie, which is based off the Watership Down book, you know, the story that is famous for showing that rabbits might be cute but everyone in nature hates them. And you may look at my channel icon and branding and assume I'll dislike the show and film because how dare they hurt rabbits in front of the guy whose online avatar is like a quarter rabbit. The reality is, I started watching the show hoping to see the rabbits die gruesome deaths. It's not just the appeal of Watership Down, but also a realistic take on this part of nature. Instead, I got the most boring show where all the characters were unrecognizable from one another, gore is almost entirely censored, the show looks like every model was taken from the Gmod workshop, the animation attempts to be realistic but is slanted and looks dry, and overall, there's not a single thing that is interesting in it. Like when a character gets beaten to death. It's almost comical because something touches them, the softest sound effect plays, and like the rabbit just flops to the ground like it's a viral Twitter video of a cute rabbit losing its balance. The show is really long, upping the movie's runtime by 110 minutes, and that's just boring. Nothing substantial is added. And while much of the subtext from the books is still adapted, I wouldn't say it's worth your time unless you previously read the book. They also changed a bunch of the story to make less sense or walk around events they didn't want to show. The original film has many great scenes that didn't make it here, but this instead opts to be blunt and boring. Emotion is left entirely to a generic orchestrated soundtrack, and characters are so misunderstood, the character that was literally made wrong by God turned from a liability of hubris to some sort of martyr. I literally have nothing else to talk about with this show, which is dumbfounding, but just displays how bland and uninteresting it is. I fell asleep twice by mistake, once during the final episode. I must stress this because, to me, it is insulting when media is boring, stretched out, and unsubstantial. I gain nothing from it, I usually lose my time watching it, and it's not entertaining. I'm sure some people disagree, but to me the show has absolutely no value. It's so boring and vague that I found it borderline unwatchable, and that's being kind. We've seen shows that were tainted by pedophilic intervention. We've seen shows that don't know who they are reading for and come out as pathetic. But at least there are parts of them that I could see value in. Maybe I could laugh about them, maybe I could get angry about them, and that would make for a funny part in this video. Watership Down is not that. The biggest emotion I felt with it was boredom. And the biggest lesson I learned from it is that I should have read the book instead. And really, I don't think media in general should be able to get away with that. I can't recommend this show because a substitute exists, even if you're the audience for this. There's a much better version of it for the same audience that is objectively much better. For that reason, we've arrived. The worst Netflix animated original is Watership Down, because it provokes no emotions in me besides indifference. No anger, no happiness, no yin, no yang. It's an emotion of stasis, floating air and empty space.
The toxic gossip train.
So Cupcake and Malinky is a Nickelodeon show. What? I'm not gonna acknowledge what just happened at all. It's a Nick show that literally rotted my brain and then it stopped and then it went back to it. Who could believe it? Another Nick show about a kid who is slightly weird / a food item and his friends have a hobby, in this case vlogging. And on that matter, you can at least be grateful they aren't doing TikToks because it would be even worse. And then you see them go on wacky hijinks in their hometown. What part doesn't Nick understand that shows like this have no appeal to anyone who has the option of tuning into whatever else was coming out in 2019? Amphibia, Steven Universe Future, Green X and Ham. We'll get there in like 40 minutes, don't worry. Look, this story worked for Arnold and for Doc, but surely after SpongeBob and Avatar they should have caught on that appealing to children isn't done this way anymore. Did they learn nothing from Fun by a Chum Chum? It's just such a generic show in a generic setting and you can't tell the writers are just trying their mightest to make something creative out of it. That said, the further you watch into the show, the better the comedy becomes. I was surprised to see how well the writing team ended up finding an excellent rhythm for the show. The delivery and timing of several elements is great, and it's that delivery and timing that had me finding more than a few jokes amusing. Some episodes have interesting setups, but they don't really start standing out until like the third season. Not that seasons matter since this show is episodic and has literally no plot at all besides the story contained to each episode. It's just the complete lack of substance that really kicks it in the nuts. I'm not interested in what the show is selling to me, even if the product is very decent. It's also true that the show can get repetitive, which is exceedingly lame. I see people compare this to Gumball, and in that regard let me tell you this has as much Gumball in it as Fishhook has with Very Odd Parents. That is, the characters go to school in both. The only character that looks different from the world is Pinky himself, while Gumball basically puts every single style of fictional character into the same product. It's a terrible comparison. Also, judging by recent developments, I think Gumball would beat you up if he heard you say that. Favorite episode? Dinner. Favorite character? Babs, but not by much. So Pinky McClunky landed in 68th spot of the list.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego is confusing because like, bro, where is she? In Ciudad del Carmen or in Sandiego? If your accent was in Sweden, you're wrong. Also, but nobody ever asked how is Carmen Sandiego is low-hanging fruit. No, Carmen Sandiego is about a world-class thief who was raised by an evil corporation, had a falling out, and now is working with 3 children to steal famous historical artifacts from the evil corporation. It's an exceedingly competent show. So much so it sorta made me forget Carmen was the bad guy of the original games and the game shows and the flipping original cartoon, just an addition to those older pieces. It stands out for being a complete respectful and most of all, great at pulling it off in its spin. Originally I was a little confused as to how they managed to make Carmen Sandiego good, but ultimately, it managed to become one of the best parts of the show. Every Netflix show of a classical property always tries to find a spin to the original, such as expanding the supporting cast in She-Ra or wait. All the other examples are upcoming? Seriously? It's stylish, it's colorful, it's well animated, and it actually knows how to be educational without overbearing you with dumb information. She usually has to steal stuff by interrupting a heist in a geographical landmark, and she often uses the characteristics of said place to make her escape. The cast of protagonist and antagonist is amazing. You get so much variety for what could have been really lame, and you'll frequently see the antagonists involve themselves in the story of their henchmen or the protagonists. I wouldn't say the animation is great because of the movement, that part is just acceptable, but all the visual effects and style look fantastic. They managed to create thousands of angles of the same character, so whilst there's only a few scenes of awesome over-the-top animation, almost the entire show is filled with shots and lighting that look unreal. That's a level of art direction you don't come upon easily. Very pretty. I also like the show's approach to seasonal writing, because they do little episodic chapters, but then the stuff that happens in those chapters is brought back again later when relevant, so the show can be enjoyed both ways for a vast majority of season 1 and 2. The overarching plot is properly established, but most of all, it's exciting. Each season has the audacity to establish something and later challenge it. Even the 3rd season, which is very short at only 5 episodes, I particularly like how the entire main cast has backstories and ongoing plot. Sure, Carmen is obviously the focus, but even the damn redhead twins have an interesting backstory that works in tandem with their goals during the show. Altogether, it's a very satisfying viewing experience. You grow to like all the characters, and each episode has something to look forward to. The portrayal of family issues is terrific in scenarios with both found and biological families. They dig mostly into more light topics for the area, but I was taken aback by them actively recognizing the abusive upbringing Carmen was given. It's unique in that sense. It's one of those shows where the best review I can give it is, watch it, because it's just an absolutely perfect execution of what it sets out to accomplish. Is what I would originally say. So, I was reviewing this show, editing it last night. And the more I went on editing it, the more insane issues I found with the show. I had already named it as part of the top 10, but I retroactively fixed it because I noticed 3 major issues with the show that knocked it out considerably. At first, I thought the rushed 3rd and 4th seasons were the biggest issue with the show, which was not as big because they were designed together as one except for a character that is written out pointlessly. But there's so much more, as I mentioned. The half-episodic nature of the first 2 seasons worked so well I kinda got fucked into thinking the later 3 were as good. They are not. They put a full stop on a character's arc, undermine the show's themes, and have a very insane issue that makes many shows here fall into C and D tier. The first 2, you have to sit for the spoiler segment, but the 3rd issue is how the characters' goals are very floaty. It's actually the most minor of the 3. The 3 major players in the show all have no plan to accomplish their goals. Being episodic makes it matter a little less since you can complete the puzzle yourself, but during the last 3 seasons, which are a lot less episodic, it falls flat. The 3 players, Carmen, Bile, and Acme, all have no idea about what they're doing unless they establish what they're doing in the episode. No, I don't think Carmen Sandiego is terrible. I still think it's incredibly fun and hence why I'm keeping it in SS tier, just a little lower than originally. But it still has these thematic little issues that start showing up near the end that just... ooh, they grinded my gears and I just had to append this. Favorite episode? The Stockholm Syndrome Caper. Favorite character? Shadow-san. Alright, 3, 2, 1 and spoilers! I really, and I mean really, like Paper Star. Extremely underused character. Seeing how this Carmen Sandiego became La Femme Roche in the first few episodes was a treat. Really got me to feel attached to Carmen and Player, both characters which are really important to the show. Then the end of season 1 was fantastic. The scene where Brad beats the crap out of Carmen and attempts to crush her to death with her arms alone was massive. Spectacular. Shadow-san is probably my favorite character just because he has some of the most fulfilling arcs in the show. It's not often that a group of villains is written with a mold in it. Trends dictate it's the other way around, and seeing the opposite being executed tactfully was surprisingly. Every episode regarding him, his prior evil alignment, or his brother was a treat to watch. I even dare say he's the most competent character in the cast besides Carmen. Bro is in the MVP of multiple season finales. I just love the writing between him and his brother, where both brothers are angry at each other but tired of being so. It really feels like these people lived together for years before having a falling out that was unavoidable for them, and I think that a lot of that is shown to how nicely you can grasp Shadow-san's personality over the first season. He looks serious, and he will apologize. but he's gonna break dance while doing it! Gray is an interesting character. He flip-flops too much between good, evil, and neutral, which is great for maintaining tension throughout his entire arc, though a little awkward. On the matter of pacing, I wanna clarify I mean the evil Carmen stuff. It's common in other people's reviews to agree with this, and I wanna say I come from the same place. That said, am I the only one who remembers when Zack and Ivy went full Fast and Furious? That was badass. I mean, Ivy was badass, hence my favorite episode. I really enjoy the show making a point to demonstrate that characters don't need a pro academy to come along as a vigilante. It's a good challenge of the very things the show has been against off at the start. This also makes Ivy a much more captivating character than a simple red-haired smartass. She has principles. But that's the part that I deem a success. Carmen, on the other hand, has a horrible ending that destroys the show's themes. The plot's resolution, to refresh your mind, sees everybody disassociating from Carmen entirely, picking positions in selfless, mismanaged organizations, but the important deal is that Carmen's purpose throughout the show was to find a family. I mentioned I love the familiar themes of the show, but upon hearing me say that, I immediately got whiplash after reviewing the ending for footage. No one in this story benefited from anything, more so Carmen because she ultimately accepted her fate as a lawless creature despite never being evil of her own volition. Wouldn't she fight this if she really wanted a family? The show dismisses her goals entirely and settles for the umbrella idea of Carmen being just an epic thief that is better than everyone else because she knows more, and as a decimation of her character. A mistake like this? It's not fair for me to keep you in top 10. As for the other character major issue I mentioned, I'll just say the evident. Julie's character arc was ignored as well. She never stood up to the chain of command or had any freedom. Despite noticing every single issue with Acme, she never did anything about it, or was told what to do by everyone. She became a tool. Honestly, disappointing more than anything. They could have handled this. They had the chance to. Why didn't they? Oh, and the biggest spoiler. How come they never really told us who taught Carmen fashion sense? Like, holy fuck, girl, slay! Bacon Mail City, aka Carmen Sandiego, is at 17th place, 10 spots lower than initially.
Are you telling me the stuff we did in private and also twice on the sidewalk made a baby robot?
Love, Death, and Robots is a collection of shorts about, would you believe it? Love, death, and robots? Some shorts are lyrical comedy infographics or AI simulations, while some others try to push the boundaries of realistic animation and storytelling in the middle. And really, that makes some of the shorts some of the most memorable stories I've ever seen animated. Then there's others which I remember mostly for being lame or boring. Ultimately though, I think it's a really cool project. The thematic whiplash and variety of content in the 35 shorts that are available as of 2023 cover a range of impressive concepts consistently. So by nature, it's expected for the show to fluctuate a lot, and although I personally adult multiple shots here, as a whole, you'll find completely different opinions to mine. That means that in terms of how much you can gain from watching it yourself, this is probably the show that would take the top spot. So, I recommend it. Consider this show has a lot of unnecessary nudity, which I'm not a fan of. Now then, remember ye olde video ideas? It's time to matryoshka this motherfucker and do a small ranking and review every short in Love, Death, and Robots, worst to best. Except I'm no longer deducing points for pointedly showing boobs as I did in the OG script notes. Ice Age. So a couple buys an apartment with a fridge that has a super tiny civilization going on. It's an interesting concept for a fantasy setting, but most of it isn't even animated. They simply use CG to put the people in the fridge, which is kinda dumb, and also it has nothing to say. It's about as empty as my fridge because I don't learn nearly enough from these videos. Look at 13, my god, this one's a stinker. It's about a general who is horny for her ship, and then stuff happens. It's unremarkable, and the graphics look like a PS4 game, which really stands out next to the other episodes in the season. Shapeshifters! Although I enjoy the main relationship in the episode, both animation and story are nothing special. There's only one impressive thing here regarding a transformation scene. The dump! Guy lives in a dump and then takes a dump and then a creature attacks him while he's taking a dump. Okay, not exactly, but it's way funnier like this. It's not particularly well written, though I do like the designs. Night of the Mini-Dead, an AI simulation-like speedrun of a zombie apocalypse. It's very charming and very fun, but it doesn't go beyond that. When the Joker took over, they took Jogurt and made it an eldritch horror. It's a very short collection of gags regarding a sentient, all-knowing, genetically engineered Jogurt. Not too funny though, so, you know. Alternate Histories. Marvel What If, but with real life instead of superheroes. Has many gags based on dark humor, but it's nothing too funny, it's just fine. Fish Night, a very pretty short that has terrible writing, but the visual design is super neat and cozy. Snow in the Desert, I barely remembered this one, so I rewatched it, it was fine. I don't think it's for me. It just ends, isn't too interesting or fun, but the visuals and world building have to be worth something. Inbouted Howls and Tumbled. I actually forgot this wasn't House of Ashes from the Dark Pictures anthology. It's similar though. Guys go underground for research, eventually find some creepy critter. I do appreciate the Lovecraftian ending of this story. Helping Hand. This short comes down to a joke. It's very brief, but the short time you spend with the character is worthwhile. Basically, space! The Secret War. Soviets fight weird bug creatures. It's action-packed and plays like an exemplary war story in some regards, horror in some others. It's fine, but not my cup of tea, cause mine has been sitting over there and it's starting to smell weird and I think it's getting thick and stuff. It's grotesque. Automated customer service, despite the ugly character designs and the relatively simple premise, it doesn't know where to keep it fun. It just means the characters didn't look like the Nate drawings I don't show on the channel. Swarm, very mid, I think. Two scientists find an incredible species that self-sustain and shortly begin to consider using them for humanity's advantage. The swarm gets pissed off, stuff ensues, lacks notoriety. The pulse of the machine. Two space women encountered an eldritch horror, and now one of them is lost in space, so she starts following along. It looks pretty, and I like the ending, but it's nothing crazy. The Drowned Giant. Basically, a dead giant washes ashore, and it goes from a world-changing event to just an oddity of the world. It's sort of disappointing because it isn't too special, but I do love what it wants to say about how society deals with the paranormal. We get excited over a lot of these ideas of stuff like aliens and reptilians, but if it was truly around after a while, it would only be notable for its selfie potential. 3 robots. This one is a classic. A satirical view in a post-apocalyptic world following 3 robots and a cat. The robots all have different personalities. Most of the writing is speculative fiction on what humans would do if the world ended 5 years from now. And the jokes are very funny. Oh yeah, and right before this one is the second 3 robots short, which is very similar but slightly worse as it lacks the novelty of this one, as well as the small plot twist near the end. It's also a little less funny to me. Sunny's Edge. Cool aesthetic world has creatures whose consciousness is stolen by human pilots and then they fight. We follow a character who has an edge, and that means more than being edgy. It's a cool watch with great fights and has a twist that surprise people, though I don't love it as much as people do. Some people have it as their favorite, which I clearly don't agree with. Mason's Rats. Action-packed episode about rats learning to adapt and overcome against a robot exterminator, where the man who initially purchased the robot slowly realizes he's got the wrong menace in his side. It's a very complete feeling episode, but not much beyond that. Beyond the Aquila Rift, that guy is in space after waking up from deep sleep. It's a very sci-fi story that is beautifully animated to the point that it's almost photorealistic. Sadly, the story isn't as great, though it manages itself in a particularly interesting way at the end. Sucker of Souls. A mercenary and an archaeologist find Dracula in a cave, and now must escape using cats, because Dracula hates cats, if you didn't know. Oh, how can you not know it? While the story isn't crazy, the animation and designs are really impressive and enjoyable. This has a lot of gore though, so content warning, although that gore is very well animated. Life Hutch, it's a simple story. Guy is hurt in space base and a killing robot dog is on the loose. But look at these motherfucking visuals! I swear, the only giveaway that this isn't live action would be the way its motion blur looks. It's actually a live action and CG hybrid, hence why the face looks so good. But it's so hard to tell when it's one or the other. I hope we get a movie with this style. Bob Squad, sci-fi mercenary who kills children because they are now illegal, and he isn't loving it. It's a great episode on itself, good moral discussion. All throughout the house. What if Santa was an eldritch beast? That's it, that's the short. Very good idea and on power execution, plus it's super brief. Ice. This one is about teenagers fucking around and finding out. All shown through this impressionistic style and slanted cinematography that makes it stand out from the average giant sea creature story. Blind Spot. Stylized borderlines heist. Great designs, I enjoyed what it had to offer, it's very well written for what it is. Kill Team Kill. Murkans with a sense of humor fight a cyber meet by the CIA. It's brutal and gory, but it does very well that it is an exaggeration of American military media depiction, so it plays into it and makes a rather fun short. The Tall Grass. A research man strays from the beaten path into that one level in Mario Sunshine with the tall grass, except instead of red coins, it's a fucking Wendigo. Concise, great visual style, I was impressed. The Witness. Impressive looking short that simulates materials damn well. It looks very good. You mostly see this lady escape the scene from a crime she witnessed, but things get weird in a way you'd have to see for yourself. Jibaro. First and foremost, the sound design is spectacular. You follow this deaf man who is part of the squad and encounters a siren, and since he is unable to listen to her song, she becomes desperate to entrance him. It's a very tragic story about two pathetic beings, but you just can't look away as they destroy each other over pretty menial possessions. It looks so good. Only the plants look a little iffy, but the rest uses perspective and camera work masterfully into an unforgettable short. Suits. Farmers have mechas, fight monsters. The first thing ever made with the Spider-Verse style after Spider-Verse, and the story is written just right in terms of rhythm, development, and style. I was genuinely in awe of the hillbillies being awesome, and I enjoyed the characters a lot. Good Hunting, one of the longest shows in LDR. It's so good. There's a lot of messages here about different topics, from a woman's role in the 20th century to human consumerism, all being shot in a steampunk universe with great looking visuals, despite sometimes being off model. The animation of robotic characters moving is so fluid and striking. This also plays almost like an actual legend you'd hear. It's just an overall fantastic story told in a brief 20 minutes. Cima Blue. I consider Cima Blue an exercise in simplicity. That whilst I think is perfectly effective, its philosophical nature will not hit the same for everyone. But it's essentially about an artist who makes increasingly grandiose paintings about the cosmos and the universe that steadily become overtaken by a single shade of blue. Pictures intended to show you the secrets of the expansive universe, slowly becoming harder to identify because of this. Unbeknownst to us, his blue ships might say more about said truth than you'd first imagine. It's an exploration of a single character psychology in 8 minutes. A psychology none of us here will ever understand to its fullest, but we will get to grasp the idea of through the short. And I strongly believe this makes it one of a kind. It's an exercise in empathy through new feelings. Finally, bad traveling. So a sea crew mistakenly takes aboard a sea abomination crab and almost decide between all of them dying and them taking the crab to a populated city to be someone else's problem. Sick dialogue, tightly written script, actual mind games, seriously, this short plays with you. You'll quickly realize the episode is about a resourceful man rather than a moral dilemma, and it's pulled excessively well. Action, dialogue, the Leslinger song. Go watch it, I recommend it for anyone. The protagonist here is my favorite character in Love, Death and Robots as well. So, it has some stinkers, some bangers, and it's in the top 10, but mind the asterisk because it's so wildly different each episode that you might not love it as much as I did. Meanwhile, I'm gonna drop a bombshell on you. That's Count him as a mere in 8th place. And I really want to let you hear why this previously indie show from Saudi Arabia is among the best stuff on Netflix. Because I'm damn sure you haven't even heard about it and it's so good. And Real Akuma is a very boring stop-motion slice of life that I tried watching but ended up using to fall asleep. Which is funny because I can literally put myself in bed, close my eyes for 3 minutes, maybe drown in existentialistic thoughts for 2 and immediately blue screen like I just opened 4 instances of Sonic Vegas Pro in my computer. Fuck them, and I already did this joke the other day in a different script, but I wrote this before I did that script and now the joke's on YouTube and I'm repeating myself, my god fucking damn! If you want something chill and cute to pass the time or have in the background, this is a fine choice. No better than my other videos though. If you catch my drift, you should watch my videos. Please watch my videos. I want, please.
Don't you know about the bird? Well, Peter's gonna tell you about the bird.
Nah, of course I haven't heard my legs about 4 times, like maybe even 5 trying to walk like they do in the opening. Who would be that silly? And this is The Feminist Show, with an amazing first season and a pretty okay but uncomfortable second and third season. That said, it only started on Netflix and was later picked up by somebody else. It follows 2 birds, Tuca and Bertie, as they both struggle through life in romance and work as women. What makes this show stand out is its crazy universe, which is gross sometimes, strange often, surreal always. But I can't deny a big drive towards this show is the amazing characters and visuals. There's only 2 things I don't love. One being the episode where Bertie goes inside Tuca's honeypot to do stuff. And the other thing I'm strongly against is how the show portrays men. Like, the show has 1.5 male characters that aren't stupid or evil, but instead they are submissive or comic relief characters. It's like they wanted to give a positive feminist message but could have helped themselves from putting down men because that's what feminine messages have to do and be. It's a shame they can't distance themselves from it in order to deliver a message to men, who are the people that need to listen. I feel that sort of models the entire show's message, which is really strong otherwise. Near the end of the first season, we learn some disturbing information about Bertie's youth, and how she's been coping with the entire traumatic experience. It was heartbreaking to see something so wretched had happened to her, because she's always trying to succeed in her goals in life. Speckle is just great, she's great. That's great. I identify with Speckle, but also they never give Bro more than a short arc, and I'm sad about that because, they had such a good character, but no, we can't have nice things. The character of Tuca is charismatic and appealing, because she's this sexually charged woman, and naturally we get to see her get into many relationships where her sex addiction is a constant deterrent. So it makes no sense to me when halfway through season 3 she has this fallout with her newest romantic partner because he too has an addiction. Instead of showing how people with issues can help people with the same issue through understanding and care, they relegated this man to be a disgusting male who doesn't care about Tuca. That to me was extremely boring. The writers got so stuck on their ideology they forgot to write a human character, even if they are bird people and not human. But that's the character aspect, which certainly shines but can sometimes feel pretty underwhelming. Look, I'm into some weird shit, and I'm a weird shit, but I even found this shit too weird at times. And that shit I'm talking about is the universe. Anything goes here. They make up things out of nowhere and sometimes it's incredibly amusing. Episodes where the entire town floods and it briefly turns into a post-apocalyptic scenario, or one where the birds may lose their apartment because mold comes around to fuck them up. These would seem random except they are metaphors for different situations. The most is evident because it represents how normalized and even expected some issues with the housing market have become. A lot of the word's weirdness, however, also allow the writers to make some fantastic visual comedy, so you get that plus as well. The art style of the show is filled with so much amazing imagery. The way the show uses color is unlike almost anything in the list, and you can already see just from my footage how well selected their palettes are. I think the show's third season works as an okay finale, but it's clear the fourth season that never happened would have been the real end. Sadly, the Warner Discovery merger destroyed everything. I still think the show's a success, but guys might have a harder time listening to the amazing message about mental health because the show at times boils down men to problematic simplicity. But when they don't, that's when the show really glistens. Favorite episode, Nighttime Friend, favorite characters, Speckles my boy. So, Tuca and Bertie is gonna go on the 26th spot.
My name is Dib Membrane. I'm 12 years old.
12 Forever has a big issue in that it's boring as hell. Another one is that it was created by someone who outright admitted to getting horny for a teenage emo, but that won't have an impact on my critique. It's about a girl who can literally go to another weird dimension where she's free to neglect growing up. There she has adventures and invites her friends, and the bad guy is a visual representation of puberty and adulthood voiced by Matt Berry, except he never says New York City. This show is great for teenagers of Rage's age. She's the protagonist, yet absolutely mediocre for everyone else. There's just no sense of rhythm and progression, which doesn't bode well with how bad the show is at gripping an audience instead of its target. Like, what am I supposed to watch here? It's not that I didn't enjoy what I saw. Heck, it's been several months and I still remember individual episodes. It's just that I didn't have any intrigue about anything. It's like me during math classes during university. They just happened and now I'm trying to find a website to do the job for me. Come on, Nick, have a little integrity and don't steal from my IMDb. Reddit, hi, friend, what's up? I can list the positives. I love the idea of having Reggie actually fail to grow up whilst both her friends develop and learn more about living as adults. Reggie is naive and refuses to grow up by all means, after actively undermining the show's own message for the sake of her flawed philosophy. Growing up can feel just like that, so they fantastically nail this aspect, but outside of that, it's a little annoying. Picture Hilda. As of season 2, she's still unable to learn from her mistakes, but she's capable of stepping up to the change, even if momentarily when the plot demands it of her. Reggie has none of these moments, making her feel like anything but a Reginator. Animation is great, most jokes are great. If a little standardized weird, the characters are relatable. I understand their personalities and they feel like characters that go home and have lives after the episodes end. But there's a fundamental plot issue because I don't want to see the show. It didn't make me want more because the characters and their world just are, with no real conflict aside from the same three plots revolving a creature in their imaginary world that's not actually imaginary trying to hurt other creatures there. The formula feels too pre-established by the writers to let experimentation, so they just have a silly puberty conflict, go to endless, bad guys appear, they beat them up, everyone but Reggie learns the lesson, and the episode just ends the same way every time. There were times this formula got so uninteresting, I genuinely forgot that I had watched less of the show than I usually did, with me getting slightly distracted and forgetting I was even watching an episode of the show more than once. I want to like it, but lines have to be drawn somewhere when you're watching 80 fucking shows, and my line's right here. This show wasn't for me, but I can respect what it does, if only a bit. Favorite episode? The Locals Forever, the only episode I was genuinely interested in endless people past the first few. Favorite character? Buttwitch. 12 Forever is not in 12th place, but rather in 57th. You know, I've been making this video for 2 months, and it struck me as odd to notice there were less painful cancellations that I recalled while watching. That's because I completely forgot to jot this show down for me to review. That's not to say it wasn't on the ranking, I just simply forgot to review it. So here we are. It's about 4 kids who survive the apocalypse, then they get together and build a fort and defenses against the zombies and other insane hellspawns that showed up. All whilst affording the natural and unavoidable aspects of growing up in a situation where they'd expect otherwise. The 4 kids, Jack, Quinn, Jane, and Dirk, find fun and escape in this apocalypse, but they all still become capable fighters and survivors. They have a new set of responsibilities, even though they believed originally that they'd be free from all those problems and expectations. Their need for survival only makes their changes appear from other places. Now, despite this show's painful cancellation, I don't think it's anything too special. Things such as looping character arcs and extremely foreseeable twists keep the show from climbing too high on the list. But damn would I have to be a clone to miss talking about this show, because its themes and characters truly are fun and cozy. It's not a show that will make you excited or share your paradigm about a topic, but I at least didn't dread watching this show in it one time. I'd want to see more because there was a lot planned, stuff that even just when it's teased at the end of the show, not pictured here, I wanted to see because it helps decrease one of the main issues with the show itself. This aspect comes from monotony. The show's situations quickly become painfully mundane during the first season, and when the situations get innovated by the second, it's something else that takes the monotonous title. Watching the group's bond grow during the first season is neat. They go from strangers to friends smoothly, and it's a fun growth to follow in their fun and disputes. But then the second season continues pushing this idea by introducing some frankly uninteresting feuds, now with cooler situations in a more mirrored environment with
less evident antagonists, so it's just juggling many elements I liked a lot and then stopped, or I hated and then came around to. There's also some that just don't change. I feel like the third and fourth planned seasons could have assumed a better balance in the end. I think the show's post-apocalypse is actually dope as hell. There are many doomsday scenarios and they decided to put them together, so not everything is a danger to the characters. You can get very tense episodes and then one episode where the characters just faff around a lot. There's variety, but it has a certain monotone quality to it. The animation style is also to its advantage. It looks very flat at times and insanely lively at others because they made a bunch of environments in 3D for the more ambitious sequences, which are sadly few and far between. Of these, the giant creature battles stand out evidently. Like there's one where a giant cracker monster chokes out a three-headed dragon, and they animated the dragon losing consciousness, and I think we even see it go stiff? I mean, it's not graphic, but I'm surprised the giant fights get to be this detailed. But without much else to say and the deadline choking me harder now that there's 700 new words that have shown up, I'll just say that the cancellation really does sting, and I cannot recommend the show as aggressively as others because of it. Favorite episode? Mole Quest, I'm going classic. Favorite character? Beardle, but it's not Victor due to spoilers. Last Kiss on Earth has been always in 36 spot. I know when I say that kind of stuff, it's probably because I'm waffling or talking ironically, but this is not the case. I just simply missed to write this show's review because I'm an idiot and it's not even counted in the hour tally at the start of the video. And I apologize, I guess. Cue that extreme apology footage I got a minute ago.
If it has 6 sides and 6 angles, it's a hexagon.
Seis Manos wants to be the coolest movie directed by Quentin Tarantino, but it's instead an action Netflix show that gets far too much flack by people, yet I can't entirely say it's anywhere near anything Tarantino's ever made. Accurately, it's like if Robert Rodriguez and Quentin Tarantino did a movie together. No fucking way! The film and storytelling influences are super evident. Details such as hairs in the film or scene-change circles were artificially added to bring this aspect some personality and identity. The plot follows 3 Mexican orphans who are trained in Chinese martial arts and go on a revenge journey for their sensei. It's such a unique blend of Mexican and Chinese cultures, something which I've never really seen even remotely attempted. What do you mean Cumbia Ninja was a thing? No, stop. Wasn't that as to culture? Why did there start learning to be ninjas in that? Ignore that point is, I don't know how accurate it is to actual Chinese Mexican culture. Regardless, it's an absurd and dramatic show that is actively playing into its absurdity and dramatism. It forms its own crazy identity with all its influences, which are perhaps too many to the point of occasionally being messy, yet at the same time this makes it worthwhile and unique to some degree. And I mean that as if to say that it's a unique piece that is incredibly flawed. There's just too much stuff in it, leading to basic plot points not getting solved or genuinely good character ideas being executed to varying levels of success. This is particularly evident to Silencio, because Silencio is this ruthless guy who descends into cruelty as the story progresses. Silencio basically has the same backstory as the slow lady from Kill Bill Volume 1. This is a great character to go into because he can be a sadist and we can understand why, and instead of focusing on this guy's emotions, personality or motives, they have to dedicate time to establishing several antagonists pointlessly before the story is even done with the first antagonist. There's like magic and a drug war and whatever else they pointlessly decided to shove in as if Chinese martial arts in Mexico wasn't already a pretty complex topic. Do it right and you won't need to crime an evil organization trying to summon actual death for some reason. Talking about fights, the actual sequences are direct and gritty. They went through negative amounts of quarrels getting to put all the gore they wanted into the show, which can be refreshing for some viewers, though I personally couldn't care less. It's a messy show with some memorable characters, but it could have been better if it had some more focus. Not too notable, but one of a kind. Favorite character? Silencio. Seis Manos is definitely in the 68th spot.
Green is not a creative color.
Hey Sam, you should try some of this depressing grey mush.
No thanks, I'd rather have some good old-fashioned green eggs and ham, Treadmark.
I did not go through all that shit just so your bitch ass could tell me, this guy, I don't know about this, what if I don't like it? Fuck that. You are going to eat this metaphor with my crippling self-doubt and stubbornness if I have to shove it down your goddamn throat! Did you know that I had a clean criminal record before all this? No, I don't. I went to jail because of your unhealthy coping mechanism. She's gone, Sam. Your mother is gone. She's not coming back, no matter how many green eggs and ham you eat. Now try some new food for once in your pathetic life.
Wowee, I thought you well.
Not very often can you find a show that knows how to be silly and emotional at the same time. Not every day you find a show that consistently looks like an art piece in look and design. But most of all, not very often do you find a show as monumentally amazing as Green Eggs and Ham. Based on the short story by Dr. Seuss, Green Eggs and Ham is about a failed inventor, Guy I Am, who mistakenly swaps his suitcase with a dude named Sam I Am, who was smuggling an exotic black market animal through said suitcase. They decide to work together to avoid the police and get to their common destination on a sort of road trip. Yep, indeed, it's a road trip story during the first season. However, you'd be hard-pressed to find any of the typical genre tropes in these films not being subverted or done innovatively. The world being so wacky and silly allows them to design environments and vehicles that ooze creativity. Like, I use jokes about supporting my content as if it was genuinely funny. Like, the show early on establishes that a layer reveal situation is going to happen, but when you do see it, the characters stay angry at one another until they use narrative tools they previously established as a parallel to their relationship in order to have them make up a considerable time after the reveal. I also didn't expect the show to be so mature. Like, not only do the characters deal with their issues in mature and understandable ways, there are jokes about depression and abandonment issues that are basically the only example I've ever seen on dark comedy used appropriately in media directed at children and general audiences. I particularly enjoy how they handled adapting a Seuss story, with the namesake appearing every episode in different situations to symbolize the character's growth, but also making the show more about the journey to the goal than about the goal itself. Seuss's rhymes are always clear-cut in their development. It was great to see how the show added complexity to them without removing the concept. I love seeing the main leads, both male, develop a genuine relationship with one another of trust and support despite being practically false of each other. I'm absolutely tired of these sorts of relationships being portrayed under the guise that they are either gay or manly. Sometimes a guy being optimistic and cheery doesn't mean they are queer, yet some shows drill the idea that these behaviors are childish or gay. Sometimes people are just happy or emotional, independently of whether they fit neatly into personality archetypes that so many stories try to fit their characters into. If anything about the show is absolutely fantastic and new, more so than the rest of it, is the amazing approach of having characters that aren't part of a subsegment forming a bond with each other simply because they care. Emotionally, this show is outrageously competent. Do expect to have moments of genuine emotion because this show is both emotive and sincere. Okay, so that's the first season. Now consider the second season says, screw you, you stink, I'm doing something else. And they do just as good as a job. Season 2 has a banger opening, a spy story, and it all happens in the middle of a town that's having a massive political conflict over something superficial. I thought this as a metaphor for politics directed at children. More so because it's successful at delivering the intended message without tinting it with any of the million ways they mistakenly could have. That said, as an adaptation, it's not as clean as the first season. Also, the second season once again shows a fantastic relationship between two characters, this time mother and son. It's just generally consistent about showing different familial relationships, for as little as I bring them up in the review. Ultimately, when the show is simple, it executes the simple very well, and when the show is complex, its execution follows suit. Favorite episode? You Only Mom Twice or Home, I'm not sure. Favorite character? Gluns, I just like her cheery demeanor. I warn you now, the next segment includes certainly a spoiler, but actually a 2 and a 1. I'm daring farther than the content in the trailer. Sam's mother, who appeared preceding the first season, was interesting. I appreciated how she's written to remember her child while doing the spy thing. The episode all about this surely wasn't out of practice, because it contained good scenes and dramatics. Something about the second season I often looked at was the wholesome relationship between E.B. and Luca. Yet the comedy regarding the bread at the butter couldn't have been done any better. Jared Stern, the showrunner, committed a mistake however, doing two to his villains as if that fooled anyone ever. The depiction of Sam and depression were to me rather relatable. The writing and portrayal was plentiful and respectable. Because alike to me, I found Sam to be, and sometimes I feel, as if Guy's melancholy resonated in me. So did you know the book was banned in China for portraying early Marxism? Anyway, Green Eggs and Ham is in top 10, so fuck it. Number 1 is evidently BoJack Horseman. But you can admit it's a good troll/retention trick. Like, imagine I start name dropping number 1. That'd be so silly, so many people would leave. I cannot overstate how thankful I am that you're 2 hours into this video, so yeah, thank you. Thank you a lot.
Today we are canceling the apocalypse!
Kipo gets lost in its sauce often, but at least it's a really tasty sauce. It's about this girl called Kipo who lives in a secret underground Koopa society, but one day the colony collapses and she's separated from the other humans only to find there's a post-apocalyptic Earth outside where giant creatures and sentient animals are having the widest gang fights possible. There are beasts attacking dubstep and raccoons that are doing aerobics! Anyway, she sets out with a friend called Wolf she finds in the post-apocalyptic Earth to find the backup colony her father told her to go to if anything happened. And this show does so many things well, I'd have to list them, but we don't really have the time for it, so highlights. Show progression is impeccable, there's never too much happening or not enough happening. Kipo, Carmen, and Wolf have amazing character arcs and episodes. It's cool to see them all deal with being thrust into unfamiliar environments. Kipo's character arc is super obvious, but Wolf is completely socially incompetent at first, and through her interactions with other humans, mostly Kipo, you get to see her deal with some very heavy shit about her upbringing, as well as learning how to deal with other people. It's rough, yet fantastic to see. Benson is the third main character, but he gets relegated past the second season to having a crush on being gay, which sorta sucks because the first season had Kippo develop her first crush on him, and they handled him telling Kippo about it very well. It's an unusual character interaction, and his arc and role in the team during the first season was great. I really dislike his character arc after, as it is set aside for the sake of a crush. The first season found a way to make the character more than just gay. He had tastes and problems and ideals, which were all removed because gay characters in Netflix are apparently not allowed to be people sometimes. Instead, his friend Buck Dave, who molds skins into different ages, gets more focus and more a character arc than Benson, which is fine by me given Dave is awesome, but yeah, by the third season, Benson's just started while Kippo and Wolf are dealing with the world's issues. World issues which are very interesting. The show takes place in a single community that is divided by species cliques. Like, the bee people can't get along with the cat people because the bees think the dubstep is better and cats think rock is better. Then the wolf people are eating everyone, and a single monkey is fucking done. He wants to turn everybody into mindless slaves with his fancy perfume. Trust me, it makes sense. This monkey fella is actually the antagonist at first, and his character arc is often quoted as what Steven Universe tried to do with its antagonist and failed miserably every time except one. Kippo instead doing it better and not getting repetitive about it, so big props for that. The first season has a small plot twist that is so itsy you don't really see it coming, though it might be because they foreshadow it super well through character design. The reveal in particular rocks because Kippo's dad just busts out a progressive rock band to explain the twist. It's the peak of the show, but the rest is still an incredibly high quality thing. I already mentioned this, but music is a massive part of the show, so they evidently didn't slack on that venue. The soundtrack is great, varied, tons of small artists get featured, which I hope more shows using licensed music would do. And this is because the factions are based on different music types, unless it's the Giants. Those are apparently not very well versed in music, despite being like big dogs and monkeys, who could be. It's a show that feels very appropriate. It grabbed a creative world and portrayed it with the correct form, characters, and themes, presented you some musically colorful eyes. It's a show unlikely to disappoint. Favorite character? Wolf. Favorite episode? Sympathy for the Mandrill. Shot in the top 10, Kippo lands itself on 13th place? That was a bad guess, it's actually in the 17th. Except never mind, because in the future after rechecking, it turns out it's in 14th place. Am I a genius that can see the future? Actually, because I'm a little confused about where the rankings are, I think you should be a little as well. So I decided to make this little graph so we can see where we're going. I mean, it's the halfway point of the video probably, so I think it's fair. Of course, the top 10 stuff is still jumbled around because I don't want you skipping. Either way, this is the only break you're gonna get in this video, so you better enjoy it, bucka. Go get another snack or whatever.
Get the fuck out of my room! I'm playing Minecraft!
Glitch Text is about two talented gamer teenagers who learn that their favorite gaming corporation has a citywide squad that secretly dedicates itself to fix video game glitches, which in this universe come out of games to wreck shit up. And then the company hides their operation by man-in-blacking the people and augmenting reality to hide the damages. These kids joined the team called the Glitch Text, which gamified its entire operation. The most evident highlight of the show is how, for once, it genuinely feels like the people who made the show had real knowledge about video games, and the characters use video games line appropriately. There's niche references to many obscure titles, and it manages to cover from arcade games to current gen stuff, even if it often happens to make up the supposedly modern franchises due to copyright reasons. The animation inevitably pops off. It's colorful, it's smooth, it's vibrant, movement and motion is represented well for each character from design to visual to personal. The main cast of characters, Miko, Five and Mitch, are really interesting personalities, but when you really lay it all down, they don't stand out too much. It's weird, because on one part the show is really fun and creative, yet on the other part I just gotta wonder if they even were aware of how much of its potential is being wasted by deliberately deciding not to serialize it. You might have heard really good things about the show, and let me say this straight. This show is a Nickelodeon license, probably the best Nick original since 2012, which means people were pushing for this show in particular because they wanted more shows like this. Nick is completely out of touch with the current market for animated series, and yet this show sadly falls on the pitfalls right between the show being genuinely great and just not being another instance of Bunsen is a beast. Being released nearby to Rise of TMNT, it's clear that the show had no chance, since that one manages to bridge the gap Glitch Text falls into. The writing is relatively bland, I wouldn't call it predictable, but there are only a few exceptions of episodes that didn't drag on for me, and this often occurred because they had more storytelling focus than other episodes. Like the one episode where they play Castlevania and think the game is just badly designed was super fun because the characters saw some development in that episode, but there's a bunch of episodes in between there that's just a video game problem they can't solve because they get competitive or whatever. So what makes people love it, I think, is those little nuggets of great moments and episodes that show us this show could have been outstanding. There's other glitch texts that have similar issues to the team we follow in the show. They display these corporations' behavior around the players who play their games, how they choose to hire, and even some of their very shady practices. It's almost like they were building towards a really strong message about work culture and how messed up corporation greed can be. Like, this is a company that gamified their work culture to hire teenagers to compete against each other in fixing their mistake for relatively low wages. And it hurts more because the show sort of got shafted by that very corporate with greed. You can tell the scriptwriters were afraid of an overarching plot. Imagine we saw competitors to the glitch tech company like a Nintendo, or explored how the flood war culture is impacting the children, but no, we can't have nice things because Nia hates serializing shows they can't randomly air. By the time the story takes more focus in the second season, you can tell the entire show's team is working with the knowledge that they'll be put on Netflix to die. Basically, Nick didn't care even if they did. And that's just horrible, man. The show's dead now, and cancelled because Nickelodeon can only make shows if it has an obnoxious character that has huge mouths for some reason. Favorite character? Miko, she's exceptionally written. Favorite episode? Bit Prime. Brief spoiler section in 3, 2, 1, very brief. The Mitch episode is golden. I might be the runner-up for my favorite. It feels like Mitch was just as wasted as the rest of the secondary cast until this point, where we actually get to see his backstory on bringing and motivations. He was going to have an interesting character arc and redemption, but that didn't happen. Also, Phil's bunny friend is the cutest, but I didn't mention him because the show does kinda try to make him hide around, because he's relatively important to the plot, you know. It shows how the glitches may not always be evil by default. I wonder if this was going to play a part eventually, but oh well. With great sadness, I declare that glitch text is not too high at 47 spot. The Midnight Ghospel feels like a shop I wanted to love and adore, but ended up being generally uninterested in. It's like a podcast set in a cyber universe, where the host talks to a different guest each episode, while the characters the voices represent do stuff. And I fully admit that despite being on the first 20 shows that I watched for this, I brought it down with an asterisk that says it's objectively higher, as I believe the show could land better if I was being fully subjective. The show is so visually interesting and absorbing to listen, yet it's not for me. I couldn't get over the show's approach to being a podcast and a trippy experience at the same time, because it's not both of these at once, it's each of these individually at the same time. Most often, there is no connection whatsoever between the dialogue and the story, with one singular reception often quoted as the best episode, that being the last one, and I completely agree, that's a must-watch. I'd say you should watch episode 2 and decide, because episode 1 is a little more homogeneous about it. Basically, I think the show's flaws would have been completely avoided had they paid more attention to making the ideas collide correctly, because it's incredibly satisfying when it does, but when it doesn't, it's just tedious. The token itself is too philosophical, which I wouldn't mind remotely in podcast form. It's both deep and realistic, with a variety of topics from spiritualism to social disorders, to drugs as an emotional painkiller, and even death. To put it plainly, the last episode consists of an interview between the podcaster, Duncan Trussell, and his terminal mother. And she's not sugarcoating that she's about to die, instead instructing her child on dealing with her eventual death, still worried about being his mother first and foremost. This is a very mature and human take on the subject, made incredible because it's honest and quite likely to make you cry. I mean, it didn't work on me, but I had to try because my pride as a man was on the line. But as much as I want to tell you to go watch the rest of it right now, I recall being completely disgusted by this show, not because it showed anything gross. In fact, I'm probably exaggerating because watching this made my ego get its hopes up, but it is concerning, simply because it's a colossal hodgepodge of amazing talent being put together with no rhyme or reason. It leaves you thinking over and over on why they chose to be artsy for the sake of being artsy, instead of putting their minds together to call guests interested in discussing their philosophies through animation. It's not using the medium correctly, yet the bones of something that would have sticked out harder than any shocking imagery are there. Can they do it? Of course. It's art, and they made a glorious piece of what they wanted to. It's remarkable, but also not remotely good on an artist-to-audience level. I've seen so many reviews try to compare it with Rick and Morty or Adventure Time, since Bendit Award Adventure Time creator was head of the animation side of things. These comparisons are unfounded and only really exist because reviewers probably didn't have the patience to actually watch the show and decided it was easier to write about something they had already watched. This show is very different from any of those shows or anything else really, because it's very much its own thing, incredibly unique. Reviewers are just lazy, I guess. No favorite character, and the favorite episode is already in the reviewed. So although it's objectively higher, Midnight Ghospel is subjectively in 43rd place.
We're just supposed to walk out of there with $150 million in cash on us.
The Great Pretender is about a team of scam artists who pull off crazy scams that might as well be heists. It's a colorful show that recreates real-life locations beautifully, and despite not being thematically dense, it is relatively entertaining to watch. I feel they cop out during season finales, and that does make the stakes feel non-existent if they were to make a third season, which apparently they are. But the actual content of the show is just good old fun heists with ridiculous ploys. The characters all have a summer philosophy, which makes them unpredictable and thus fun, so it's great to see their ploys. It's one of those shows, however, that wants to be ahead of the audience at all times, so you'll eventually catch on that all the surprises stop being surprises. They commit the mistake that is very common, where the characters act fake situations when they logically wouldn't, exclusively to fool the audience and no one else, and that does feel incredibly cheap. I also really like the usage of the Great Pretender for the namesake and ending theme. So yeah, I totally didn't forget to add this review for a long time, and I'd place it around 37th place.
They live in a low-income housing environment that goes by the government name of Section 8.
This one peeves me off because Netflix marketed it as a Netflix original despite the fact that it is not even remotely, to the point it is actually no longer available in the servers and wasn't for a longer time. Oh, and talking about shows that are no longer available. I'm sorry I didn't mention that Final Space is no longer available. It just got announced that they're gonna remove it in December, and by the time this video comes out, it's no longer gonna be there, so yeah, I apologize. Either way, I don't think what the big idea was, but I'm reviewing close enough. It took 3 years to get the first 8 episodes done, and I'm not pretending otherwise. A family in 2020's times does stuff, but the stuff is kinda like involving demons and kindergarten gunfights and it's kind of unhinged. It's a regular show, but about a family instead of a workplace. A small difference in many aspects, but a huge one in some others. Monica and Rick be like, could they ever discuss how the housing market is weird? The art is the wonderfully surreal landscapes of regular show, but from a more realistic direction. It was made by the same creator, which does fit quite well being released a little after Midnight Ghospel. It's like the legacy of 2 great Cartoon Network shows. So with this show, the strong suit is evident in the comedy and spontaneity. It comes with so many great yet ridiculous ideas out of left field that turns them into a comedy routine through its great cast of characters, all of which represent millennials in different stages. From Josh, Emily, and Candace being more an up-to-date representation of an atomic family, to Bridget and Alex being more adventurous about their lives. Slapping them together allows the show to reach a wide variety of issues people in their 30s might be experiencing. No episode is like the other outside of taking the concept to a ridiculous degree for the sake of the entertaining storytelling and comedy. And their way of grounding the crazy events to accommodate cozy character moments will never fail to stand out. Sadly though, the show doesn't want to get serious, which was well for the final product itself, but shows up as a critical flaw when you compare it to other shows. There's no greater story to be told here because the show's design doesn't care about that, and I think that's a great decision, but then the show needs to stand above the rest of the list on comedy and surrealism alone. There's a lack of complexity that works towards making an entertaining show, but works against making a particularly outstanding show. And it's not a problem the show should be tasked with fixing regardless. As I already said, the show fundamentally works better without these elements, and you'd really need a crazy amount of polish to successfully bring it together. So, why bother? It's an enjoyable product to me. Favorite episode? Secret Horse. Favorite character? Bridget. That Secret Horse bit just makes me laugh so much. Didn't usual to rank, but 31st place was close enough. I just can't!
But I'm just Harry! No, just Harry. You are a wizard.
Wizards is weird, but also better than 3 Below considerably. Mostly because it returns so many plot points that were left open by TrollHunters, but also because it's 10 episodes long and only has 1 lead to focus on. It does have slight character arcs for its secondary cast, particularly Merlin, and a few surprises towards the later half of the series. Ultimately, this allows the shows to make one of the franchise's strongest characters. So this time around, we follow Duxie, Merlin's apprentice, who gets into deep time trouble shit with Jim Lake from the parent series and a few other people as they go back in time to King Arthur's age after they fall through a time portal. Now they must find a way back without breaking the timeline, and hopefully on the way, they'll figure out if Arthur came a lot. So just by its synopsis, you already know that by the halfway point of the show, you'll already be entering the final battle, which effectively means the show is just rushing past itself aggressively. But I have liked 4 seasons the showrunners have stated they wish for, not at all. I think the setting is incredibly bland, were it not for the trolls that occasionally show up. But I do venture the image of the show could have been considerably better if it had 4 to 14 more episodes. I wanted to get to know Duxie and his relationship with his talking cat and Merlin, partially because of the time constraint, partially because they were implementing a certain Arcadia character that has no business being there. Like, for example, I had hoped we got to see Claire actually undergo the tutelage the show sets up early on, but we don't because there's not enough time. That leaves 2 core cast members which I think were exceptionally executed, partially thanks to the incorporation of other characters that I have some sort of connection with, those 2 being Merlin and a new character to the franchise, Callista, a troll with self-esteem issues. These 2 sort of work as faults for the leads, as they both are less experienced variations of people who end up inspiring their styles. Duxie has to take the cake though, because despite being a rush job, they did a surprisingly adept job at bringing his arc together. There are many aspects to Duxie that you couldn't really exactly see in his prior appearances, and here they are set up and developed effectively despite the time constraint. Again, just wish we had more time for it. It's amazing to see the only aspect of True Below that was lacking, that being the tone, was brought back in full force here without sacrificing any of the other aspects that made the franchise outstanding outside of the having not enough time for the show. The animation lost no amount of touch, particularly thanks to some of the lighting engine improvements. After True Below had trouble setting up anything interesting, it's weird to see this one had trouble paying off everything interesting. There were just too many things in a short time, which sadly makes this trilogy even less than a stellar note, though still spectacular nonetheless, and hopefully the movie is not that terrible. Favorite character? That's a spoiler bucko. Favorite episode or final act? Okay, spoilers, and a 3 and a 2 and a 1. My second favorite episode was the Battle of Cuphead Part 2, which in itself is spoiler to mention because it's just called that. Seeing this fight happen was thrilling, more so when you see that none of the important parts we saw in TrollHunters were actually the important parts. It was badass to see Jim teach his own inspiration how to be an inspiration, and I actually find myself being okay with some of the issues I found with the ending of TrollHunters than to what this season does with Jim. Seeing his troll form in action and eventually reverting him back at the end was quite nice. Dukes' magic was cool to see, and I wish we had time for more. It would have been great to have more build up to the idea that he can control his magic through shredding. Now, when he actually pulls it off near the end, it's scratched an itch that 3 Below left as a sour spot. I actually have the character's abilities tie up with their development as such a basic concept that I feel is necessary with any character who is going to get in a fight. Steve was absolutely a waste of time. We already had him around for 2 entire shows, and they ran out of development when he got that alien pussy, or I guess the pussy he got. You should understand my confusion if you watched the movie. Anyways, he should have been replaced by almost any character from TrollHunters. Stickler, for example, he used to be an history teacher. He should have come back and been amazed at the world there. Perhaps have him be the one who spots the changeling in episode 5 instead of the changeling going for colecha. Steve does nothing here. He doesn't work as comedy relief, doesn't have cool moments. I like the dude, but he was shoehorned into the story. So my favorite character is Morgana. Like, that's it. I don't really need to explain how genius a character arc is, considering we already know how it ends, but have absolutely zero idea how it got to that point, and the reveal near the end with Arthur in the armor recontextualizes a lot of the franchise towards an entirely different direction. 3 Below has 0 of these twists, which is ridiculous to me, considering this and TrollHunters had several. So the real takeaway I got from Wizard was more like, wow, 3 Below is even worse than I remember, and I think that's pretty awesome. Wizards goes on 77th place, except everything is not what it seems. So that's actually in the 32nd spot. What do you say about hoops? Hopkins, a basketball coach for a failed high school team, fails at it for 10 episodes? It's a very simple premise, and they won't do much with it either. Though there are a few interesting episodes in there and some good themes that could be the basis for a great show, but ultimately the show is very full of nothing at all. The characters are mostly random teenagers who do bad sex jokes, and when they aren't, they are barely relevant to anything. The show's focus is 80% on the protagonist, who isn't entirely great. However, I feel the show did explain why exactly his behavior is like this. There is one episode near the middle where this personality and the issues are explained. I found that episode to be one of the 2 standouts. In it, they explain why the protagonist is so frustrated with his work position, obtained it by virtue of being his father's child, a father who mistreats him all the time as a wordless kid who didn't follow on his foots. His dad is a celebrity coach who earns millions, and I feel that this is a great topic for the show to focus on. Parental expectations hit harder for people who are currently entering their 30s, and I want to believe that this is a worthwhile discussion. When you get to the other 20% of the characters, the show can get quite clever. There's a singular kid in the team who is relatively capable of basketballing good, so everybody basically behaves like he's the most important member of the team compared to everyone else. This gives the entire team issues which aren't really addressed beyond the first episodes or silly jokes. That is particularly funny when you consider there's episodes talking about death and grief, which are, I mean, they're good episodes, but what do they have to do with the topic at hand? I don't know exactly why, but Netflix episodes have a tendency of being good if they talk about death, and I don't know if that's because the topic is compelling or for some other reason. We've seen several stuff, right? Midnight Gospel's best, BoJack Horseman's best, Love, Death and Robots' second best, and there's even more episodes focused on it coming up in the marathon, which are fantastic. Does this one follow suit? Kinda, yeah. But compared to all the others, this is by far the worst episode on this topic in the entire Netflix animated catalog. So, I don't think Hoops is bad, I just think it easily could have been much better. I've been making a video on Minecraft Parallel Universe, and there's probably one out there where I can say this show is good. The critics overblow how bad this one is, but it surely isn't something I could scold them for looking down on. The comedy is generic and the best parts of the show got underused. The underlying plot revolves about the protagonist's romantic life and a dead-end job. When they bring the interesting part of these out, the show is decent. It's just a drag and a slightly bit considerably boring. I'd say it's the writing of Big Mouth, but without the gross innuendo, or the innovative commentary, or the willingness to be gross, or okay, basically it's not that the writing of Big Mouth. I don't know why I put that on the script. Okay, I think that was writer Nate talking out of his ass so as to say they both have equally bad pacing in terms of the way the episodes are written. Best episode, the sponsor. This is the one with Hopkins' dad. Best character, Dr. Brooks. And I think it's right above Paradise PD, so 71st spot. Blood of Zeus is a simple show about one of the 800 illegitimate children of Zeus being the catalyst for a couples fight that almost ends the world. It can be rather simple in many ways. It's just a story following mythology, so that's why it's in the 52nd spot. But the review isn't over, I just moved the whole around a little. Much like this show did with its mythology. At least it's not consistently telling you which gods are which, so it was fun to figure out which one was Zagreus, cause he's always in every story about the Olympus, am I right? But no, he's not in the show either. This show sort of wants to be ultra violent, but their creativity on that front is down the drain. Though admittedly they did know how to use these to their favor when making the stronger characters engage in battle. Their kills aren't gruesome, but they are impactful and swift, leading you to truly wonder whether the characters will remain alive at the end. These action scenes revolving powerful enemies stand out as the show's main highlight for me. Maybe the animation isn't as clean as Castlevania's, but the effect they want to achieve is effectively illustrated. Hence why Seraphim is my favorite character. He's just so cool, and often even more compelling than the protagonist. He's just being used like a dirty rag by the gods and decided to murder them in revenge. I can't stress how underwhelming the protagonist is. He's just there half the time. He feels like a creation for a means to an end. They needed a mortal to revolve the story around so they can either root for the underling or feel like the Olympians are epic and powerful by comparison. Of course, the show's limited run really squeezes some stuff tight, but the length of the episode makes up for it. The real issue, or I guess advantage depending on where you stand, is that the good moments are sprinkled about throughout all the episodes. That means there's always something cool happening, but it also feels completely unfocused. The deal is that some characters just develop as expected. Of course Zeus isn't gonna learn to keep his donger in his pants. No, he'll cause all of Tartarus to break loose and cause a massive infight of the gods just because his wife asked for a little loyalty. And then she also decided to be an immature prick about it, so you can't even blame Zeus properly. Either way, the resolution of the show is flashy, brings all the storylines together. Mind you, there's a surprising count of these, and sets a potential second seasons, which I'd be down to watch, but with high hopes of it being more complex than this show. Which, lo and behold, it was just announced, so that's great. Anyways, the last episode is my favorite. It's a passable plot, but it could be more. At times generic, there's a thing where apparently the Greeks are racist for some reason, but besides little tweaks like that, I see the show going somewhere if they took the time to build a better plot with its characters. Though, not by much since, having your own cast of characters always yields better results than adapting them. Particularly the Olympians, they've been adapted so many times, they're very uninteresting nowadays. If you're weirded out by me not saying the position, whoopsie, and if you're skipping around to the ranking, I have bad news for you.
War has changed.
The Liberator is a small show about a squad leader in the US military during World War II, whose squad is composed of a diverse group he had to throw together and is always assigned to seemingly unimportant positions which end up being pivotal throughout the 4 operations we see each episode. It's a war story, but it doesn't glorify war. In fact, it shows how inhumane managing an army can be, for as easy as it is to write a war story about this, it's almost like writers and people don't like war or something. The show is attractive to see because of its unique trioscope style, which is a visual theater on live action footage and 2D backgrounds and polish applied through CGI. It's very pretty with involved environments and cinematography, which varies depending on the setting each episode. Some happen in cities and some in fields, allowing for a spread of settings in which the story takes place. Deciding on this animation style helped them accurately recreate environments and situations to a level of accuracy that would be too costly to achieve through full live action. I find it funny that most people disregard the show a lot because of its visual style. And if you agree, I'm sorry to announce you're a weak-minded individual. I hear so many negative reviews quoting this as an issue or how it's not based on true events, which it is. Just really goes to show why you never watch these sort of stories. I'm not that audience. I understand different mediums of storytelling have strengths and weaknesses while none are geared towards the target audience, but maybe the audience of people who watch war stories isn't the one you should try cartoony styles on. Take a look at Amazon's Undone. It took fantasy elements which made the visual style better received by basically all of the audience. Don't misunderstand, I like the show, but the story itself isn't that intriguing or innovative. It grabbed a great historical figure who would lead different battalions in many places on purpose, problem being you're going to end up with most of the rest of the cast dying. Fine on paper until you realize you have to confine character development to a 40-minute episode for anyone but the protagonist, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. I also cannot attest to the accuracy of its military portrayal. I hear the broad strokes were all gotten correctly, but the little details about the characters forming a strategy or how military positions are addressed within the squad are completely off. But besides that, yeah, just a war story about people who go through war and some of them die, plus a time constraint forces the situations to be simplified. It's entertaining, but can you blame the guy who makes videos no one watches about fiction for not being engaged in a story that's not about fiction? Favorite episode? The Enemy. Favorite character? I don't remember his name, but the guy that got stuck in the basement and almost died. I can never tell who's who in war stories, I'm sorry. 53rd place for you, which makes it a little bit of a combo because the last one was 52nd. Too bad the next one is in 54th. That one's already taken by Skylanders Academy. If you remember from like 2 hours ago. Oh my god, I'm going insane.
It burns!
Bad Exorcist is a show about an exorcist whose name would get me demonetized, made by a guy from Poland who is relatively popular. At its core, it's a show like South Park except not funny and with demons who were designed by the designers of Rick and Morty aliens if they were 12 instead of 18. Everything has a tick, which is why you're seeing footage that is particularly concentrating on Baghdad Peep's face. Yes, I just used my voice to censor a bad word. It's one of those visually cheap shows that really makes you wonder why anyone at Netflix would give it endorsement, though I gather Polish people actually seem to like the show. Personally, I cared very little for it, and although it wasn't too funny, at least it's not trying to be funny by blurting a bunch of terrible jokes, instead doing a few bad jokes with like 4 jokes that are good. That makes it at least more interesting and directed than some of the other shows near the bottom here. The protagonist is apparently a bunch of Polish stereotypes, so maybe you'll enjoy it more if you're Polish, but I will advise you to just ignore the show if you respect your eyeballs, your brain, or other animations that are better like those cool music videos someone made over Lemon Demon music. Here's a suggestion: go watch the There She Is shorts. It's a short 5-episode story about a cute rabbit and a cute cat who get in a forbidden relationship, and I can get more from the 3-minute original short than anything the show currently has to offer. Who knows, the season 2 episodes do feel less tedious and have better jokes, so that might just mean the show needs time to settle and will eventually produce something that is actually not terrible. It's true Netflix only has 2 seasons of 4, but let's just say I wouldn't hold my breath. Briefly, Baghdad Beep is at the 77 spot. Kid Cosmic is about a kid from a small town in the middle of nowhere who dreams of being a superhero, as he loves comic books. Lucky for him, 5 gems of power land on the planet around his house, and now he gets to live out his dreams. It's a simple premise that has frankly been overplayed, but between a charismatic protagonist and a banger cast of truly developed characters, they do way more than you expect with the concept. It's one of those shows for all audiences that is perfectly balanced for any potential audience, and it's very creative and imaginative with its portrayal of superpowers and small communities. The superpowers are the quintessential 5. Flight, teleportation, growing large, multiplication, and future vision. They didn't try to get creative with those, and that would regularly make them boring or tropey in other shows, but their attention to realistic characters and situations makes them even more refreshing at times. Of course, you get the obvious lack of superhero tropes to aid the characters in accomplishing their goals, but the obvious standout that is even used as a tagline for the series is how the characters are the worst heroes ever. They aren't good at being superheroes, just well-meaning people. So that combination between being down to earth and not straying too far into crazy territory makes for a show that will not surprise you in the ways most other shows do. They aren't doing anything you haven't seen, they're just doing it way better. The show follows 5 main characters: Kid, Joe, Rosa, Papa G, and Tuna Sandwich, a cat, all of whom have incredible fleshed out arcs. I reiterate, the show doesn't sugarcoat or simplify its discussion in the slightest, so when they want to get serious, they do freely. It's not a heavy show about its subject matters, but not a light show where the characters don't have basic human emotions over different aspects of their lives. Kid's conflicts over his unrealistic dreams becoming realistic and the implications behind that work fantastically. I found it relatable when I saw him in a similar conflict to what I've had with YouTube, where at some point I realized my unrealistic dream of living from my content wasn't an impossibility, but I still didn't know why exactly I wanted to do it or how to do it. Kid starts wishing to be a superhero for the sake of it, but eventually has to become one because the world needs him to be one. Now, I don't think anyone in the world needs me to be a YouTuber except me, so am I selfish? And like this, I found small tidbits of my own experiences in the rest of the cast. Jo in particular was a character I enjoyed seeing a lot. She has several facets of her arc which are explored throughout the 3 seasons. Not only was she cool and had the superior power of teleportation, which is the best, her learning cube for it as well as the management of the whole team was the most satisfying character moment in the show for me. And by the way, the antagonist is just a silly Thanos parody who lives with his mom and one of those villains that begins as a joke but later becomes actually intimidating. It's a great addition to the show and makes the character endearing. As you've probably seen, the animation is heavily reliant on the very diligent art style, with character designs that elevate the cast of characters tenfold. Few of them look alike, and they all have room to have unique and varied expressions. And I don't say that because they share many similarities to the visual style I use for myself and my own sprites. You can gauge a variety of emotions from every character without them often having the same expression as one another. The comic book splashes, visual style, and references give the show a sense of identity, even without its spectacular character design present. The story has several twists as well, though some are more obvious than others, keeping it crispy for its short 3-season runtime. That was a reference to another show, I wouldn't realistically say crispy myself. Favorite character? Joe. Joe Mama Hakari! No, just kidding, the character's called Joe. Favorite episode? Kid Cosmic and the Global Conspiracy, or Kid Cosmic and the Galactic Champion. The first one is better, but I have to mention the second one because I just think it's neat. Okay, it's time for spoilers in 3, 2, 1. So, let's go little by little. First off, Kid's character was so good in the sense that he's an accurate child character, and everything revolving him and Papa G during each season was probably the most heartwarming aspect of the show, from their first scenes together to the flashback at the end rebuilding the bike. They both worked perfectly off one another. Exploring Kid's grief at losing his parents several times just helps sink in how impactful the event was on Kid's life. You can write adults who grieve and begin healing afterwards with only rare sections in those emotions. but you cannot under any circumstance do it with a child. It was realistic, it was raw, and I loved every second of it. That said, I think not killing Papa G at the end was a bit of a cop-out. It feels like they simply felt bad about killing off Kid's parents, and then also, just in case he happens to recover a little, his grandpa. And I understand why they let him live with no issues, but as you've heard from the video, I really dislike fake out deaths. Death is a crazy powerful narrative element, and going back on it completely disregards its impact, more so in a show that has been realistic about avoiding giving the character superhero lock advantages. If you're not going to kill them, why bother even pretending that you did? Juro learning to lead and her entire arc during season 2 makes the season hit differently. I personally loved it, and it is my favorite season of the show because of this, partially because it focused on a character I enjoyed whilst extending the rocks of powers to the secondary cast. It's not as emotionally impactful as season 1 is with Kid, but I found it suitable and I'm glad they did it. For example, the Puzzle Pyramid of Pain, which begins Joe's arc, is an episode I appreciate a lot despite having no major notability on the plot, more so compared to any episode, literally any, in season 3. And then there's Chuck. I didn't like Chuck past the first season. He's just there and he's a very uninteresting character, more when you consider there was a thought-provoking discussion to be had about his experience with his commander. I'm glad there's another show upcoming which actually tackles a similar arc, if at least temporarily. Alright, that discussed, I recommend this show completely. It's not even remotely a waste of time, and since I'm now craving a tuna sandwich, I'ma drop this on 27 spot and walk my jolly ass downstairs for a fattening snack. No, I genuinely wonder, am I the only person in the planet who has watched this? Like, is there anyone out there who clicked on this video and genuinely began to ponder what my opinion on Kacho and Kakash was going to be? Cause, X'd out. Two guys, Kajo and Kakash, end up getting a pet dragon, and then mayhem ensues under a cast of characters filled with endearing idiots, and yes, they do wacky hijinks in their hometown, but it's a period piece, so at least that's cool. This Polish show is based on a Polish comic from the 90s, and watching it in 2023 almost makes it feel retro. Like, this is what an old cartoon would be like nowadays, since TV shows are now full of marketable characters and complex storylines. This is more in line of Popeye, a simple cast of animated characters who get into a situations ridiculing the state of affair and whatever the show was created through subtle satire, and messing around a recurrent antagonist to help others around them. It's the kind of simplicity none of the shows here have, so despite not actually standing out because of it, as a part of Netflix's lineup, it's rather uncommon. I particularly like seeing this visual style and art design being done modernly. Seeing these shapes and line art move without being entirely jittery is relatively stimulating. Like, oh, I know you could do that, but I never actually pondered how it looked, and it looks quite good. But you have to consider there's a show called Unicorn Warriors Eternal, which uses this exact same style, but actually has an interesting plot, and if you're interested in the way this looks, definitely check that one out, because not only does it look better, it's better. Yet, that's about all the show has to offer. Want it or not, being retro just makes it alright. It's nothing I would call genuinely good or deserving of being Poland's first Netflix animated original. I'm sure that there are many Polish writers and artists who would have incredible ideas to be brought to the table over an antiquated show based in the 90s where none of the original media's criticisms can be applied to the modern day. Stories with a plot and an actual attempt to be original. Like a certain show from the Philippines that released a few months after this one. Even if it is based on a pre-existing franchise, they could have taken it and adapted it to make more sense to the modern day, such as a Saudi Arabian show that Netflix began accommodating a few months after this one, which is in the top 10. We already said which one it is, we're gonna talk about it, I'm so excited. It's not the worst, but like as I said at the beginning of the segment, no one clicked on this video and genuinely began to ponder what my opinion on Kajo and Kakash was going to be. It's an uninteresting show that is unoffensive, but also a massive missed opportunity. As they say, el absum samel occasionum non ipse potest Jupiter rependere. That was a reference and I hope you're very confused. Kaishko and Kokosh is both fun to say and on 63rd place.
I saw a spooky ghost with a sexy ghost bat. Why are ghost bats so sexy?
City of Ghosts is a very simple show about kids who resist ghosts from the past, which are often actually just people who talk about Los Angeles in the past, exploring the subcultures and variety of the area, which is often overlooked. The kids and ghosts really are simply a vehicle for the interviews of the show, which makes a cozy and interesting ambience that elevates the discussion properly, which is blended in with some plot about the kids befriending ghosts for a fake documentary they are shooting. Blending is actually a really strong pillar of this show's writing and visuals, as even the animation blends different visual styles over actual images of the location in question. So as an educative series, I believe it's very powerful. Getting children to sit through history lessons is not easy to achieve, but I feel like this show would manage to do it. Not perfectly, because it doesn't have the rhythm or tone something like the Lego Batman movie does, but it's still more interesting and engaging than using silly infographics of a weird owl host as many topic-based kid shows tend to be. Basically, if you praise Bluey for its storytelling and moral core philosophies, the show deserves the same praise, except the shows are different, so don't expect something too similar if you like one or the other. I more so mean the tone and style. This actually incorporates the blend Midnight Ghospel wanted to achieve well, which would make it better if the subject matter was more complex. So, because there's no plot to talk about, What else do I have to say? Unique show, cool animation, relaxing vibe, but actual substance there isn't much. It won't open your eyes to other cultures because their exploration of it is geared at youngins. It's very much an overview. Similarly, it won't engage you if you want something unlike a documentary. So that's the way I'll put it. It's a fantastic documentary and very engaging, but I just don't like documentaries, bar few exceptions. Favorite episode? Bob and Nancy. No favorite character because real life people aren't characters. That might seem harsh, but this show is at 48th place.
His last order was, come, and they came, all of them, even the dragon.
Despite being called Dragon's Blood, that blood is only relevant for like one episode, maybe two, lol. So it's about a guy who is possessed by a dragon that meets a princess, and then they attempt to meet a god, but another god is trying to stop them. It's based on the Dota video games, which is similar to League of Legends, but has more plot, which I don't care about, and apparently they also don't because this series ignores 90% of it. Honestly, this show goes places. It starts like let's kill a dragon, and 2 episodes later they decide maybe their heights are a little too low and they should instead kill a fake god. Fuck, maybe even an actual god. Heck, let's do the NFT and go to the moon to murder it. And while we're at it, let's kill reality, why not? How did we get from here to there in 8 episodes? This show just blasts through, and not in a way that feels rushed, just in a way that seems like the power scaling isn't all there. Like the characters pretend they can kill a god until it's time to do it, and then they do it, with one exception for a character that actually has a reason to unleash their true power when the time is right. So it's really weird. I do enjoy the characters and the general speed because it quite frankly is unique. I don't say this as a compliment, but you gotta admit few shows would have the balls to do it for 3 seasons and keep upping the ante. I think if something good about Dota stands out evidently is the motherfucking monologues. You know the thing I do at the end of analysis videos where I take the pros up to 11 and stop making silly comedy about silly topics like a silly idiot?
What were you just watching?
Well, this show actually knows how to do it, and it's spectacular. Every single time the story isn't moving from eating local cuisine at a family diner to holding Joel ROBOZUNA at gunpoint and forcing him to cook for you, there's instead a spectacular monologue about one thing or another. There's a variety to these, and each character delivers the monologues in their own way. It doesn't feel like the writer is speaking as the characters, and I think that's commendable. It helps improve each character surprisingly well and works towards the most impactful moments of the show. I also like that despite the giant scope, the character cast is seemingly limited, maybe 20 character stops. They do feel a little liquid at times, changing their capabilities to suit the plot, but as I already mentioned, the plot jokes so much it doesn't feel out of place. On its own I complain, but as part of the show I can appreciate it somewhat. I just wish they'd emote more. Like someone's friend dies, they get out for 3 minutes, then move on. It's really weird, the show is afraid of vulnerability and steadier moments, which leads to emotionless characters unless their weakness is framed by the script as strengths. The animation isn't top notch, unless there's special effects going on. Some things just don't look particularly good, more so considering the dragons are CGI for some reason. They mismatch, but at least they understood it with and purposely made things that didn't need to be 3D, well, 3D, in order to make it seem deliberate. Not the best artistic choice, but again, I can appreciate the effort. So TLDR, goat monologues, appealing storytelling that is evidently flawed, variable animation. And you can appreciate most attempts they do to mitigate the problematic traits, some more successful than others. Also, it's not that thematically analyzable. Maybe some comments about fate, but it's a fantasy setting, so what do you expect? It's not new in that regard. Favorite episode? Hell of Hells. Favorite characters? Bunny. I think he has a name and it said like 2 times, but I honestly cannot remember. I just want the Bunny plush friend, okay? I don't have many of those friend things. I don't have many of them. Like, do you really think someone with friends would sit down and review every Netflix animated original? I know the thumbnail says I ruined my life, but I clearly didn't ruin my life because I didn't have one in the first place. This was the last show I watched for this marathon purposely, and it's in 25th place. I think it was a good show to end it, but nah, the Scott Pilgrim show is gonna slap. I'll watch it mid-editing, and we'll talk about it in like 3 hours. Also, there's a new one that was announced called Carol at the End of the World. That one also looks great, so we might also do a brief review of that one.
Disgusting black creatures, get out of my sight.
Tres is a Filipino show about an important investigator of cases relating to the paranormal, some of which are great, some of which are explosive. Either way, it's action-packed and relatively interesting. The cast is also rounded by interesting backstories, and despite only having 6 episodes, the story didn't rush too much. It has time for a set of separate cases that all relate to a larger conspiracy, one which is not delivered in the perfect way, a chart to plot set out as exposition, but an impactful one nonetheless. The show depicts the city of Manila, capital of the Philippines, in beautiful detail that is probably pretty exciting for Filipinos. I attest it's very pretty to see, and I hear from other people it's pretty accurate to its visual depiction. Though I feel like there was an interesting talking point that was glossed over without considering the show takes place in a third world country. Real humans are as corrupt as the show's portrayal of the underworld creatures, and you can make a strong statement about that from this concept. The show simply has one evil politician. I also think the show is pretty cool. Maybe the dialogue has periods of marble writing with the characters making corny jokes, or others acknowledging it, or them dropping an off-fitting one-liner, but overall the show manages to stand on 2 feet. The characters have simple but effective designs, particularly the paranormal monsters who are not entirely innovative, but they work great at depicting the culture from which the show takes inspiration. The problem greatly hinges on how unexplained everything is. The protagonist never seems to be lost. She knows exactly which of the 900 creators that might have done it left a bait clue, which takes away from the fun of a mystery. It's framed like a mystery, but there's no lingering questions or engagement in that regard. It feels like you're just waiting for Trece and her lackeys to pull out a gun so the actual show can get to the good stuff, which isn't even that good because they didn't have any real budget to put into animation, sadly. Another issue is that the show reads exactly like a pilot, setting up a grand narrative that I'm unsure we'll ever see fulfilled. Many of my concerns with the show stem from its brevity, which doesn't allow for the proper development of several plot points, even though they did manage to drop enough hints and fragments to structure the show well enough. For a 6-episode show, this feels more complete than some other shows with 4 seasons that I watched for this marathon, yet still, it could be more. Favorite episode? Episode 6. The show has great episode names. Favorite character? Basilio. Right-yo, 3, 2, 1 spoilers. I really found it an interesting idea that Trece's sibling is within her knife she uses to fight and do spells with. I wonder what sort of plot developments could come from it. Like, can she talk to her sibling? Or are they just now a soul? On that matter, how do souls even work in this world? Anyways, I didn't like that the entire show was revealed at the end while the villain goes on a monologue. It was pretty decent as a monologue in terms of the words they use, but there's a lack of activity to it. They just all stop fighting, stop everything to discuss the plot twist because good shows all have plot twists, I guess. That's a short spoiler segment, I guess. Trece is in 55th place, not even as high as the one you get when you say tabi tabipo like they do in the show. It's pretty fun. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it or I'll throw a pipe bomb at you.
Hamoud, Hamoud, Hamoud Habibi, Hamoud, Hamoud Habibi.
I don't think any show in the entire marathon surprised me as much as Counting Masamir. An Arabic show about Arabic people getting into surreal situations, akin to Donald Glover's Atlanta, in how it will often dedicate episodes to characters that aren't even primary, whilst also giving insanely well-developed exploration of the culture they tackle with tons of tongue-in-cheek commentary about their social climate in their country. The only issue with this is that every episode has wildly different runtimes, so it's a little difficult to schedule if you like doing that, as I did. Come on, I was studying university and working on a thesis for 7/10 of this marathon. Masamir, despite having little semblance of any plot, still stands out as one of the top shows in the list, which if you've heard until now should really make you realize how good I found this to be. Every single other episodic show is among the lower spots of the list, but this one is in the top fucking 10. I can talk about how each episode struck me with some memorable or impactful moment. Although people are desperate to compare this with other adult animated series, I am confidently saying here that this is unlike anything I've ever seen animated. Yes, it seems the talking dog character will be derivative, or that the dark comedy tone of the show would lead to generate comedy with violence for violence's sake. But no, both of these ideas are executed gloriously, even with an abundance of mature moments and commentary. I'm saying the actual title of Best Show No One Has Ever Watched will go to this show. It's a show that comes from an unusual direction where you expect nothing from it, but the reality is that people are missing out. A lot. It got a second season on the wake of Inside Job's cancellation, which deterred a lot of people from watching it. But if one good thing came out of losing Inside Job, it's this show. And you know what? That's a trade I'd gleefully be willing to make. Not only that, it's based on an indie cartoon from a country where almost no media comes out of. It's genuinely amazing that it got made and that we can see it. I bet you can easily figure out one Korean show or one Chinese show, one Japanese show, but when have you heard about a Saudi Arabian show? One of this quality, one of this appeal. Never! It does not exist! Okay, maybe you can make a case for like Saudi Arabia and The Office, but I'm gonna talk this show up because I want you to watch it. The animation is so beautiful and bright and despite the somewhat simple character designs. The first season uses its budget cleverly to deliver symbolism through its visuals, whilst the second season can take the luxury of making some insanely interesting animated sequences that take the designs and environments to their fullest. Some episodes being more serious than others leads to much variety, like the cut compositions for the episode where they shoot Mickey Mouse that is great, but then there's more serious episodes that obviously have much more intriguing cinematography. The topics they discuss are extraordinarily specific, and the absurdist approach to it all helps create an impactful show that will not pretend that you're a fool, delivering both an exploration of the current Saudi Arabia and unexpectedly nuanced characters occasionally. You probably noticed the episodes with large messages are often the most impressive in the show's run. Plus, it's not antiquated as other shows based on one specific culture happen to be. So for example, the first episode follows this guy, Badar, who is an isolated upper-class recluse. He cannot understand the world because everything in his life is done for him, but this time, he wants ice cream, when there's none at home and it's 3 AM. All we see is him go outside, misunderstand his way to the hospital, and instigate a kid to do the same. It's the journey he goes on, obviously, that strikes you. He looks at people who exist in poverty, is manipulated and crosses a war zone without really ever seeing the issues. It's commentary on the people who might lead the country in the future have been isolated so distantly that they might no longer understand the problems other people have to endure. A critique that could apply anywhere in the world, honestly. Similarly, other episodes follow. Episodes on the Mafia, or about pointless trivial feuds built upon misunderstandings, religion's view on being good or bad, or even the countless pointless experiences people try to give meaning to. It's a delightful show in every regard, and I couldn't recommend it harder. Please people, get on this show. I will always hear complaints from people about how bad Netflix shows are, but then you see something as amazing and how inspiring as this cartoon, and you just gotta wonder if they are even looking, because almost no one has seen this, and I just cannot believe it. One recommendation, please watch this in its original language if you can. The dub is trying to feel more like a mother-child animated show and loses much of the dialogue's tone. A staple of this show is hearing the characters breathing and other mild noises, which is much cooler than the careful English delivery, which only brings those noises when the characters explicitly mouth it. Plus, you also lose context to some stuff about the language. Favorite character, Masir. I don't actually know this character's full name because it's not documented anywhere and I can't find him in the credits. Also, it's all in Arabic, so I can't really figure it out. Favorite episode, Clearance. This episode is actually a masterpiece of television, and the third best episode overall in the entire Netflix catalog for me. This show's an absolute underdog. It's sort of like 20th spot on my list, but every single day I just realize it's better. Eventually I noticed, man, TrollHunters was in the top 10, and it is no longer there. And I realized, man, this is much better. So, this made its way to the top 10. Meaning, let's shout out another project from a particular country that started off as an indie project. There along the dotted line, at 5th place.
Hi, I'm Saul Goodman. Did you know that you have rights?
We the People is an educational collection of music produced by Barack Obama of all people. It's clearly commissioned by the government, and I wouldn't recommend it because it's like if Love, Death and Robots was done by the government sellouts and directed at children. It's government advertisement, but it looks nice and it's a one-day thing. I could waste the time. Who knows, maybe if I was from the US I'd like this more, but I'm just a Mexican that wakes up thinking about nacho tacos chimichanga and I just don't trust that my own government is a democracy it claims to be. Anyways, here's the list from worst to best, like I did with Love, Death and Robots, but skip to the next timestamp if you don't want to hear the Nate get political, because I'm gonna get political, and I don't have easy political takes. That's right, I think murdering innocent people is bad. Immigration, this one is tasteless and a wee bit very racist. Someone really watched this one segment in Wonder Chosen where they go, we got to celebrate our differences, not go chimichanga, and took it seriously. Like, the animation looks dead and the message comes off as gross, plus the song paid me to listen to. It was on the ground halfway through. I get what he was trying to say, but bro, you don't do it like this. The Bill of Rights. I like the animation, but the song made me physically curb. Like, bro, starts counting amendment rights, which I always do as a joke about people from the US counting amendment rights instead of Mississippi's. It's ironic, but still. Active citizenship. It looks incredibly corporate. The Courts. Slightly corporate animation, but it was entertaining and informative, just not very exciting. Federal vs. State Power. The animation is very nice and flashy and colorful, but the song put me to sleep harder than those gummy bears my mom has in her mom drawer. The Miracle of Mourning. This one is a speech instead, and it's nice. Yeah, that's it. Taxes. You see, you're gonna teach me about taxes, but you just go like, bro, Google it, as if it's not the first thing people do when they don't know how to pay taxes, only to find the most confusingly worded articles about the most convoluted ways to make everything way too formal. And I am so glad you automatically pay taxes for me, because I ain't bothering with the IRS or with the SAT. Anyways, Bell did the animation, so while it's not pretty, it does look really cool and is really unique. Shoutouts to Bell, did I even say their name right? First Amendment right. You say freedom of speech, I say that only works by masses. If a large group does not agree, your free speech is worthless. And you say so too with the show, but omit the part where it's all marketing and manipulation of said people, because people don't listen to messages, rather to conveniently display propaganda. And did you know marketing essentially means the same as propaganda? We just don't use words that have bad connotations. But the show itself is very well animated, and the song is pretty good to be fair. So at least that's not a lie. The three branches of the government. Good animation, good song, and very few moments where I felt pain or government intervention. It's just straight up data, and that's pretty cool. With the People. Song sounds like it's from Eurovision, which is really ironic if you think about it, because Eurovision is European and you get it. The animation is actually a pretty interesting 2D and 3D hybrid. I like it a lot. So yeah, the show's at 75th spot. I don't like talking about the government on my videos, so let's move on.
Do you have a Mary Sue?
Masters of the Universe Revelations got a lot of crap when it first released because after She-Ra, people were clamoring for a He-Man reboot, and then this one starts by killing He-Man in episode 1. So a bunch of people got pissed, and by a bunch of people I mean basically everyone. But thankfully, I'm a 2000s kid, and I have no attachment to these guys, and all the franchises I liked as a kid have already been desecrated by the reboot treatment. Except Chowder, I guess, because only I like Chowder. I actually thought it was fascinating, but ultimately wasted for reasons I'll explain mostly in this spoiler segment. The main lead is often called a Mary Sue, but she's not really. The issue is how rushed her development is between both seasons because they have 5 episodes per arc and several characters with other arcs. That said, season 2 was a little bit more enjoyable because it already knew what kind of show it was then. Particularly the part where this guy proudly claims he wants to fist Skeletor, which... no, you?
I'd sure like to fist him.
So in the first season, He-Man dies and Tila, Adam's best friend, didn't even know he was actually He-Man. So now she's tasked with fixing the broken Sword of Power so that Grayskull can elect a new champion. But she's divided by how betrayed she feels to be reunited with all the people who work with her and He-Man at once, yet only she was kept in the dark about his identity. Then she goes to hell. I don't understand why people think every male character was turned into a manipulable twink. All they did was not write them into the story for the first season, and barely for the second. It's not that the characters are all written wrong because the writer's political messages and perspectives, it's that there's no time to make anything, so every character falls in half the second any important moment rolls around. Both male and female characters just learn stuff or contradict prior events for the sake of it. Some people are tripping. Did you know that bad writing can be attributed to other things besides wokeism, or have we reached a point where idiot critics can just burst out the word to appear smart while giving the show due diligence? Season 2 is a lot more interesting for plot reasons that are very much a spoiler, but the animation and writing quality both see increases. I particularly found the antagonists in Season 2 to be a tad more interesting in how they juxtapose their situation from others in similar positions. Just wish some things were more tightly written. There's a power of friendship thing, like, bro, really? You couldn't finish off the Space Emperor who is abusing their power. Nah, they're gonna get redeemed. That's not fabulous superpowers. No, the time for the song isn't right yet, go away. The action is actually surprisingly consistent for an animation. It doesn't look as flashy as something from the entries above until the very last episode of Season 2, but I was surprised to see each episode have 8 to 14 of 20 minutes dedicated to fights and the like. It's dynamic and fun, though the lack of definite purpose doesn't make it as satisfying as some other shows that are dynamic and fun. It has major issues with its writing, but at least it's not too bothersome since the writing only shows up briefly in between the fight scenes in the second season. And okay, I concede, Tila's friend is literally the dumbest character ever and I straight up forgot about her for like 3 weeks. I remember her now and came back to add an addendum on how dumb and pointless the character is. Girl, what the fuck are you doing here? I just really enjoy the magical strongman not being the protagonist for one. It was a nice spin that I feel went underappreciated by excited nostalgic fans, though it could have been molded a lot of times better. Favorite character? Orko, duh. Favorite episode? Land of the Death. Alright, spoilers 3, 2, 1. Okay, so the first season is really dumb. I don't hate it because Orko and Lynn's arc are pretty good, but bringing both Adam and Skeletor back was a dumb move. It basically invalidates the entire season and makes it pointless. But it ultimately managed to lead to the fights in Season 2, which I'm fine with, I guess. Really, it was Season 2 that sort of brought me back on the show, because the first season isn't anything special. Many interesting discussions about world beliefs and the meaning of power it had here, which at least are better. Plus, seeing Skeletor and Lynn with the power was such a treat. The fight in episode 2 between Hilda and He-Dan was awesome, and then they extended that to the entire final 2 episodes. Sure, they drag a bit, but it's not the end of the world. Do wish I could show bad people some fireworks to convince them not to destroy the galaxy though. That was a massive miss on the show's part and it really brings the show down several points. Orko's character was well done. Very. I enjoy seeing his arc and resolve. Even after he comes back from the death cheaply, he is ready to help his friends and push his magical powers further. Plus, the performance for him is spectacular, and Tila's Mary Sue-ness is mostly just the writers rushing to finish the show in 5 episodes. I don't know who peddled the idea, but they are very wrong. She constantly has issues and has to surpass them. She just does so quickly because the show is so brief. It might not be perfectly executed, but this complaint is just for people who are angry that He-Man died, I think. That still doesn't mean the show doesn't suck outside of fight scenes, which means Masters of the Universe Revelation comes at 66th spot.
The guy who didn't like his home.
Center World is a colorful and happy show that kills it during the first season, then kills itself during the second season, but not before killing you by making the last few episodes fantastic. And this is mostly because Center World is a masterclass on making a memorable antagonist. Besides being a musical, it's one of those diegetic musicals, which means the music you're hearing is actually happening in the universe. It follows Horse. You wouldn't believe what she is if I told you, but she has a writer, and you wouldn't believe what her name is if I told you. Horse is teleported from an active war zone into a world of candy, ponies, and rainbows. And stuck by the whiplash, she attempts to reunite a crew to help her get back to Ryder. Unbeknownst to her, all the citizens of the world are absolutely insane and sing over every little emotion they have, which is particularly efficient when the emotion they are feeling is dread of a Lovecraftian monster with intent to devour not 1 but 2 worlds. So the show has those 2 main strong suits and that critical weakness. The music during the first season and the antagonists are some of the best I've seen not only in this marathon but in general. Songs such as Fragile Things and The Key are among the best musical pieces I've ever seen in a musical ever, among some other evident ones I don't want to name because it might be a slight spoiler. But the second season is honestly disappointing, underwhelming, and generally uninteresting, even in the music regard. Like, there's an episode where the characters meet the fanbase of the show in a kind of in-universe excuse to break in the fourth wall, but it comes off as conceited and self-absorbed. You don't like any of the fans and couldn't help but wonder if perhaps they should have scrapped this plot in favor of exploring more of the crazy and unusual world they've set up. The characters, for example, are very annoying and silly because the show introduces them as such, and it's great to see their slow development through the first season, but by the second season they all get stumped and continue to just be goofy without any development or seriousness besides their very serious backstories. No, I have to express this clearly. The show has relatively fucked up backstories for its tonality. We're talking war and genocide, people! And it sucks we couldn't really get to see the backstory of at least 2 characters in the main group. I understand they had to shorten the show an entire season, and I don't blame Netflix for it this time around. The writers aren't flawless, but it's still disappointing. I wanted to see these backstories with more depth over them than just meeting with a fanbase the show didn't really get. I think the main character and her closest friends who aren't busy being silly are more than impressive. From Ryder to Wama Wink, another of the character's friends, I really enjoyed seeing their dynamic with others as well as with each other, particularly those backstories and personalities based in them. The first season has several incredibly tragic moments surrounding pivotal characters and the hardships they had to endure. And all of these come down to one singular thing: the perfect antagonist. Yes, the show might have critical flaws in pacing and cheap character writing for the secondary cast and overall second season. However, it's consistently amazing when it comes to its antagonist, which is fittingly first introduced through a song in the first season, a song which honestly describes itself better than I ever could.
It's called a road, it's called a rainbow road. It is a road that you go.
Hold on, that's the wrong clip. I'm in this one. What I like about this antagonist is that it grabs anything the show did differently from other shows and abuses it to its fullest potential. Like, you've noticed in this footage how Horse is drawn and animated in a completely different way from the rest of the cast. But then you get some little details that change as the show goes on. It's this visual distinctiveness that makes the Nowhere King an absolutely terrifying villain. They are using the visual style of characters to their advantage. If Horse doesn't belong in Center World, the Nowhere King does not belong in the show itself. He's animated more smoothly and more organismal to everyone else in the show. They make jokes about human skulls looking like this, so seeing a realistic elk skull with the foam antlers is an effective design, and yet they still manage to make a musical out of him in the end. It's perfect. So yes, the second season does end with a set of several episodes where the story picks up and dedicates itself to finding the Nowhere King, and these episodes are just as good as the first season is to me. Center World is weird, it's goofy, and it's occasionally knowingly cringy, but when the show proficiency in something, strap on, they're gonna kill it, and occasionally they might even kill those little emotions of ours into mush. I recommend Center World completely. Favorite character, Wamawig. Favorite episode, The Hootenanny. No, I'm not shitposting, that's the name of the best episode of the show for me. Center World is in 24th place. That might sound low, but it just means that there's that many shows that do more than one thing spectacularly. Anything I put over Center World did any number of things exceptionally well, and they are all shows you should add to your watch list immediately.
Why are you gay? You are gay.
You know, I expected Q-Force to be terrible, but I was pleasantly surprised to see it's actually slightly above mid. But who would even actually want to watch the show? Like, for the concept, the writers absolutely killed it, but they still have to exist with a concept as stupid as this. So Agent Merriweather graduated from spy school with top grades, but then in his graduation speech, he comes out of the closet and his boss assigns him to a position in West Hollywood with no work to do for 10 years out of spite. So he gets to command the force of queer agents, which by queer I mean gay because there's literally no representation of anything besides gay. And the show is blatantly pandering. Like, all the characters are gay stereotypes and 90% of the jokes are about the characters being gay or the one straight character being straight. And like, who'd want to watch this? Everyone who is not LGBT will see no reason to watch the show, thus you limit that about 40% of Netflix's user base out. Then for the remainder, the show is so evidently pandery that anyone who doesn't want to be pandered to is going to avoid it. That's a terrible basis under which to make a show. The product might be good, but its existence is silly. Now then, the actual show isn't painful. It's like watching Archer if the writers of Archer had no talent. Oh wait, we just called that season 8. It's like the writer's room had one gay guy and they told him to write the entire show by himself, and he's absolutely talented because bro was the theater kid at school. So something pretty decent came out. I found myself laughing at most of the jokes, even the specifically gay ones. I can tell the comedy based on cracking jokes about queers was written in good faith. It's very playful, although a little in your face about it. So ultimately, it's just a decent show with queer leads made for the purpose of pandering to a small subsegment of queers. And whenever it actually tries to have some sort of statement, it is immediately backpedaled by the need to be a comedy show. I need moments where Twink stops being extra, and moments where a commentary on LGBT segregation is the focus instead of a passing comment. Ironically, the best character in the show is straight, because they are the only ones that have writing that actively implies depth to the character. This guy was totally created to justify making gay stereotypes. They made a straight stereotype. But seeing that facade go down during the momentary display of humanity immediately improved the character. It reinforces how stereotypes lose value the second the molecule of depth is introduced. And I genuinely lulled Ruffled and LeMayotte when I realized this. But for a spy show, it's not bad. I like how the show moves the characters from nothing to something, and the scope of their mission gets larger every time. The action is pretty good, not crazy good, but not bad either. It's just a pandery passable show that shines the most when it forgets its subject matter, and I think that's goofy. Favorite episode? Eurovision. Favorite character? Buck. Brief spoilers, 3, 2, 1. The plot twist at the end stings. I saw it coming. But is it me, or did the writers get lazy? Mary loses his charm and Buck becomes an idiot. It's like one of the lead writers understood how pandery the show was and tried to do something while the other just stuck the stereotypes because they aren't even getting paid well. Feels like they need to keep one-upping themselves while also forcing themselves to show more Gale culture stuff. I guess it's cheap. I also like that the agency was actually homophobic and did Operation Grayskull. Intended. It's a really cool way to incorporate the whole "the agency has a secret agenda" trope. Your show is already gay, so might as well make the best of it. I also found the cobblestone stuff amusing. The fact that there's a TV show that has run on for so long everything is a reference to it. It's like if JoJo was a historical drama about nuns, and having very little information about cobblestone made the joke amazingly funny to me. With that, I put Q-Force at 50th spot, middle portion. And we finally arrive at the good He-Man show. After the fairly mediocre first season of Masters of the Universe destroyed anyone's faith in a good He-Man reboot, people didn't really notice this one even existed because it came out like 2 months after for some reason. And let me tell you, that sucks big time. This show is genuinely great, visually and in storytelling. This one actually brings out the awesome parts of the Masters of the Universe, well, its universe, and its versatile setting as well as its fabulous superpowers with, yes, it's finally here! After 25 years, it's in my bones, it is time! And so I cry sometimes when I let him bear to get it all out what's in my head, and I'm feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high and I scream on top of my lungs, what's going on? Woo! And I say, yeah, 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 hey, yeah, yeah. I say, hey, what's going on? Whip here, Generation X. This is the legacy of your childhood. So yes, this show is the one. It's not a perfect show or one that stands out in particular, but I can attest that it is superb, just in general. The animation really stands out, because when it's done well and the characters are in their Masters of the Universe form, the characters genuinely feel like action figures that have come to life. The movement and design has been fine-tuned to create this illusion, with the added inclusion of 2D smoke and particle effects that give the show some personality despite the somewhat overdone setting. At the same time, the characters are so expressive. Whoever was in charge of facial animation needs to chill because they are cooking. This version of He-Man is also following a very different version of the original He-Man theme, with some obvious differences like Ram-Man becoming Ran-Mam, a character that will also take advantage of her lack of nemesis unlike the rest of the party. This makes her into such a memorable character, and just probably the highlight of the show for me, an excessively clean character arc. This show fully explores both its protagonist and antagonist in depth, and we get to see the whole story be self-contained, with beginnings and endings you didn't really get in the original show. This allowed the story to take turns where the villains may have to stop being antagonists momentarily, giving them all a new thread of fresh air. Tila, Cringer, and Orko have all been recharacterized into different characters, which I quite enjoy more. Tila is now a rogue, Cringer is not a pussy anymore, and Orko is still very cute. It really is a shame that the show carries a low 5.9 on IMDb, because fans of the old franchise didn't wish to see it rebooted. It said that prior recreations of the franchise have sullied the image of the brand so completely that any reimagining of it for a newer audience is still seen as terrible, regardless of its actual contents. It's a silly argument that we've seen time and time again. Look back at the Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's a franchise based on action toys which carries a lot of nostalgia for the original audience, many of whom have a difficult time approaching the Rise reboot. The story and tone might be different, but the product is still the same. All I see is people grasping at straws to cling onto the idea of an old show, which might be better or worse, but they use it as an excuse to belittle this version. That or they compare it to Revelations, and first, Revelations is pathetic in comparison. So let's talk issues. Transformation and recurrent ability scenes play out for way too long. Way too often. I could actually skip minutes of the show at a time because all they do is replay the transformation sequences for half of the cast. Similarly, many fights end up finishing the same ways because they made these cool animation sequences I labeled desperation moves in reference to Kingdom Hearts, where the characters unleash their strongest attack and just end the battle, with some rare instances where they surpass their expectations of it, particularly considering one major villain during Season 3. You can't tell who this villain is in Season 1, but still. I also think they occasionally forgot their characters' lay abilities in combat and life, but that's a minor thing I noticed. Like there's one character with claustrophobia, but they only bring it up twice. Once to put tension in an early episode and one at the very end, just in case you forgot she had this situation, I guess? Shoutouts to Stratus and his team. I'd take a small season dedicated to them only. Favorite character, Ram-Mam. Favorite episode, The Fifth Nemesis. Alright, spoilers, 3, 2, 1, yo. I hate that Orko didn't get a cool Masters of the Universe transformation. I wanted to see that a lot, and I'm sad they didn't even bother. Orko was wasted here, because he'd bring something to the main cast that I feel was missing, which is chaos. I could predict the characters a little, but not Orko at all. Now for the main course. Ram-Mam was annoying at the start, but her season 2 was spectacular. I really enjoyed her character and personality, because it felt a lot more nuanced than other characters like, say, Duncan. Yes, he has an arc that is well and good, but he didn't strike me as likable the same way Adam or Crash do. That speech at the end of Season 2 on her journey to learn how to use Havoc was fun and awesome. The series finale was actually super satisfying to me. This version of Skeletor is very funny, but also very endearing, and it works amazingly well when it goes full evil, which is relatively often in the show. With that said, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, not Revelations, is in 30th spot.
Chicago!
Chicago Party Island is surprisingly wholesome and refined, particularly considering what it's about and who it's geared for. The story revolves around 40-year-old Diane Dombrowski, who refuses to be bitter or grow old. She's unluckily tested with housing her sister's son, Daniel, who will be the secondary character of the show. Both of them are really well voice acted. And she's rough, has bad personality, likes party, sex, likes off at their job as a stylist. Basically, she's the typical shitty adult animated protagonist, but also an immature woman who hasn't let go of her college years. This would be captivating to explore, but they don't. They won't give you an insightful look at this woman's life or how she could change. Quite the opposite, the show rewards her bad behavior in most occasions, but there's a key piece to the puzzle that actually makes this tolerable, which is how the show is more about living life by your own ideals and morality, rather than the morality in general. It's not rewarding her shitty behavior, it's rewarding her for sticking to her personality and philosophy. There was a possibility of a nuanced message, but the show understood a protagonist like her would be problematic and centered the show around situations that justify these problems by incorporating them into the themes of the show. I think that's genuinely great, if a little bit cheap. The show is rarely heavy. It's aiming to be more fun than logical or complete, which often works in its favor, though occasionally falls flat. Their themes and style heavily offset the hodgepodge of cliches, but they simply are displayed to a likable degree. The characters aren't one note, they know when to display emotion, and even Diane gets sympathetic several times throughout the show. She never hurts anyone through her bombastic personality and is very careful to avoid hurting others. I believe this show has a lot more depth than you'd imagine on a first impression, and for subverting my expectations in that regard, I applaud it. However, there are issues with this. For example, oftentimes any character who isn't from Chicago is written as a stereotype from their origin location. The comedy is still raunchy and crude, so not everyone is going to like it. It's not universal humor like The Simpsons or created enough like South Park. I simply believe the show stands out over most generic adult animated sitcoms as one of the best in that category, but not so much on others. It also happens to be grossly episodic. Some episodes here are lackluster at best, while some others hold insightful moments delving into Diane's life. I can't help but scratch that feeling that if this show was more about Diane getting over her 40s crisis and less about her somehow saving the day by being herself, this show would actually be a hit for many people around. But hey, if anything, it's an alright binge watch. There's a character who starts dating another but is keeping it a secret. I'm not saying who so as to not spoil anything, but I really don't like that character. Favorite episode, Emergency Contact. Favorite character, Diane. It could have been higher if done better, but for now, 56th place with Chicago Party Island.
That's a dead kid.
Hilda Grimm is not screwing around. It's aimed for kids aged 7 and up, yet there's no quills about bringing forth disturbing ideas from fairy tales to what the Grimminations would be afraid to. Always being a fairy tale based story that is extremely self-aware of genre cliches and will make absolutely sure to let you know what to expect, then surprises those expectations. Here, let me read you this small piece of a review by Alexa Cruz Cristiano, whom I don't really know anything from, but someone brought her review to my attention and I think it's spectacular. Quote, I was completely disgusted by it. In the very first episode, the parent chops off their kids, Hansel and Gretel's heads, and a witch with a candy house cuts up her own baby and is eating a pie, prompting her appetite for children. She gets a closet full of shoes from the children she has eaten, one of which still has bone and some flesh from a child. The shoe is thrown around by Hansel and the witch. The witch later gets impaled. They show her impaled body and later her skeleton. And if you can tell from me reading that Halfin laughs, no, she's not lying or exaggerating. The show is absolutely messed up. Except she's here to complain, but I'm here to applaud. Not many media directed at children does the bare minimum at skating past the censors. Usually you'll see an effort to avoid bothering them as much as possible. But this show makes one to bother them as much as possible, and still gets away with it. It's delightful, but I understand if parents are a little skeptical on this show because of it. In concept, it's violent, but in execution it keeps itself very safe. Any scenes with graphic violence are drawn in a simplistic 2D silhouette style and show a complete and utter lack of gore, and the more disturbing ideas never delve into grotesque, with constant comedy and lightheartedness to pad out the more twisted aspects. Courage the Cowardly Dog is scarier than this, for example. The show takes place along a very wide time frame, which means you get to see the characters physically and mentally grow despite their bad decisions recurrently coming back to haunt them. It's a show that involves a lot of consequences, and this show takes a lot of turns to lead it in a very interesting direction. I appreciated the inclusion of less popular fairy tales compiled by the Grimms. Of course everyone's heard of Hansel and Gretel, but stuff like the Seven Ravers or Trusty Joan appear. Tales I didn't actually know about before researching this show. The meta-commentary can sometimes be a little on the nose, which I didn't mind near the end, but it just seems like an insistent distraction for roughly the first half of the show, which I am now noticing. I haven't distracted this review with a joke in a bit, and I'm not sure if that means the writing of these reviews is making me smarter, or if I'm just not that funny. They keep going on and on about how dark what you're seeing is, and yes, but shut up, I'm pretty sure everyone knows decapitating your own children isn't particularly healthy behavior. Things also contrast heavily with a certain item the Queen and King have at the start of the series. It's incredibly off-putting that they have it, and although the show acknowledges these two are not always morally sound, they never address this more than vague implications, which are really messed up. These are all just minor gripes. It's very complex as a show, and you'd be glad to see it high on the list because I genuinely thought it was very good at directing a scary story for children without possibly hurting them. Maybe desensitizing, but I think the show is a better entrance into horror than the actual horror most kids will inevitably watch. I don't know. The animation isn't very amazing, but their stylization looks alright for me, and I like their use of shading during most of the show. Favorite episode, 3 golden hairs. Favorite character, Dottie, though maybe Widow Fisher. Okay, spoiler strict 1. Some things were predictable, am I right? Of course the hot sexy guy Gretel has a crush on would be evil, and yes, that certain artifact I was talking about is the golden twine, though I admit it could simply be that I don't remember them talking about it for some reason.
Johannes gave us a spool of golden thread that we used to sew your heads back on.
I think Gretel cutting her own finger off needed some more consequences, because the show pretends she did the right thing, and I don't believe that's entirely a message worth spreading, considering they did have somewhat of a choice. I didn't feel like Johannes' death was anywhere near as impactful as it was intended, but I did feel like they made a good choice by incorporating the narrating birds into the story by the last few episodes. They didn't fit in as well before. And of course I gotta love the bird guys. Bird guys are my favorite in general. It was gratifying to see them fight the dragon. Which, on that note, I didn't expect him to lose to the dragon in episode 9. I was originally angry at that, but they brought it together amazingly during episode 10 by making the dragons just be something unexpected. Though once again, it was predictable, am I right? Okay, this video has gone on long enough discussing the show's concept alone, and it should go a long ways to justifying its position in 22nd. I didn't need to specify too much for you to believe me.
Everything is lies!
Inside Job is one of the funniest shows on Netflix. It follows this group of division leaders for different aspects of their company, Incognito Inc. This company has a simple job, which is to cover up and execute basically every single conspiracy anyone has ever discussed, from aliens to celebrity cults to Disney lending animatronics to fake footage. Added with the character design, it might seem like this would then be a shameless attempt to follow on Rick and Morty, with juvenile humor and jokes that sound smart but aren't, always retaining a crude tone. That is thankfully not the case. Inside Job is much better than Rick and Morty past the second season, with characters full of personality and carefully written scenarios revolving the worldwide conspiracies. Except Flat Earths. Even the show denies Flat Earth despite showing Pizzagate, Starbucksgate, and NateGate.
Forget about that last one. Forget about the last one. Nate has never committed tax fraud. Actually, this is a fucked up joke. I should stop it.
It is the biggest shame that the show got canned after 2 seasons, but it thankfully has each season be self-contained, which lets the main plot points in each finalized. And they always end properly, nothing gets glossed over, and the show is sure to give you a gut punch once or twice, even if the second season resolution can be seen from several miles away. The cast is insanely fun and will never rely on gimmicks. Sure, they all have blatant personalities, but there's enough variety among them for different pairings to come together into an assortment of routines. When included with the witty dialogue and outstanding comedy, the show is extremely fun, and I'd speak absolutely zero complaints on getting more. Who would? Whether it's being smart or making niche references, it won't make a fuss about you getting the jokes, like other shows with societal or scientific themes. The action of the show is surprisingly lively. It's not a combat kind of action, but there's still moments where the characters fight back a threat, and these segments are usually tense, funny, and well animated. There's a wider universe of organizations that cover other conspiracies, such as the Illuminati or the Insane Clown Posse, all controlled by a group of elites that basically oversee everything. This would have been cool to see in other seasons, and it sucks that the show got cancelled before they could get into this. However, they did go into the psychology of how characters cope with the chaos and insanity around them, making a statement about the effects of conspiracies on people. Here, even nice people who know the conspiracies like Brett, the Deuterogon straight man of the group, see changes in their personality and obsessiveness due to their work position. This is despite him being a fool to the protagonist Reagan, who is more skeptical and moral than anyone else in the company. Her dad is also obsessed with taking down her boss, so you can expect some drama in the story with these characters. The arcs and backstories aren't a focus point, but they will get explored a little, which I think works on the show's favor. It just doesn't have many flaws. Maybe sometimes some jokes aren't funny, but that's all. Maybe the writers rely a little too much on pop culture references? But really, Inside Job is a solid series that entertained me throughout. Insanely funny and generally creative. Plus, it is one of the best intros in Netflix. And yes, both season finales made me sad. For a comedy series, the show has its own particular way of making you emotional. It didn't try to hide the character struggles like many other comedy shows would, and I believe something as funny as this was special, genuinely. I've mentioned already that I don't laugh too much because I'm frankly not easy to make laugh, and yet this show is right there with Philomena Kong and Gintama as a few shows I laughed at consistently throughout. Favorite episode? Inside Reagan, but maybe Brett work, I'm on the fence. Favorite character? Little Brett, but obviously Reagan. Alright, I was not expecting this, but Inside Job entered the top 10 in the last minutes, so let's say the last thing on top 10 is Love, Death and Robots, at exactly 10th. I was told to remind you of an asterisk or something, but I don't remember what I meant.
Damn, nature, you scary!
Adventure Beast is unexpected. It's about this expedition of a guy, BTG, and his two associates. It looks like the typical sitcom for adults with all the unnecessary gore to put, and then it's just a show about a zoologist wholesomely trying to explain why he likes wildlife throughout the showcase of weird things weird animals do in a show intended to appeal to a different audience than usual. It's very pointless, and I have a theory this was created by a means for BTG, the protagonist of Bradley, to get funding for further research. And you know what? Sure, I see someone biting. Also, BTG has a mountain of fursuits he wears throughout the show. He's totally a furry. The characters look like the generic adult animated style, but the actual show looks more like those coloring book apps where you have the numbers and you fill them in according to the number, you know? It's sort of ugly and simplistic, but when done right a few times, it definitely works. Besides that, I found myself enjoying the show at least. It is lackluster, but that's because it's not the type of show to have plot or arcs, but rather it's episodic, and it aims to be accurate on the information it presents about the wildlife. It chooses to give more quirky and fun tidbits in order to make the show fun instead of being a history lesson. It's the sort of casual teaching you might see on YouTube videos, so if you're interested in biology or animals and the like, go ahead and watch it, but if you're looking for something with more depth to it, you're not going to love this one. Also, for whatever reason, they spent a sixth of the budget on small live action segments at the end of episode. I don't know why they exist, and honestly, it's just funny to see that they are here. Funner than many of the jokes in the show, actually. Favorite episode? Only the Scared Survive. Of course, no spoiler segments because there's nothing to spoil. Okay, one singular spoiler. There's fake hyena pee-pee in the show. I don't like it, yeah! Adventure Beast is in 59th in the list. Maya and the Tree is a short limited series about a generic Latina teenage stereotype used up from One Piece, Pichu, and what most Hollywood producers think Dia de los Muertos is, who go on a journey in a fantasy version of Mesopotamian Latin America in order to kill deities from Mexican mythology, so they don't destroy each of the protagonist's major cities. Note Mexican does not mean Mexican, there's differences, hence why I pronounce it weird. As you can tell, it's very specific to Mexican culture, but any Mexican watching likely caught on to the way they simplified multiple subcultures to appeal to the idea of Latin Americans, rather than the actual cultures they are basing themselves off. Most notably by having the characters speak Spanish when it is not a native tongue to Mesopotamian cultures. It was introduced by the Spaniards when they slaughtered the natives. Hey, this Yoko Thanksgiving. It stood out to me that these characters should be speaking in their respective native tongues at the very least. Maya, whose culture is fittingly based on Mayan culture, should speak the Mayan language instead of Spanish, even though they did mix Aztecan elements to it for variety's sake. Hey, should I be thankful that the guy who's from the Caribbean culture is not called Caribbean and the guy who's from the Incan civilization isn't called Inca? But that's the major gripe on their take of the culture. While it is true some characters are designed in ways that can be a little generic, such as Chimi's makeup or the over-inclusion of Pumas for whatever reason, the portrayal and utilization of these cultures is heavily mitigated by the fantasy setting, allowing them to be less accurate and simply use the visual and storytelling cues that best suits the story and world. Like, the kinds of stories in the mythology and this share a lot of themes. It's kinda like when they have a show based on Greek mythology, so you can expect certain themes and scenarios, often not interesting there since it's overdone, but since Mesopotamian mythology has gotten little attention in media, it does feel refreshing. You'd sorta be silly if you were complaining about this show not being accurate to real culture, because it's simply a fantasy setting based on culture, not the actual culture. The story is great. Being self-contained to 9 30-minute episodes didn't stop them from exploring their fairy tale to its full potential despite some slight rushing, and the gloriously beautiful animation and art direction is nothing to scoff at. They'll try to have the characters sort of pop out of the aspect ratio to make everything seem more 3D when necessary, a technique I've done myself here, and seeing it on a product like this was gratifying but also kind of awesome. The show being limited allows them to carefully craft a nuanced story, with characters weaving in and out of relevancy in a refreshingly unexpected technique. Some writers call this technique killing people and making the audience really sad. The fights against the Mexican gods are incredibly fun to see, as they play out in a characteristic manner seen in basically every Pixar film, except this is not Pixar, so it genuinely feels different. Like, they understood how to make these kinds of fights and how they should work, unlike Pixar, whose most exciting fights recently have shown up when the lamp fights the eye in the logo before the film. There's another antagonist, Sats, who I felt was very well written, embodying many of the story's themes like the protagonist, but from a different perspective. It's just exciting, brief, and complete. Go on, watch it. It's extremely good. They kill it at adapting Mesopotamian tapes thematically and have lovable characters to boot. There's no reason to skip this one. Favorite character, Lady Mikde. Favorite episode, The Divine Gate. This abrupt ending has been brought to you by the spoiler segment. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna start with something big. What the hell? Like 70% of the characters in this show flipping die! I liked it because no one felt safe at any opponent that really elevated the story and made it incomparable to other animated stories. Like, killing Pichu so early was massive, but killing Satsamai at the end was insane, is what I would say, if this didn't follow a pattern often seen in mythology, where the main characters die at the end to become different things, sometimes mountain, sometimes the gods of whatever they rule, and sometimes the sun and the moon. I enjoyed the ending because of this, but I understand if people thought it was silly. Still, the Pichu kill was a bold move. Romantic relationships in this show are terrible and awful, and I rarely felt like the characters should start dating, despite the fact that they do a lot, which I just don't get. But anyway, Rico and Chimi don't fit. Their love triangle with Pichu is strange. I mean, I know some people are particular about Pokemon, but here it just feels like conflict for the sake of conflict. It reads like Rico didn't have a chance, and then when Pichu died, he swooped in while Chimi was vulnerable. It's kinda silly and fucked up. I just didn't love this aspect of the show very much. Maya and the Tree is on the 16th spot on the top 20.
I remember when I lost my mind.
And now, Enemy in the stylings of Germa.
I wake up to the sounds of the silence that aroused for my mind to run around with my eardrum to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I'm told. When my back was to a wood, I was smiling when I turned. Tell me you're the greatest, but once you turn, they hate us. Oh, the misery. Every single person is my enemy.
Hi, I wish to publicly issue an apology. My introduction to this review has been less than professional, and I have to make it clear that this is unacceptable behavior. I will continue to work towards becoming a better person, particularly one that doesn't listen to Imagine Dragons, because to be fair, the only reason the intro is good is because someone else remixed it. Okay, now let's actually talk about Arcane, a show that has received critical acclaim with more than good reasons. I know my tastes are a little unconventional sometimes, and maybe some things I'm putting in the top 10 you wouldn't. But Arcane? How do you not put it in the top 10? Based on the massively popular video game League of Legends, though not as massive as 80% of its player base in kilograms, Arcane follows Champion Jinx. Champion is how LoL names its playable characters, as we see her corruption and evolves through 3 arcs with 3 episodes each, all telling us a story in the LoL universe while taking a lot of liberties with its plot. No one cares because LoL is not a game about lore, so that's neat. Out of these 3 arcs, the first one is the best thing on Netflix right now. This includes Haha Funny Squid Game, Stranger Things, anything in my top 10 here. Just the 3rd episode of this show alone destroys half of the Netflix original animated library. It's so good, in fact it overshadows the remainder of the show. Episodes 4 to 9 are amazing and impressive, but they won't top episodes 1 to 3, so it feels weird to watch this show. Regardless, Jinx herself is an incredibly complex and fun character. Not only do we see how she became so complex, but we also see her complexity visually through the use of environmental design and the 2D elements of the animation. A lot of storytelling is done with these subtle visual elements that explore the thoughts of a character, and when the character isn't too psychologically sound, the visuals follow. Let's talk major themes, mainly classism. This is one of the topics in the hit 2009 film Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, which wait, hold on, this is the wrong video. Classism is the world's largest current problem. Not only does it involve hate for others because of what they are, but also because society corroborates these ideas intentionally, which is funny because it's not a topic nearly as discussed as it should. We only see it being discussed in the context of the 19th century civilization or fantasy, even though it's a massive modern problem. Either way, I'll commend Arcane for covering it even if in a fantasy universe. We see classism be a major reason why the world isn't able to progress, why characters decide to have individual motivations, and why everything is shit in the world. The issue serves as a base motivation for every character, which really sells the theme appropriately while delivering realistic characters. Rich characters want to do bigger things, they want to fix the world's issues as well as their own, even if their methods overlook many factors. Middle-class characters know that it is impossible to change the world without real talent and sacrifice, which they'll often have and do, meaning they will not look out for their own issues, they'll have a ton and won't try to fix them. And lower-class people just want to solve their issue this week because otherwise they're liable to lose everything and die. This means the high-class characters want the lower-class characters to stop being an issue one way or another, middle-class characters want to change everything for everybody, changing the state of affairs, and lower-class characters want to eat the rich, or I guess blow them up with a grenade. I just say that because they really do need to eat or they'll starve to death. This basically means everyone is making it hard for each other to accomplish their goals, but they all want something fair, and you as the audience can tell this is the case, which means almost every antagonist and protagonist is likable in some way. You can analyze each of them and figure out their goals, ideals, personality, and relationships in depth. These characters are like a very well-oiled machine. They all work together to bring life to the setting, system, and plot. They all bounce off each other, even if they never interact directly. And they all have different ideals which play off each other through the scene placement alone. And notably, if you're brave enough, they can make for great imaginative scenarios where you stick your dick in there. And I put so much focus on discussing classism as a topic of fiction because every single time I see a story on this topic, it gets scrutinized by audiences who believe the characters in lower class are badly written because they are evil or criminals. You often hear that it makes no sense for the high class not to destroy them in an instant. Classism is so ingrained into society, people genuinely find it insulting or bad writing when fiction tries to explain why such a thing is occurring, expressing that it makes no sense or portrays the lower class as oppressed when they aren't. Surprise, surprise, fellas, this is the case outside of fiction as well. Now, allow me to list off all of the awards the show obtained and why it deserves them. Best Production Design. As I already said, the environments, whether it's interiors like Jinx's room or exteriors like Piltover, are beautiful and often have elements that serve some form of metaphor. It also extends to the way the show generally looks. Best Character Designs. Every character looks different, and it's not exclusive to their clothes. Their mannerisms and overall shape is unique and often different in each of the 3 acts. You can also discern their personality from it. This includes their expressions in particular. Best Character Animation, and when I say expressions and mannerisms, I mean this in the way they move. Best Effects. They are colorful and can serve many purposes, such as literally showing movement or impact on a fight scene, which I won't focus much on, but they are impeccable. I could literally reference any fight scene in this show, they all have incredible effects. But even the dust in the air manages to look pretty. How do you make dust in the air look pretty? Best Voice Acting. We get an adult playing a kid throwing a temper tantrum, and it's so well acted it genuinely feels like this kid's just been forced to sit through a Studio Brinquedo film. Or maybe someone told them Dream is a cheater. Best Writing. Note the last 5 minutes. Best TV. Note the last 5 minutes again. And it had to fight with the next top 10 contender on the list, which I'll get to after this review. Best Storyboarding. This show's framing and visuals are glorious, and it is in part thanks to the innovative composition, something which is done generally from the storyboarding stage. Best Direction. I'm partial to South, and I kinda dislike one. And Arcane is not a direction, so... But yes, the show comes together neatly. Arcane may not be perfect, but it damn near is. In fact, it starts off so good that the main problem in the show is that the rest pales in comparison. Favorite episode, the base violence necessary for change. Favorite character, Victor. I haven't talked about him because spoiler time! 3, 2, 1. Victor just struck me as the kind of character. He's very Nate-core. I enjoyed Scientist. He's funny, he looks like me in terms of looking like shit all the time, except he's got a disease instead of being deceased over watching so many Netflix animated originals help. I enjoyed his storyline a lot. Seeing him grow weaker both physically and morally was rough but extremely interesting. I quite like that he's one of those middle class characters I talked about. Having experience in both cities, he tried so hard to improve the world that he never improved himself and took risky decisions, until that came back to bite him by making him self-absorbed. In the pursuit of great, he failed to do good. I think Sky's death is a great audience parallel to his research, as the moment of her death is very impactful despite her lack of a presence in the show, and then afterward you ponder if you could have seen more of her outside of Victor's mindspace. That's the same issue Victor had. The show portrays the character of Sky in the same way Victor perceives her. That's insane! Silco adopting Yings was a small thing I didn't entirely expect, but it took the story in an interesting direction for both of their characters, one softening, one growing crazier. I appreciated the relationship, and I wish more shows had these kind of relationships where characters shouldn't really be together, but they are together anyways. And finally, the ending is a little iffy. It feels like a cliffhanger because you're wondering what happened to the council members. And I get it though, the idea is that the only death that matters to the plot of this season is the death of the two cities coming to an agreement. That's it, finito, this season's plot point has come to a close, and they can set up the rest for later if they wanna. So, after some pondering, I think I'm fine with this ending. It's not like I cared about these characters or anything, and it bothers me nothing at all. It doesn't bother me, no. Arcane is on the top 10, so number 6 happens to be Hilda, the other show about a stubborn girl that everybody thinks is insane. Except Jinx is actually insane, so maybe it's a terrible comparison. Hilda season 3 is great, by the way. It's very hard to explain how this show manages to be so good. It was written, acted and directed by its creator, Zero Calcare, and for a show that comes out of the mind of a singular guy, Tear Along the Dotted Line and its sequel are both fantastical and spectacular. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say the words. It's the best show that nobody has ever watched. Of course, that's a lie, as more and more content creators have started discussing it in 2023. Mike McWords, Countryman Samir is the next one that's going to get this attention. I, for one, watched this show a while ago, and it quickly became one of my favorites. It shares a lot of similarities with the Tatami Galaxy, one of my favorite anime ever, so I was sure I was going to love it right after episode 1 ended. The show follows Zero, the author, as he wonders whether he has made good or bad life decisions while living in the city of Rome. The dialogue is mostly comprised of the character's relatable narration going on and on and on about menial tasks, often ending in some kind of grandiose and deeply philosophical conclusion about life and the state of affairs. What? No, I've never done this myself ever. I swear. Stop using my videos as ammunition. But the monologues are genuinely well put together, being entertaining and realistic at once, often echoing thoughts we've heard or had ourselves. They regularly involve his fantasies about what other people think of him, and the more irrational thoughts are had as a conversation with his conscience, drawn here as an armadillo. The author knows that his speaking is likely to get tiring, so you shouldn't be surprised when the show decides using this piece of its personality actually to its advantage, with the insertion of frantic and exaggerated visual metaphors throughout and silent musical segments once the barrage is over, letting the weight of the conclusions again. These little quirks elevate Zero's characterization and thought process, developing on his spoken words with visuals where he's being dragged along a series of terrible scenarios, almost alluding to the thought itself having control over him. He starts going on and thinking about some sort of emotion or experience or feeling he had, and he continues going through it. The world disappears, it all becomes this abstract surrealist landscape, and then all of a sudden he begins coming onto a conclusion, and then the focus stops being on him. It's incredibly satisfying when that happens, as if the thought has unwoven and cleared itself, leading to moments where everything seems to make sense and have purpose. The show will subtly hint at this dotted line, meaning different things at different points in the series. It's colloquially used to refer to the correct path in life, things people have to do in order to fit into the perfect mold of what the world, their friends and themselves think they are supposed to be or do. Other times it's representative of human impact on people, the importance of learning when your actions make you one in a crowd, and when it's time to take actual responsibility and have genuine reaction. You're not always the protagonist, but that doesn't mean there aren't times where you need to be said protagonist of a situation. This means the show manages to cover, in an impressive display, a huge mesh of topics relating to human relationships, before they are, when they are, and after they are. So needless to say, the show means a lot because of how personal it is, all whilst remaining outstanding and entertaining. The voice work and dialogue is all executed like a guy is simply having a conversation, and its message can easily reach all kinds of people. One thing that is exceedingly easy to miss is the way Zero speaks. The dubs don't do it justice by simplifying his rhythm and making him British for some reason. Because Spanish is somewhat similar to Italian, it stood out to me how Zero's accent isn't exactly clean. They somewhat allude to this in the second season as well, or how the characters often spread context through their intonation alone. I mean, that's one thing, but you don't need to be a genius to notice the subtitles missed an evidence word in the Italian dialogue. So my largest critique to the show is actually not even the show's fault, but rather Netflix's own platform issues. May I please get the chance to change my own goddamn quality?
It's 3 AM and that's me. I feel exactly like it looks.
Anyways, recently a sequel called The World Can't Turn Me Down came out. It's not as introspective and powerful as the first season in my opinion, but that doesn't mean the quality and story drop in any way. It's still a fantastic show, but instead focuses on a momentary crisis for Zero Calcare, revolving politics and moral ideals. It brings back some stuff from the first season, but most of all it brings the broader message of the first season back. He already learned how to avoid something that led to the writing style of the first season, so it makes sense to keep it. Yes, I'm saying the first season is so well put together, the entire script was designed surrounding the lesson the main character had to learn. The second season didn't have that luxury, but it's handling another topic as well as the first season could, with characters as realistic and relatable, just with more plot intertwined. This is how you craft a show with personality. Now for the important question. Shall we go get gelato? Favorite character 0, favorite episode catharsis. Yeah, not many surprises there. As for spoilers, I'm gonna skip on them. I think anyone can tell why the voice acting in episode 6 works so incredibly well, and the rest of things really I wouldn't say much more about than I've already said. Like, what do I look like to you, Saber Spikes? I ain't gonna summarize the show and call it content. Top 10 entry here, and the last top 10 entry. With this, just know the entire top 10. Which, yes, means there's about 2 years of shows that aren't nearly as spectacular, though there are some highlights. Number 9th, the amazing piece goes to Inside Job, who after the Carmen and TrollHunters debacle, clawed its way in.
What the dog doing? What the dog doing? What the dog doing?
When you hear the name Dogs in Space, you know what you're gonna get. But you don't expect it. I personally thought it was going to be a marketable dog show because children just love dogs to hell and back. Look at Paw Patrol and stuff. Do you think the armadillo won the mob vote for no reason? Because I'm never getting over it. Anyways, you'd be incredibly surprised to know that not only is the show great, but it actually poses some crazy philosophical questions. When I expected pandering and meandering, I got some insanely fun characters that deviate a lot from the dog character stereotypes peddled by lazy writers. It follows Carpet Garbage and his space crew trying to find a habitable planet for humans in space. The space crews have been genetically modified to make the dogs more human, so they basically took the animals, sent them to space, made them intelligent and told them to go fix humanity's problems in the vacuum of space alone for 20 years. Other shows sort of gloss over that, but not only did Dogs in Space discuss it in depth, but also subverted the image of what dogs are in children's media. To start off, the cast is really fun and have great designs, all with top-notch voice acting and animated with surprisingly variety to their expressions and stuff. And the color and art direction really pops out despite not being that groundbreaking in concept. The dialogue and jokes are engaging and fun. Added to the story, it's an incredibly easy binge watch. The pace and rhythm of the show is almost perfect, and I was surprised to see equal focus being given to all the characters when necessary. Chonis and Nomi, for example, seem like generic characters to me at first, the best friend and the energetic girl, but when they each got an episode discussing loyalty to friends or the nature of team morale, their characters are sort of elevated. Some dogs are here because their owners sent them here and now have no choice. Some are there because they have pride and need to be useful to their humans, and some are there just because they want to commit crime and arson. This variety in ideals allows the characters to feel complete and interesting. Kira has got to be one of the most appealing characters in this show. She comes in early on to challenge everyone's status quo by not being the positive dog character we see so often. She's deliberately built to be cynical and unappreciative of dog behavior, which means she falls amazingly well with the rest of the cast while being a voice of reason for adults and cat people. She opens the floodgates to discuss what it means for humans to do something with their life and how their value is measured by their usability exclusively, even exploring how that translates to the basic motivations people develop to do anything in life, including shallow or impulse motivations. Sometimes people have to do something because there's no one else to do it, an idea echoed in dogs living in an empty space with the motivation of their loyalty to their owner. They are roaming space for their owner, but once enough time passes and they realize their new cognition finds their motivation illogical, they might just break apart like the protagonist of this show does. By putting human nature through the lens of a person not being a person and instead being a dog, their discussion stays interesting without it being overbearing. Like, if I was mentally 8 instead of 12, I wouldn't have noticed this theme and still had my fun. But from an analytical perspective, there's some stuff to unpack here. It's just an incredibly interesting and addictive show that does the most with its simplicity. It managed to close up on the top 10 because it's tightly knit, little time is wasted not exploring the characters, and they avoid following the status quo of children's dog shows, something which makes the show one of a kind and is smoothly pulled off. When added with the charm, this is my favorite dog show, which isn't saying much, because there aren't that many dog shows for, like, not babies, are there? There's an episode where they turn into kids, and I do gotta admit that one is lame. They do enough with the concept, but I just hate baby versions of characters. That's right! Screw you, baby Luigi! Do not let the first few minutes of the show fool you. They start off by making 2 incredibly painful dog puns, including one in the very opening. It's kind of funny how this unintentionally sets you up not to expect the show to have a molecule of intelligence, and then it hits you with the most complex discussion of in vivo testing through the eyes of a race allegory. Favorite character? Kira. Favorite episode? Who's a T-boy? Let's pull it all, shall I? 3, 2, 1. So there's 3 things I want to bring up that involve spoilers. First is that I really enjoyed seeing Garbage be actually incapable of any job position, particularly the T1. It's nice to see Garbage's less optimistic side, as well as his perseverance at doing a job he loves despite not being the best. It's an admirable philosophy, one I relate to considering I've been doing YouTube for 10 years with only mild success. Second is how the show portrays humans and faith. It's surprisingly mature and adult. The dogs could easily ditch the humans and start their own civilization in space as they understand their own tech. More to it when you remember the third thing I wanted to talk about, which is how the humans are implied to have done experiments on dogs before figuring out how to change their DNA, and only use them as tools to protect the humans. Kira's character is so good because she just points out how screwed up it is as a whole. Afraid of sending humans, they decided to send dogs because they can always get more dogs. And other shows would try to justify it or sugarcoat it, but Garbage himself sees it and just agrees. Like, now that he's capable of cognition, he's just realizing how fucked up it is that they sent them up there, and almost goes with Kira's easy way out, but thankfully he doesn't. This made the ending of season 1 insanely engaging. I actually was sad I couldn't watch more than the allotted episodes for each day, because of course I didn't binge every show here, chill. Season 2 introduces Sergeant Pepper, who I didn't particularly care for. She's very much a trope and my least favorite aspect of the show, despite being fit into it very well. The voice acting and writing is a little lackluster. It wasn't a deal breaker or anything though. Happy's backstory with Garbage was also a highlight for me, and I like that at any point in this review I might have said something was garbage by mistake and someone out there is very confused. Dogs in Space unexpectedly slaps its way to 12th place. Before I start on 2022, can we talk about how stacked the last quarter of 2021 was for Netflix animation? 2 shows in the top 10 and 3 other shows in the top 20. 5 out of 7 shows here are top 20ers, and one of those is almost in the top 20. It's sorta sad to know that there's only 4 top 20 shows left in the entire thing. What were they doing in 2022 and 2023? I don't know, let's find out.
Man, 1910 times were weird.
Here goes. Based on the video game Cuphead, this series shows us some stories about Cuphead and his pal Muckman, who like to roll the dice. By chance they come into the devil's game and gosh, they pay the price. It doesn't look anywhere near as clean as the game, but it did borrow the Rubber Horse style and use it to create some nifty short stories with these characters, harping back to the days when everything was worse but we pretend otherwise. Obligatory mention of the economy not following suit. This show is pretty good, but also pretty pointless. As it turns out, the Cuphead games don't make for as good as a show as they might appear, but it does make for a great opportunity to explore the silly and oftentimes cheesy writing of older cartoons while reimagine it for a more modern style. Since the titular character and his brother Mugman don't have much of a personality in the game, it was fun to see how they imagined them, and I think that's pretty accurate. Perhaps they didn't expect for Cuphead to be such a prick and Mugman to be so angsty, but those traits were at least expected to some degree. They never shoot anyone by snapping their fingers, which could have made a pretty good episode at least, so yeah, that's a shame. The rest of the cast, however, is completely up for grabs, with many new details to them being introduced, crafting more interesting characters, and making use of their showy designs. The Devil and King Dice both show up with their evident personalities they would have from their special designs and mannerisms in the games, while developing stuff further, such as explaining why King Dice owns the namesake through the gamest game show in the land, or what he does outside of collecting debts, even what his relationship with the devil is in more detail besides being the devil's right-hand man. And that I must admit, when the bosses from the game aren't the episode's topic or antagonist, the show doesn't shine very much. There are exceptions, but for me it was generally the case. It feels like their new creations for characters didn't really merge well with the creative and mechanic-based designs of Cuphead, with most show-exclusive characters being annoying secondary character 17 consistently, the kind of dislikable character that makes the characters miserable for 15 minutes kind. Something newer cartoons are learning to avoid because it's just kinda lame. The show tends to be predictable and have low-hanging comedy, but these episodes suffer from this even more. The other kinds of episodes not based on game characters focus on Cuphead, Mugman, and Elder Kettle's family dynamic, with Chalice joining the fray after the second season. I feel like these were a little better and a lot more retro, so I have no problems with those. I love the way the show ties in with the game thanks to its accurate scenarios and character introductions. It might feel less wacky than the game, but I definitely see the game's wackiness occurring in these locations. I personally enjoy these brief sequences using clay models, similar to how the games did it. I thought it was a neat detail, like in general the animation is great. But yeah, it's a little bland in writing, generally predictable, but entertaining, visually stunning, and the comedy is hit and miss depending on the episode. It's above great, but also certainly not a knockout. Favorite character? The Devil. Favorite episode? A high seas adventure. Cuphead wallops its way gracefully into 34th place. So like, yeah, the review might be mostly negative, but this is pretty high on the list.
Marching my way down to Carol and HR, and I say, Carol!
Human resources makes me want to punch someone over the head. This is already much better than early Big Mouth and Sweet's new removal of children, but more to it, it feels like the writers actually tried to write something besides a comedy, something which Big Mouth did, but not as aggressively as this show. So am I surprised you by saying this, and you'll maybe think I'm a degenerate for 5 minutes, but let me explain. I actually liked Human Resources. I know, don't hit me. That's animal abuse. Or I guess civil rights abuse? Assault? I think no Netflix show infuriated me as much as this one. Yes, ROBOZUNA got me confused, or the complete cancellation of Inside Job insulted me. But here what bothers me is not the disgusting and gross and bothersome parts. On the contrary, it's the personally interesting and graceful bits. It's like, on the one hand, I got a cosmical horror love story about a physical manifestation of the feeling of love, falling in love with a normal human and the effect it has on everybody involved. On the other hand, I got the plot to Rocky 2, but Rocky's a small peepee that jerks off an Apollo Creed peepee to win the match. It's like you're serving me fish and chips, but the chips are fucking jicama, which I do like in small doses, but you're just taking away all the power the goddamn fish has! I guess the adult comedy is a lot less creepy and more bearable now, considering the characters are adults, but that doesn't make it good. And that doesn't make the show well-paced either. Human Resources falls into a lot of pitfalls that Big Mouth did. Regardless, it is by default already a considerably better show than Big Mouth was at the start. The comedy lands a lot more. The characters feel a lot better. The setting allows for more stupid approaches to sex jokes, which will already be stupid, so might as well run with it. And yet, there's still a plethora of tasteless jokes and gross-out visuals, which just make you wonder why exactly someone thought it was a good idea. Granted, the raunchy humor strikes a better balance between being funny and taking it too far in this show. Adult Shame Wizard Wrinkly Pecker is better than small underdeveloped teenage unmentionable, but they are both willies and I don't want to see them on my screen, that's why we have Twitter. And yes, the show doesn't have the nuance of hormone monsters in Big Mouth, but I'll take that if it means that at least half of the plot in an episode is actually going to be a genuine piece of storytelling that, while it might be a straightforward attempt to tug at your heartstrings, at least it comes with the purpose of a melody. God damn, sometimes I'm a tacky-ass writer. At least the other monsters still keep their nuance. It's just less impressive than the hormone monsters metaphor. I'm saying that this show has many A-plots, and B-plots, and C-plots, and D-plots, and sometimes C-plots, but these A-plots on rare occasions aren't the garbage peddled in the other plots. They are actually amazing pieces of writing, and that's what pisses me off. They could be this, they can do it if they want. Of 10 episodes, 5 have a great plot somewhere. But fuck you, they want to make a joke about something they call an asshole actually turning into an asshole. These kings of comedy. I have a statue of a grenadier and the flag is pretty pointy and I'm not afraid to use it as a weapon. Actually, I have an actual grenade I can just throw at you. Good discussions of relationships and emotions through them and emotions over them can get complex rarely, can get so dumb it's actually kind of endearing, but you do have to sift through a mind-numbing comedy and painful gags together. Who knows, I saw someone on IMDb hate on this show for not always making sex shows, which is like, bro, are you okay? I mean, different tastes for everybody, right? Favorite character, Emily. Favorite episode, The Light. Okay, spoilers, 3, 2, 1. The episode's The Light and It's Almost Over, as well as everything between Emily and Rochelle, was good. I am on the ground basically crying, both metaphorically, metaphysically, and physically. The Light is an amazing romance that actually uses the world of Big Mouth to make something that can only be made under that context. Perhaps It's Almost Over is not as nuanced as what we might see in the Midnight Ghospel or BoJack Horseman, but I still think it has a good impact and it's a great episode about death. I actually love seeing the visuals of Yara losing her memory and Walter imploring her to hold on. It was spectacularly well made. I think the song in episode 7 really shows what I feel about the show. One half I want to like, the other half is trying as hard as it can to get me to hate all of it. It's actually kind of surprising in a negative, positive way. I actually found myself really disliking Maury and Connie here. They just show up, do sex jokes, and rarely have anything else to do. You get a bit of exploration into their relationship, but they feel completely cast aside from the rest of the group and all the genuine moments they have sporadically. It pisses me off that the writers could actually deliver something, but they don't really want to. Even now that Netflix isn't in their ass so heavily. They could do something good. Why are they not do something good? Just kill me. Take me now before I change my mind.
Shirotabi, please forgive me for bringing you back to life!
Samurai Rabbit is based on Usagi Yojimbo, a series of books about a Ronin in the Edo period of Japan. Surprisingly, they instead decided to adapt the story to a great descendant of the book's protagonist, bringing a full new cast of characters and taking place in a sci-fi rendition of the setting. They all have to capture yokai around Japan to keep the city afloat and fill its power source. The cast is a lot of fun. They don't have typical personalities, but they did pick the 4 characters that act in a certain way, right? The smart one, the silly one, the hard-headed one, and the scaredy one. They work well together, and seeing their interactions is pretty good if a little typical, making up for some of the show's technical undertakings. Let's just say the animation is very limited, and the designs don't work entirely on 3D. You see drawings of the books, and you notice how the faces look great from any angle because they can just draw the edges of the face at different places. You could achieve this in 3D, but the show doesn't have the budget for that, leading to characters that look great from the front, but at any other angle they look entirely off. They have to change the character design and didn't realize until it was too late. And I say this because there are action figures of Yojimbo that look pretty good. The animation follows suit. Cities look empty or lifeless and fields look still. It doesn't feel alive often. Another note about the show's origin. The show is definitely not as brutal as its inspiration. It's targeted at a younger audience, so characters are not allowed to die and that kind of stuff. What is pretty decent is the base writing. Character writing isn't particularly clever, but the scenarios they find themselves in are complete and complex. Themes such as the meaning of legacy, war, morality show up in concept but are never addressed. We see a guy from a civilization that was prosecuted and killed, making him the only survivor. And the most they extend the thought to is, well, you must have been pretty lonely. Like, yes, the floor here is made out of floor. Character arcs work well on a character level, but not on a plot level. Only one of them actually felt different in personality and in universe skill level by the end of the show, which isn't the worst, but it could have been performed better. I also really commend the antagonist of the second season being what it is. I think it builds up to a neat final episode and puts pressure on the characters that justifies their faster arcs. It's an antagonist that isn't 100% unexpected, but I was pleasantly surprised, mainly because the show sticks a lot to Japanese folklore, and this is basically something that comes out of left field. On that note, the second is just King Julian from Madagascar, so it might not be too innovative or profound or inventive. There's a bunch of annoying stuff and jokes that run on for too long. It might not even be what fans of its parents franchise are looking for, but it's pretty decent. Very pretty decent even. Favorite episode? Willow Branch. Favorite character? Chisu, because character arc go brrr. Samurai Rabbit falls short and ouchie. I fell this morning and I scrubbed my knee and I have no band-aids. And for the first place, out. Well, this one didn't really make the ranking and I simply checked it out of curiosity. It's a baby show and it's not the kind of baby show that shines. While it does look pretty and has some interesting slapstick for babies, the characters don't speak besides grunts and sound effects, which really makes the show lame. They also exist in the Green Forest plain thing where most children's cartoons happen to occur in. There's better kindergarten media out there. So I watched like 2 episodes mostly out of curiosity, kind of to lengthen the video, but since it fits into no criteria number 1, I won't really add it to the list. If I had a nickel for every time my favorite episode in an animated show featuring primarily LGBT characters was a musical, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Also, I'd be making more profit from that than I do from most videos in this channel. Then in Paranormal Park follows Barney and Norma, 2 17-year-olds who for different reasons find themselves working at their local town's theme park. Barney to escape his grandma's judgment of his transsexuality, Norma because she's a big fan of the theme park's founder, Pauline Phoenix. Little do they know the park has a literal elevator to hell, which causes them to get a job controlling the paranormal at the park. Sure, it might not be too creative, sometimes it can be very predictable, but it's capable of making an engaging and fun story that has amazing emotional beats. Seriously, I cannot understand how good this show is at inspecting a character's emotional core and creating episodes of it, which makes the show worthwhile completely. However, there's bad news. Netflix up and cancelled it after 2 seasons. I must admit, I dislike the second season more than the first because it's a transitional season, but I genuinely think the show could have shined a lot if Netflix produced that 3rd season as the last. The show has a great extended cast of characters, who are all LGBT+ except the dog. I think he's straight but he might be asexual. I managed to enjoy all of them, despite some evident foreshadowing and lack of commitment to some of them. It feels as it is a show where the author wanted a setting to put their characters into, like he made the characters and then he wanted to put plays, so he did the plays and then put them together, and thankfully something good came out. And I'm talking down to the main character being an author surrogate a lot. Not my favorite decision, but it's easy to let it pass. The first season is amazing, setting up the pack and characters, as well as their arcs. It really feels like a complete season for a new TV show and delivers on many aspects. I enjoy the complexity of the topics discussed, such as one character's image of their idol completely breaking apart, or the existentialism a dog has when attaining higher intelligence levels and magic. This is what I recommend about the show. If you don't want to watch both seasons, at least watch the first. I loved it. Barney should get a makeover though. His sense of style is absolutely whack and his evil doppelganger who is very YouTuber coded rocks his. The second season feels less polished to me, particularly for the main 2. Like, the show had character arcs for them the first season, and now it's time for a different set of characters to get focused, which leads to the 2 mains getting planned and uninteresting arcs. There's a character that has a complete destruction of her perceived notions about life during the first season. So I guess the problem in the second is that she can tell her mom that she's bi? Bi of all things. The least alarming of these sexualities. Like, if her parents were really conservative, they'd be okay because they still have a 50-50 chance of everything being fine. Don't worry, I'm doing a bit gay to crimes. It's also silly because the character's mother has been shown to be extremely supportive. It's such a nothing burger. So I would hope the show could end all of those loose ends in a 3rd season. Again, the emotional side of the show is incredibly strong. It's capable of writing and showing how characters feel accurately through the medium. And the 9th episode of the first season is a highlight of what animated media has to offer. Favorite episode, The Phantom of the Theme Park. Favorite character, Pugsley, because he has a good arc both seasons, and it's not because he's straight. He just gets a good arc both seasons, which no other character does. They either blunder the first or blunder the second. Okay, spoilers 3, 2, 1. Norma's arc during the second season is hot garbage. She's just having this insecurity about a label rather than anything crazy. With her crush on Bite for feeling like an add-on most of anything. She just had her very reason of existence overrated last season, by the way. And instead of focusing on the natural feelings she should be experiencing from the clash of noticing how she has no identity besides loving this celebrity she can no longer be parasocial with, nah, she's concerned because she can't tell her mom she's bi. Not to say it is like her being bi, but it shouldn't be a focus of her character. Not only are they retreading path they covered with Barney in season 1, but it's also in the middle of something that would matter to this character a lot more. We see her empty room with almost nothing in it. The only thing she cared about Pauline is the thing she needed, an alarm clock. And she's worried about something menial. Granted, it could be that the third season would go on to explain her bike problem was just a cover for her identity crisis, but as it stands, it comes off as exceedingly lazy. That other arc could be really interesting if the third season decided to do it that way. It feels like they thought, oh, they praised us for this arc, let's do it again. I have similar feelings on many things about Barney. His season 2 arc was boring and uncreative, but there wasn't much else to do with him like there was with Norma. Courtney's twist about her being an angel was sort of easy to see. At the same time, the show didn't try to hide it or anything during the aforementioned musical episode. By the by, Somewhere Down There is a banger. But aside of the song's doubly evident example, it was very cleverly foreshadowed. I actually really like Courtney as a character. She made me laugh consistently and had an air of craziness around her. I only wish they had updated the opening to remove the shackles, even though I think her design looked better with them. Purple Red Gang. Pauline's backstory tape was straight out of Gravity Falls. I love that. Just seeing that story occurred through the VHS tape was effective and left a lot of stuff to the imagination. Plus, it accompanied that awesome episode inside Pauline's movies. Too bad we didn't see the third season where she's relevant again. So yes, the second most tragic cancellation in this list was probably this for me, Behind Final Space. Then again, I didn't remember all of them. There's 80 shows and like 1,600, 700 episodes. Due to that cancellation, Dead End Paranormal Park hits Dead End at 23rd place. Finally, I am a proper reviewer. I made a pun with the show's name!
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Uncle from Another World was super appealing at first. It's basically about an old man who comes back from being isekai'd, and it's fun to see his reaction and usage of magic around the modern age. There are so many references to old gaming and geeky stuff that is super appreciated, but I just wish they had made more comedy from this or focused more on the real world. Instead, we see the uncle show his generic isekai experience for a great majority of episodes, with the jokes not evolving past the uncle being old and having magic. Like, this man didn't get Sonic 06. I wanted to see him play Sonic 06 and absolutely love it because holy shit, Sonic is in 3D and he looks so good! Instead, it's just another generic isekai, which added to delays, this became one of my few dropped anime. Farso is a nothing show by the creators of Paradise PD and Buckleberry whatever. A rehash of the characters from it, a ton of gross and unfunny dick jokes, and only a single funny gag in the entire show. Unlike Paradise PD, which I commend for its rapid-fire style of comedy and occasional commentary, Farso has nothing to say at all, and its jokes are few and far between. Their cast is uninteresting, or where interesting it's predictable, but at least the animal companion is here with some reason. The antagonist here is taking the cake for just being funny and engaging. He oftentimes at least kept me amused and is the catalyst for hey, word of the day! Woo! For the only joke that made me laugh in the entire show, which is the word of the day joke. The animation did look a lot better than Paradise PD, with the characters being less choppy. It's still flash animated, and compared to a great majority of the list, it looks bad. Like, not as bad as the polished unnameable show, but even ROBOZUNA looks better. And you're there as witnesses to see how much I crapped all over ROBOZUNA's very core. Actually, let's talk about this. Why is like a third of Netflix's library in animation sci-fi fiction? Like, 1 in 5 shows have at least one major element from sci-fi fiction, whether it's setting, technology, or themes. I mean, I think the popularity of Rick and Morty combined with the ease at incorporating fitting designs into the production helped, but surely by 2022 they must have noticed that it wasn't cutting it anymore. And yep, that's it. That's all I have to say about Farstar. More like Forced R. It's unremarkable, and I wish to give myself at least a review to catch up on the editing. Favorite character? Basarak. Favorite episode? Family Reunion, but they both suck. Oh, look, a bed. Something 76 plays, I don't care.
The one that goes...
You know what? I'll say it. This show goes hard. It's about the first mecha made by a prodigy child, basically a baby, to fight against kaiju. The robot Shiny was given too much personality and blasts off through a time portal in his first mission, returning years later under mysterious circumstances to find out he has been obviously replaced by his creator. The show is just insanely aware of kaiju stories, so the cinematography ends up being an absolute blast. Every fight is delightful and action-packed. To the point it's genuinely exciting to watch them. Even when it's too much, you can tell they are being too much on purpose. It's just awesome and fun. As the show develops, you see the two robot brothers learn to work off each other, their completely opposing personalities making their random banter during fights a treat. It's fulfilling when they meet eye to eye and when they pull a giant level pros move. It's so absolutely enjoyable to just see them confront a kaiju. The camera work and fighting choreography is eye-catching and incredibly unique, and the smooth texture work and art style helps make sense of the chaos. I enjoyed that the robots Shiny and Thunder are designed after the respective era of mechas, with the older Shiny being round and happening back to mechas like Tetsujin 28 and Babel 2, while Thunder is a sleeker and more humanoid design, resembling something from Mazinger or Gundam. You also get other characters besides the robots, like Alex and the Colonel, who are the scientists behind the robots and the commander of the division in charge of protecting the cities respectively. They have these small moments of just being campy and badass that I quite appreciate. It's very on the nose, being a love letter to the shows that inspire it, making this its biggest strength. So then the writing isn't for everyone. Some people might find it too simple or tropey. It wouldn't be a surprise to me if someone found Shiny to be annoying initially. And you do need basic tolerance for a character arc before Shiny really gets into the groove. I guess another of the problems the show has that I should mention is how the kaiju are very samey. There's not much variety with them, and I wish they were more varied and creative. But ultimately, I was surprised to see how little discussion this show gets, and I wholeheartedly chalk it up to its awful marketing. The show's image is being sold as a kid show, like Thunder is going to count the punches he's giving to the kaiju. Add to it, the name feels sloppy. But the biggest setback is that it was sponsored by Epic Games. No, but for real, the show is amazing, go watch it. It's an exceptional robots vs kaiju show. It's using a real engine for its animation, and it's probably going to get cancelled early, leading to me crying and in the floor. Favorite episode, Walkabout. Favorite character, Alex. Beep, beep, in 20th, I said this show's in 20th.
Life update. The voices are getting louder. Louder, I say.
Talking about Beep Beep, Bee and Puppy Cat started as a web pilot, similar to Cliffside has been noted of the recent Avenged Digital Circus. It's about a girl, Bee, who has recently become unemployed, and in her search for work, she ends up adopting a dog-cat hybrid she calls Puppy Cat. As it turns out, this Puppy Cat works by traveling to space and doing odd jobs for the people there, so she decides to join in. The pilot was adored for its cinematography, characters, and deadpan delivery accompanied by the surreal situations. It's one of those shows that knew how to pass off something disturbing as simply unusual for the character's perspective, similar to Adventure Time, further building its plot to explain why this is so. Thanks to fan support, they funded themselves through Kickstarter a 10-episode season that left a lot of space for the show to develop. I watched these episodes that are not available on Netflix and loved them, but the final show sadly does not include them. However, instead it summarizes them into the first 3 episodes of the show. I personally thought these first episodes fell flat by themselves and outright stink compared to the original season. These original episodes knew their tone, so when time came for the story to get serious, it was very effective, and all of the surrealist visuals and situations really stood out blatantly. The new show is just trying to summarize it by taking longer. The pacing of those 3 episodes is abysmal, and I think the original show did it much better. Particularly the plot twisted reveal at the end. They had a lot of clues in the original, but the new one just gets there relatively quick, so it's at most confirmation. However, the rest of the episodes, dubbed Lazy in Space, bring it back with only one singular flaw I'd consider relatively large. The characters in the show are so endearing, but at times they aren't interesting enough to carry their episodes effectively. Bee and Puppy Cat themselves are just perfect. They have a weird relationship that is very peculiarly written, like a sociopathic person and an apathic person that are talking to each other and learning what life is about. I particularly love Puppy Cat's voice. It's just a Vocaloid character saying random beep boop noises. And I think it's very adorable and nice to listen to. Add to him having a well-delivered backstory that's mostly told through music and visual clues. It's frankly art, and I will not deny it almost made me cry more than once. Then there's Carmen and his mother, who is comatose. There's a character that just feels out of place because he's just normal, but this isn't a bad kind of out of place. He does all the weird stuff that surrounds him. From his mother's strange comatose state where she's crying tear bubbles on a timer, to his state as the landlord of a building. The wizards, however, they aren't always a hit. It's this large family of green hairs that include all sorts of characters, some of which work well like Crispin or Cass, some which get singular episodes dedicated to them, really allowing the writers to explore their characters. And then you got Toast. Toast is just an awful character. She rarely does anything for the plot, yet takes so much screen time. This would be fine if they put it to explain why she's silly like she is, but they don't explain anything. She's just generally annoying and ruins the show's pacing even further. So, putting these interesting characters in unusual situations and then having a relatively flat reaction generally makes for a really relaxing and slow show. A nice kind of show, though sometimes it does feel too slow, in the sense that the episodes are too long or they are too slow, particularly harping up to that big flaw I discussed a moment ago. The show is literally incapable of knowing when to drop the deadpanness. There's a volcanic eruption, an alien is holding every baby in the nation at gunpoint, and everybody has just been attacked by nanomachines that cause hemorrhoids. The characters just react by saying something like, "Ouch, my ass is bleeding. That's not cool." While some lo-fi beats to neglect your homework to play. Fucking tune it up! I've heard the characters scream, and they do not have to go full-on forklift certified! Oh my god! Just hang on, or don't worry, I got some preparation itch in the back would suffice. To me, that takes the urgency from the big moment, something which the YouTube show did perfectly. But other than that, there are a lot of little scenes I love, which I'll discuss in the spoiler segment. So, by that major flaw, you'd probably not expect this show to rank too high, maybe over the middle, but not much past spot 30. That'd be true. Except I'm biased, and my opinion matters while yours doesn't. I watched 600 hours of Netflix, what have you done with your life? I just love this show personally. The art direction is amazing to my liking because it's exactly the kind of aesthetic I adore. I've even spent time trying to figure out which elements of it I could apply to my video making. My videos look like clown vomit, I admit as much, but the goal would be achieving the amazing colors of this show. Earth has this pastel and warm palette that brings harmony to the visuals. Yes, I wrote that, can you believe it? Meanwhile, the space locations have the combo of pastel colors over dark backgrounds that really accentuates the alien look of the places while retaining the relaxed and uncomfortable vibe. I don't know how every paneling has its own style and palette. It's sort of perfect. I love how endearing the characters are, even if I don't like them. For example, there's a crab in one of the episodes that literally comes up to B and goes, "Cleavage, dude." That's all he does, and yet they managed to tell a whole story about his search for cleavage in less than 40 seconds of total screen time. Indeed, I am enraged over his removal in the Netflix show, but hey, at least he isn't as removed as much of the subtlety was. If it wasn't for its ability to have endearing characters and pleasing scenarios, however, I'm not sure I would have liked the less interesting moments as much as I do. The art style elevates the show far beyond what it delivers on episode writing, which I found insanely unusual. If the show was written on Netflix as it is on YouTube, I would have been all for it, but the Netflix version simply replaced the crude writing with some of the best art direction I've laid my eyes on. I'm starting to think it was a very bad idea to put my literal eyes on the art direction. It's not a very good idea to lay your eyes on something for the sake of a bit. It manages to tell so much simply through colors and environments, but I can't help but wonder what would happen if the pacing and tone follow suit, because in those few episodes where they do, I couldn't help but adore this show. Trippy, vibey, melancholic, silly, and weird, all delivered with the immaculate style. I can't help it, I need to tune into Ego from Ratatouille and reconsider my entire reviewing career. It even clicks on me on a relatable direction because I'm basically B's age and I see much of my experience in her. Except there's no funny beep-wop talking cat to take me into space, so that's sad. And as you can hear, it's incredibly tough to talk about this show. I love it so much, but the side of me that strives to be objective cannot allow my emotions to cloud my judgment too much. Limits exist, and I'm taking so long that now my candy is gone. That's what happened. Favorite episode? What do you want to be? Favorite character? Puppy Cat, but also Kaz, but really Cleavage crap, but he doesn't count because he isn't in the Netflix version. Spoiler times, 3, 2, 1, 1. I don't know why I just sound the 1 and said it twice. Cardamom's episode with his classmate is something that the show is missing. He actually points out how weird everything is and how little reaction everyone has. Everyone's wondering, so why doesn't the show answer? Cardamom is so right. I wish I had explored more why people don't react. It makes sense for B because she's a robot and Puppy Cat is so self-absorbed and comes from space. It's expected he wouldn't notice, or he would, but it doesn't strike him as odd. But everyone else just feels strange, particularly the Wizard family. How come they don't react to this until the very last episode? Puppy Cat's story actually struck me in the feels. I love his story being told mostly in the background, and I hope the show continues so it can give me more answers to this. The one scene in the season finale where Puppy Cat and Violet are with each other felt like a wasted opportunity, or rather acknowledgement that the topic is still up for discussion in the future. The Warlocks were somehow insanely funny and creepy to me. They are very simple antagonists, but their design just works, if you know what I mean. Of course, I could discuss the individual scenes for hours. The scene where they discuss their favorite color, for example. It sounds simple, but it is one of those scenes that just makes me glad to be watching the show. B and Puppy Cat have this incredible relationship that I love seeing, and scenes like this just remind me why. They basically share one thing that led them to each other, but they decided to stick together and now learn more about each other. It's wholesome, it's silly, it's just everything I like. So, Golden Eyes is an episode centered on a side character that I dug a lot. Not only does it show Earth has paranormal things that don't necessarily come from space, but the episode itself is super neat. There might be a lot of filler in the show and the episodes might last too long, but when they do these kinds of things, I think it's wonderful. Okay, so this is getting to be one of the longer reviews. It would be in the top 10 if I only took my personal bias to mind. But to be fair to all the shows I objectively wrong low, I had to compromise. 13th place. But again, massive bias. Cyberpunk Edgerunners is a show I have nothing to say about, because I already know that whatever I have to say will go without saying, and everybody knows how good the show is. Yes, the show's time frame is a little stretched and the genre has been overdone to the point where you don't really make a connection to any of the characters if you're familiar with it, but it's still absolutely killer. Awesome fights and a world, great and funny characters that know how to be badass and well written when necessary, and a soundtrack that will leave you amazed. I watched the show in my university by hijacking the animation computer classroom. That was neat. It would be in 14th place of the list if it counted, but it doesn't, so.
Disappointment in the game of life!
Oddballs is a cartoon from the mind of the odd ones out. Or that's what I'd like to say if it had any semblance of a mind. Heads up, the widely hated Big Mouth? It's better than this. Exponentially so. Like, you know, I've been making YouTube videos for roughly 10 years, and of course I'd wish to extend my writing into producing my own TV show. Who in the right mind would take such an opportunity and instead of being creative, they make a show about a less interesting version of themselves, doing what they already do but worse, and dressing it by making it as stale as possible. It's about a guy named James who lives in a weird world with creatures of all kinds with his crocodile failed, and get this, you get to watch them do wacky stuff in their hometown! That's the fucking show. Maybe they had another generic bland character with one personality trait in episode 4 onwards, because both James and Marks are written to be Rant Boy and Sidekick. Time Traveler was obviously going to improve that. But hey, other shows with this synopsis have been decent. Let's inspect the writing. In every single episode, they tried very hard to write humor by being lol so random, and I know that this is a kind of humor I particularly am amused by. But it's not funny when I can see the punchline of an entire episode during the second minute! So all I'm saying is the most predictable jokes in the planet pretending to be random. It's not random if I can predict it. It's like if I set up a joke with, I went to the kitchen, and then the punchline says, I got myself a sandwich, but a green sandwich. Like, yes, the green sandwich is weird and random, but I expect you to eat a fucking sandwich when you went to the fucking kitchen. Not to mention, the rest of the writing is so simplistic and derivative, you've seen the story before the episode even starts. James' main protagonist is as bland as his design, meaning everything he does will be following the first line of thought. Don't say they didn't warn you, it is advertised in the title. The show is balls. Episode synopsis. James wants a phone, but his parents don't trust that he's responsible, so he turns himself into a phone. Easy enough to understand, it's interesting, it's random that he would do that. So what do you think will happen? Does being a phone have unexpected side effects that allow him to be irresponsible? Maybe he mistakenly turns the narrator on and that causes a funny misunderstanding. But if he cheats at trivia by looking up the answers in his phone brain, maybe he roots himself, pirates a movie at school, and then he's chased by the police? No, none of that. Phones break, so he breaks, and then he goes to be repaired, because phones can be repaired. And in the end, he abruptly speaks too much to his mom and gets found out, which is painted as if he learned some sort of lesson? I don't know what the lesson was. Learn to lie to your parents? He saw positive feedback from being a phone all episode, except that part where he got sexually molested, which, can someone please tell me why all bad Netflix shows have sexual assault jokes? He won from being shitty, and the only reason he didn't get his reward was because of a silly mishap the writers put into the last minute of episode to avoid a negative message. So not only do they fail to deliver on a single creative idea, the show is so skewed thinking it's another show that they don't bother to notice if this show is hitting the positive things those other shows hit. Other good shows end episodes like this, so we become good if we mimic their basic structure without putting any further thought into it, right? It's basically a cheap cash grab made by the backbone of a content creator, who makes content that isn't particularly creative for the framing of a TV show at that. Their work is designed to be sewn together and quickly delivered to an audience that lacks the creator of the work, not the work itself. Content creators earn their living off clickbait or of established audiences that like them. So when push comes to shove and the work itself must speak, it crumbles pathetically. James, as a voice actor, is a great example. His voiceover in videos is genuine and great. But that's with acting a character that isn't himself or is doing something he doesn't do, the result is distasteful. I myself am voicing these videos and my voiceover for these videos is decent, but if I were to voice act a character, I would do a terrible job. And you know this, you've seen this in this very video. This show doesn't have good writing or good characters, no themes, no philosophy, no artistry, terrible comedy. It would literally not exist if anyone besides the popular person pitched it. And even the stuff it does well, such as the lively and bouncy animation, is ultimately aggressively derivative of other works, with backgrounds and designs that come off as completely uninspired. It lacks an identity of its own, and is an affront to animation as a medium. Is this what James thinks animation is? Has he lost any semblance of creativity because he could just do the bare minimum and keep a YouTube audience? If I ever do the bare minimum, I want you all to call me out, beat me up, call me out on Twitter, I don't care, tell me about it. I don't want to be this guy. I genuinely wonder if he has even seen any cartoons that aren't SpongeBob. He lives off this, he should know how shit similar stuff is. It's absolutely shameless. It pisses me off. I have individual videos that are better than this entire show and obtain no traction or eyes on it and are made on a budget of $0. It's sort of petty, but it's true. This show mostly bothered me consistently because it's a glowing example of how little general masses and producers care about media if they don't come accompanied by large names attached or massive internet attention. Popularity by virtue of popularity. Now, admittedly, a portion of my review comes from my subjective experience and jealousy. I wish I could get a show produced. Few things would make me happier in my career as a creator, so watching this understandably made me feel repulsed. I've genuinely gagged in the past thinking about this show's complete lack of respect for the medium and how I could illustrate it to this review. The bewildering necrophiliac joke from Big Mouth is in better taste than this to me. And maybe if I wasn't in the position I am, this review would simply call the show uninspired and generic. Either way, you'd be unsurprised to see the show rank low on the list. It's not last place out of respect for the crew and animators working on this show, but if this was me being subjective, this show is one of the worst I've ever seen, even outside the marathon. For now, 74th place. You are aware that this would be last place if Super Drugs didn't have a sexual assault joke in like the first 4 minutes, right? I think with that I'm done with all the long reviews in this marathon. I'm sort of getting close to finishing this. It's kind of crazy.
Pumpin'! That's right! Canned coochie!
This show is about a young girl who needs to see her dad's coochie because she's obsessed with coochie. But since her dad doesn't have a coochie, all her friends are making fun of her at school. Oh, because she's the way the show named the special abilities. But I honestly had so many laughs as a result of it sounding like coochie. When the girl says, I want to find my coochie, I just couldn't help but laugh even though it's sort of messed up. So, Onari lives in a village with all sorts of Japanese yokai, but her dad's mental disability and her own nature complicate her attempts to fit in. Everybody at school is learning to use their parents' kushi so they can defend the town against the upcoming enemies, the Oni, evil demons that come from the outskirts of town. It's easy to predict, but at the same time, it's also super concise and to the point. At times I even wonder if it was just a movie that got some new scenes put in. It's not, but regardless, it's a very tight and simple story. They don't miss on almost any regard. The animation is obviously a standout. Not only is it animation, but it's stop motion. And a stop motion that was good enough to make me unable to tell from regular animation before I actually watched the series. And even then, it's incredibly clean throughout, except for some frame choppiness during the scenes where the entire cast of the show is together. VFX are still fully animated on top, but it's alright. Addendum: between writing and editing, new footage came out of the show's production and it is actually CG. But I'm leaving the original mistake because it paints a real good picture of how well this CG looks. It fooled me completely. But that brings up a new question. Were they lazy in that dance scene I mentioned earlier, or were they really that desperate to make you think it's stop motion animated? It could also just be an option C where they didn't have the budget or time, but I'm a content creator, I have to overcomplicate stuff needlessly. The character design is super spectacular as well. Honor herself was written into a complex protagonist. As usually, early teen characters tend to feel less interesting or too whiny, but Honor managed to find a sweet spot between the two, and I think that's in big part because her conflict is understandable. It's easy to empathize with. She wants to learn something and can't because her dad inexplicably decided he didn't want her to learn. And even as the story develops, no one comes off as stupid when explaining why this is the case. That's one of the main things I dislike about mentally disabled characters in media. They are either made purposefully stupid but have a lot of research behind to justify why, or they specifically make a story where the peculiarities of the disability can be the focus. Naridon, the dad, is extremely well written in this regard, because his mental disability was properly characterized, explored, but it is not the main focus of the plot. You can tell he has it and the effects it has on Onari's life, something she herself recognized and accepted without much of a second thought. She knows her dad is a certain way and embraces those traits in positive and negative situations. Mental health in these kinds of characters is not often explored, since it's already difficult to deal with only writing the disability, but this show's willingness to do both makes it stand out while providing an incredibly sweet and wholesome relationship between the two main leads. For me, it's an instant recommendation. I do wish Naruto could speak. Maybe not complex sentences, but something at least. They have this singular goofy scene where Naruto gets in an argument, and it actually plays off like that one Thanos meme when Naruto is giving this complex, heartfelt speech about his gripes with Naruto, and he just goes, "No." It was my biggest issue with the show besides the predictability, but other than that, just extremely solid and wholesome all around. Oni is in the 18th point. That's right, I rolled point. This Brazilian show is about a slightly weird and unusual kid who lives in Brazil with his friends, and then you get to watch them go on wacky hijinks in their hometown. Yeah, it's another one of these, but hey, at least it's better than Paradise PD, unlike all the balls. And this is one so mundane and uninteresting, it doesn't really stand out. Added to what's likely the worst translation out of Netflix in the entire marathon, it doesn't fare well. Now, you probably wonder, how do you know it's badly translated if you don't speak Portuguese? At first, I already explained something like this in the Tear Along the Dotted Line review, but also, there's some stuff that's so egregiously stupid, it is borderline insulting. Yes, Portuguese is very similar to Spanish, even more than Italian, so I could get the gist of the spoken line and notice it has basically zero correlation to the English subtitles. Oftentimes featuring typos and not matching either the spoken English translated dialogue or the original Portuguese dialogue. But even more egregious is how names are changed for no conceivable reason. Not as aggressively as Pokemon changing the length in syllables, but still, you have a character named Basu in the English dub when the original name is Bacao. I don't think It's Age 7 and up would have any trouble saying that. It comes off as them trying to hide the show's Brazilian origin for some reason.
I'm Basu. Nice to meet you. Aliás, eu sou o Bocão.
The show itself is boring kinda. It focuses on the slices of life of the characters. It means you won't get to learn much about the Brazilian culture, which is fine. Obviously, people there have normal lives as much as we do, but in turn, the show becomes a boring trek to watch through. Not only because it's mostly episodic, in fact there is some plot going on with unexpected analogies to fascism, but because the events of each episode largely don't feel interesting. You get standard predictable plots about stuff you already knew by characters you vaguely recognize from someplace else, trying to convince you it's anything new. Like, yes, it's relatable couple that the kid called the teacher mom. Happens to the best of us. But is this really an interesting enough topic to explore for a whole episode? Even when the show starts involving paranormal and fantasy elements in the second half, I only felt twice like the story of an episode really mattered to anything. Eventually it just blended into the background while I was browsing my phone's games hoping to find anything, like, at all. The designs are simple in both look and concept. I understand this is to remain faithful to the style of the comics that inspired it, but it's stale. I'm gonna say something I never thought I'd say, but it's as if the Loud House removed the comic elements and took a bland approach instead. Wow. This show actually ended up on the border to what I consider acceptable shows with the bad shows below, but it's honestly not that bad. I just got really bored by it. Favorite episode? The Regular Grandpa. Cookie Bride is also pretty good. Favorite character? Populous. So, no, this show isn't Nutty. In fact, Nutty the titular character isn't either. 67 spot it should be.
Better ingredients, better pizza, better bitches.
Daniel Spellbound is about this teenage boy who goes absolutely hard as a trucker in New York. A trucker being someone who is hired by magicians to steal magic items for different spells. And while the show doesn't stand out as much for doing anything particularly unique, it's the sort of show you come out of thinking, yeah, that was pretty good, I'm satisfied. Like, the animation is a great example. I never found it looking cheap or bad, but it's true that the art direction is nothing particularly special. There's maybe 2 or 4 times where I genuinely felt like the show had strong visuals. And that's mostly due to someone having a moment of brilliance when designing a fantastical location. The characters are all fine. I like seeing them on screen and the way they write and score the surrounding soundtrack, but there's a complete disinterest in providing these characters with backstories. It makes sense for the pig companion, which is also voiced by Sonic the Hedgehog, which is also the next review in the chopping block. That would be because the dude clearly underwent some traumatic event that wouldn't be easy to speak of. But the other 2 leads, Daniel and Lucy, just sort of exist in a bubble of what the show is. They are very witty and use personality, but down to brass tacks they really don't do anything else. Maybe if a future season develops that, the show would earn some extra points. I think personality is probably the biggest strong suit of the show. Everything about the presentation is made surrounding the ideas it would focus on, even if it's rather upfront. Probably my biggest gripe with the show is the action. It seems like characters are only doing something if the scene's focus is on them. Usually it's not a big deal, but when the stakes of the story are high, you really wonder why one of the characters is just standing there as someone is about to open Pandora's box and then deliberately pause to stop another character who is also in the scene. Clearly, they don't want the younger people in the audience getting lost. So it's a negative for me, but I can see it as a positive if I was watching it with a younger sibling. Also, despite happening in New York, there is never any traffic or people around. Like, no one says, hey, I'm walking here. So that by default prevents the show from being on the top third of the list. I was going to put this under spoilers, but I ultimately decided it spoils nothing. I like the characters from the second season, and I wish all the trackers in the show weren't the absolute worst as people so we could explore more of them, but regardless. Daniel Spellbound got to be on the 39th place of the list, which is relatively high to be fair.
I find you guilty of nothing.
Did I expect Dragon's Age Absolution to be good? No. Was it? I guess kind of a little, but like with Castlevania, they may have taken a million creative liberties. Like Isaac is a red hair in the original. Oh, that makes sense. You'll keep replacing every red hair with black people. What do you have against red hair? Despite Castlevania having a little relationship with the original there, you still knew what the story was about. It told you what was unique about Castlevania and created an interesting cast of characters out of the ideas they took from the game mechanics. Now, well, Dragon Age, it's a generic fantasy RPG party. You got the human, the elf, the dwarf, and the perky and charismatic girl who goes well at everything, and she's a Gunari. That's a specific thing to Dragon's Age. And then they try to rob a king snake-themed cock ring that can use blood sacrifices to revive someone. To be fair, the show isn't intriguing, the cast is archetypical, the themes are generic, and the story itself is a drag. There's just disjointed themes of teamwork and slavery, little bits about relationships and trust, but they aren't particularly well executed. Mind you, not wrong either, it just doesn't stand out. What does stand out is the fight scenes. About half of this show is a fight scene, which doesn't have a particularly clever structure or choreography, but they are action-packed and interesting. Like, there's petty YouTuber fights that have been more memorable than any single fight in the show. But considered whole, it manages to work out. The story also has a relatively good protagonist, Elf Miriam. She's a little whiny and annoying and one of those typical strong female leads that come off as fake, but under that is a character with a good backstory and great voice acting. The end of the show has few surprises and is very emotional, but the highlights are more towards the middle with the flashy lights and some characters meeting each other. The antagonist is silly because it's the typical bad guy who thinks he's a good guy, except the writers sort of forget about it halfway through and he just metamorphoses into a white supremacist slave owner. And the show itself points out that he doesn't realize he's the bad guy, but then there's no repercussion from it. It's like, oh, you're the bad guy. No, I'm not. Kills a puppy, kills a kitty, kills a capybara. The animation and design are very weird because they feel a little directionless. Some characters look anime, some others like Western animation trying to be anime, some like Avatar characters. It's like they made the characters and then put them together simply by giving them a short gore instead of thinking about their dynamic together. So Great characters, strong action, storytelling could be better, but the major events are compelling, maybe having 6 episodes means they have to rush some stuff, and it ends up being unclear by the end of the show. I'm putting this show at a very unassuming 44th place.
What the fuck? Is that Shadow's dick?
Okay, so I originally forgot about Dragon's Age and watched it last minute for the marathon. So the comment I made about the chopping block in the Daniel review can be officially struck from the record. I'll admit it, I'm a Sonic fan. I was victim to searching Sonic X Tail when Sonic X aired on TV, and I was very surprised to learn Tails was actually a dude, because stupid 7-year-old brain thought Tails was a girl instead of a stupid 8-year-old. Needless to say, I was more than pleased with Sonic Prime. I started watching it at my university after noticing I could squeeze it into a dead hour I had before class on a schedule I absolutely disliked, and it ended up becoming the best day for me. Greatly in part because I went for a superb torta de chilaquiles after class as well, because food is the only thing that could ease my pain from all my failures as a content creator. I also watched the show before playing Sonic Frontiers, so stuff like 9 and Tails' counterpart being super competent and nuanced for a Sonic character really struck me as surprising. The show revolves around Sonic trying to bring together the pieces of a prism gem he broke during an encounter with Eggman, each of these gem pieces making a different alternate reality where Sonic doesn't exist, and his friends stuck to a team. I was a little disappointed when I saw that 2 of the 5 dimensions didn't have cool alternates of Sonic's friends, as I really enjoyed seeing them in different dynamics, but that's besides the point. The characters who are there can be pretty similar to their video game counterparts, even when they are supposed to be different. They share a lot of traits that help make them feel like different versions of themselves. Thinking about versions of oneself, as a guy who has an avatar on YouTube, I have my obligatory evil doppelganger you haven't seen, and explaining our relationship would probably disable the video's monetization settings. Point is, seeing familiar characters in a new environment is what I enjoyed most of the show, along with the animation. The plot doesn't get too complex, but the visuals and design smart and make up for it. Sonic is vibrant and expressive as are his friends, just less so, with a lot of slapstick inspiration to their general movement, which fits Sonic surprisingly well. What I did not enjoy was the show's pacing and rhythm. It feels like important developments are constantly being put on hold to explore the other universes. The show ends up going back and forth a lot between them, wrapping itself into a mess that is hell-bent on beating my emotional state. Each world has a Sonic friend in the spotlight for Sonic to help, except Rouge, cause she gets no respect. So when they get into the nitty-gritty of a character, Sonic has to immediately leave and the impact is greatly diminished. At the same time, the show only has 2 release seasons of 3, and as a whole might fare better than the first season I watched. I kept thinking that maybe if I wasn't a Sonic fan, I wouldn't enjoy it as much, and it has many mundane writing choices that don't let it shine too brightly. It's the Sonic constant. They might make something amazing, but they'll make absolutely sure the design is as awkward as possible. Also, on the matter of Sonic, his personality in this game is a little childish. It's not Black Knight Sonic, which is probably the best Sonic for many people, and I wish he was a little more mature about it, but it doesn't bother me as much as it bothers other people, right? He is still a doofus and an airbag. Sonic fans are most likely going to enjoy it if they like this version of Sonic, but the rest of you? I say wait for the show to be complete and see what people say then. It has the makings of something amazing, and it might just deliver in due time. But for now, and with much bias, 37 out of 80. Now, I can end the video now, because the rest of the shows are for 2023 and they fall into no criteria for it, but I'm a little mentally disturbed, so let's do some of them, yes?
You're not my dad! You also hear something! Ugly ass fucking...
I didn't expect this show to be much, but it actually was much. I ended up enjoying it more and more every episode. Like, it didn't convince me the first 4 episodes, but the rest was fantastic. No, as incredible as the entire season 3 of She-Ra, no. As thematically adept as Ducks in Space, no. But it is very sweet and awesome. I love seeing the relationships on screen, even if they moved in a straightforward method and didn't try to do anything really creative. So this guy is a bounty hunter, although he's actually more of a space cop or a hitman because he's employed by a company, and is called on his weekend off with his kids, Lisa and Sean, for a job that will pay more than handsomely. So he decides to go and leaves the kids with Grandma, but the kids sneak into his space car, removing all the cargo in it, and then he takes them to space by mistake. Turns out his kids are not as inept as he expects, as they both start to learn about different space topics with ease. The show is definitely about exploring the relationship between the neglectful dad and his children, but the animation and action scenes are just so much fun, particularly during the second half. Seriously, the relationship stuff is heartwarming and everything. Being a core part of the show, I think it's very well achieved, but I didn't really care about it because it wasn't anything particularly new. It was the slavery revolution and later decimation of a reptilian that really stood out to me. Even if it's all potentially spoiled in the trailer that episode 1 includes in itself for some unfathomable reason, Netflix has been doing this for a long time and I just don't get why they put them here, they spoil everything. Still, the emotional impact of the show is incredibly present. Every character has quirks and arcs that make them stand out. The animation in general is great, I don't need to tell you that, you can see it. But there's also these brief 2D animated scenes for flashbacks. I think those were pretty neat to switch things up. I just sort of wish there was more to analyze about this show. Like, the parts that are there are very well executed and that's why it's ranking highly on the list, but on an analysis level, there isn't much here. It's just straightforward and very good in that straightforwardness. And you know what? Sometimes that's all you need to make a good show. Though I do wish it had more ambition in it. The space setting, for example, is really creative and neat, kinda generic, but I really wish we could explore this more. At the same time, if they would have explored it more, it would have taken away time for the things they actually focused on, which they focused on them well enough. So yeah, it's like taking stuff, putting stuff. It's generally a balanced show where you can understand why the writing choices were made as such, without any surprises, but also not any disappointments. The only thing I would say you don't expect is some of the things characters do in hand-to-hand combat, which is why the fight scenes in this show are particularly good. It's just very fun to see them and, again, very unexpected. Given the show is 10 episodes long, I highly recommend it, even though it's now 20 episodes because they just put a second season. I haven't watched that one. Also, they are looking for backs all the time, so at least we know they aren't anti-vaxxers. Favorite character, Lisa. Favorite episode, The Bounty Hunters. Alright, spoilers, 3, 2, 1. Yes, let's talk about the last episode. First off, yes, it was very predictable that the mom knew about the space stuff. I don't know why they play it up like it's not. Second off, did they just blow up a reptilian? Like, bro, this episode was insane because it's easily 3 times more gruesome than the prior ones. They actually chopped this guy's arm off and he just regrows it out of tissue and blood and you get to see it. It's so raw and I loved it. I also really like seeing the whole family being capable fighters. Particularly Lisa after the whole show, but it was great seeing all of them come together. It reminded me of the cooler parts of the first Incredibles film. As of the review, Season 2 came out, and I'm not on the pulse of the show. It's nice to see their shift from Terry to Taz, and I wonder how good it is, but for now, I've got more shows to watch that released before 2023. I rather give everything a fair shake a little. So, it's snugly in... oh, fuck, damn it. You know what? No, let me point this out. The entire video... I started doing the reviews as I watched the show, so instead of writing the number of the placing there will be, because I didn't know the final placements, I would just write N, and every single time, I've read every single show as in nth place. And I just kept making the goddamn mistake, and I never bothered to fix it, and honestly, it is wonderful, and I'm losing my mind, and that's why I'm pointing it out, and oh my god, you can probably see some proof in the subtitles, so that's neat. I want to die. Bounty Hunter is snugly in 19th place.
Hello, 911 emergency. There's a handsome guy in my house. Oh, it's only me.
You know what? This show is an evident cash grab to take advantage of Elvis's name. And being announced less than 2 days after announcing the cancellation of Inside Job, it doesn't look well for Netflix. You'd rather pursue an easy marketable cash grab over one of the genuine funniest shows on your platform? Now, is the actual show bad? I don't think so, not even remotely. I quite enjoy the writing for every character. Even Elvis, who is a flanderized version of him with tons of additional backstory about him being a secret agent more than anything. And that description works as a synopsis well. Sissy Burani, the character, obviously takes the cake in writing. She's voiced by Caitlin Olson, who plays Dee in Sunny in Philadelphia and brings the same chaotic and sleazy energy she's so good at delivering. Added to more confidence in the character, she's actually pretty funny on screen. You're probably noticing now that the show animation is actually surprisingly interesting. They opted for this sharp style with variable guidelines that stylize the show surprisingly well, making the action scenes genuinely intriguing. And the plot is not bad either. It has many secret agent shenanigans, but the time frame and technology do give it a sense of style. This basically equates to style over substance, but the show has a lot of substance. Abuse. And I don't mean the writers are high, I mean the characters are constantly high. They just keep doing jokes about drugs and doing drugs as well. It gets pretty aggressive there. I sort of appreciate it, but I also sort of think it's trying too hard to be shocking or radical. I don't really know how to explain it. It's like they thought they were being unhinged, but the hinge couldn't be screwed on tighter. Like, they give Elvis a monkey because he once owned one, and they do absolutely nothing with the monkey besides making him come in and do monkey stuff until everything is sorted. Also, he's kind of really aggressive and has anger issues, the monkey. It's interesting to see, but give it a few days and you'll realize how uninteresting it is, and so follows suit many other characters in the show. Elvis is generic and works less effectively than Johnny Bravo is as an Elvis parody. His boss is just a bunch of BBC jokes, like Big Black Cock. His friends is just a bunch of haha sidekick jokes, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, I say it's not bad, but I also wouldn't watch it over many other shows in the list. It's insanely dull beyond the initial viewing experience as a superficially fun show.
No, Elvis is dead! They killed fucking Elvis! No! No! Why did they kill Elvis?
Favorite character, CC. Favorite episode, Head Soup, which has many interesting trippy visuals.
Agent Tabash, 55th place if you ask me, baby. That's right.
I became him now. Are you cringing out of your mind yet?
Mulligan is about the end of the world. Some action movie hero character called Maddie saves the world from an alien invasion with his hottie fling, and then is appointed as the President of the United States. Google told me to write that in uppercase. Predictably, he sucks at it. So, from the look and synopsis, I think you can already know what to expect. It's thankfully not overtly violent or gross like other adult shows, and the cast can be quite likable because they really do act like shitty people unless they are supposed to be shitty characters. It's not particularly funny, the animation is pretty bare bones, most of the characters are stereotypes so they don't feel unique or memorable. The character that made me laugh the most was the alien, and it's a typical shtick with the I am an alien. The people in Globscorp don't understand what football is. We just could click for reproduction as entertainment in our society, which the stuff you think is incredibly taboo. Isn't it funny? But could you please, how do you say explain? It's like the alien has a different culture and doesn't know English. Isn't that funny? Added to it, the show is easily a target for flack because Dead and Paranormal Park, number 23rd, Inside Job in the top 10, and Final Space, 15th, got canned shortly after, and I do think the show gets too much flack as a result. It's definitely better than Farce or Paradise PD, but there are many limiting factors in terms of production and writing that doesn't make the betterness marginal. Wow, that's a sentence. Writing 60,000 words has really made me into a snobass, like I'm making up words that are acceptable left and right here. It is shitty and has dumb character arcs, but not nearly as dumb as many things we've seen throughout the marathon. One thing I do like about Mulligan is the commentary on US politics. It's the funnest part of the show to follow, even if it's not entirely right all the time. Seeing characters who are so reliant on capitalism realize they are now just as everyone else made for great jokes and commentary about the problems of capitalism. Similarly, the way entertainment is used to conceal political discourse is tackled by simplifying the issue through a world-sense metaphor. Like, there's an episode where the Congress meetings are made publicly available and transparent, but since the remaining population take it as entertainment due to being bored out of their minds just trying to survive, struggling and fighting just to keep themselves alive, the right hand of the president who still clings onto his former glory begins using it as a means to manipulate the public's perception on things. It's on the nose, but I can respect the attempt to some degree, and most episodes try to go for something like that. Episode 1 talks about many elections being won from popularity rather than competence. Episode 5 discusses the government's approach to global warming from around the world. Episode 8, a group's approach to convincing the Senate to approve a law through appeal to their bias, that kind of stuff. It's not clever, but it's not as corny as you might expect. The show is smarter than you think, despite still staying stupid overall. Favorite episode, The Egg Hunt. Favorite character, Todd 209. Because I have to base my opinion on the matter based on my political leaning as a binary and not a spread. I'm putting Mulligan at 65th place. When I review shows, I try not to drop comparisons to other shows. I do it occasionally, as you've heard, particularly when I'm talking about things that do better than other things that are bad. But this right here, it's just Miraculous Ladybug. 3 girls go to a town museum where their bully unearths a mysterious artifact, which as a side effect turns them into cats, which they later know to use as a secret identity or to become cat girls with superpowers. It's cut off the mill with them all being named after gems respective to their color, which match up with the PJ Jams by the way, and there's little surprises. It's the standard morning cartoon ruse: secret identities, marketable animal sidekicks, transformation sequence that drag on. The animation is the robbery style I've seen in Miraculous Ladybug, and the plot follows suit very similarly. Like, the bad guy is an archaeologist teacher that is secretly evil. There's only really one spin, which I'll spoil outright. The bully character actually has character development throughout the first half of the series, until the real antagonist, an Egyptian deity who is Anubis because Anubis is a dog, and of course dogs are the antithesis of cats. And kids, you have to pick one or the other because no two animals exist, unless we count you, because you need to learn to chew with your mouth closed already, kid. Anyways, the bullet character is sort of mid-redemption, and that's when Anubis comes in to take control of her character and like possess her or something. And I thought that was refreshing. I would have liked for the spin to continue, like one of the 3 main characters should have become possessed and then the powers can be passed on to the bully who figures out a new secret identity or something. But that's what I would have done to really make this appealing, and it's clearly not what the writers wanted to do with this. The characters just do so many weird cat noises. Like, imagine I went full every so often to remind you that I'm a rabbit. I also don't understand the secret identity approach. Regularly as a writer, to justify why they have to keep a secret identity. Spider-Man's relatives can be targeted by one of the many enemies, added to his hubris, which, why would you look at that? When Miles has less hubris, more people get to know his secret identity and support him through a different method, hence why the characters are fundamentally different. In Miraculous Ladybug, it's justified in space. If Hawkmoth, Shadowmoth, the collectionist monarch, akumatizes their friends and turns them evil, they know immediately to target the holder and would eventually reveal the identity immediately. In this show, they just decide not to tell their parents, even though the danger isn't even public and there would be zero consequences to it. I thought maybe the protagonist got along wrong with their own, but no, they are insanely close, and it just goes to show this show's biggest mistake. It follows tropes for the sake of following tropes. They didn't find clever ways to justify or spin on them, which ultimately leads to this show being alright. It makes little sense. The action isn't particularly engaging like Miraculous as earlier seasons either, so it just falls flat. Like, not 2D flat, but squished 3D model flat. Too little too much for me. Indeed, this show has the exact same issue Oddballs has. But because this show wasn't made by an established content creator, people actually agree that it's not that good. So, it's sort of weird. Why does Oddballs get compliments for its bouncy animation, but this show doesn't get compliments for its bouncy animation? I genuinely wonder. Favorite character? Charity. Kitti Katz, Kitty falls into 70th spot.
This is a bucket
list!
Dear God.
Some 100 was really good. I periodically sing the opening because it's just so fun, but its production was sadly a mess, and that pisses me off a lot. Not because I'm angry at the studio, but rather because other abusive companies will use it as an example to excuse overworking their animators. So Some 100 was made by Buck Films, a new anime studio that consists of employees who were previously overworked. It follows the story of an overworked young adult who gets sucked into an exploitative company until the zombie apocalypse arrives, which allows him to start living a better life where he can accomplish his bucket list of 100 items. It juxtaposes his previous life with a new one by using colorful plot comparisons to working on that company to basically say you're more of a zombie if you find yourself in that situation. It's clever, has an important point to say, and the extended cast of characters was fun. The animation super clear, the story might not be the most engaging one, but I still enjoyed it a lot. There's many times where the show drags on though, when the character who lives off a building in episode 1 is just for whatever reason has to stand to do the obvious plan. And there's more than one instance in the show where emotional moments feel underdeveloped, which makes it annoying, particularly when defeating an antagonist where it doesn't really feel satisfying. Unless it's a shark with legs, I suppose. I really like that fight. What really sucks to see is that they had to stop publishing the show due to delays. They had production issues while keeping their philosophy of not overworking their employees, and the cause was 3 episodes of the show being unable to air on TV in time. That's really a bummer, because now it's just ammunition for shitty companies to excuse their shitty behavior. It's just very sad, and I hope Bucks can come back for a second project with better production management to really show everyone that simply it was a fluke due to the lack of experience. The anime industry needs new systems, and this studio has the chance to pitch them.
Godzilla, King Kong, Dracula, Mothman, Dragon, Minotaur.
Skull Island is about a fisherman group who ends up by mistaking a mystical island with creatures such as Donkey Kong and the Kraken. Okay, it's King Kong, not Donkey Kong, but whatever. The group ends up with the protagonist befriending a girl who lives in the island and is trying to evade capture. Okay, let me make this quick. The show is incomplete. There's currently 8 episodes and they do not encompass half the story they want to tell. Other shows like Sonic Prime have done it, so what's the big issue? Well, simply put, there isn't a single reason for which I would like to see a second season. To the point where even the end of the season cliffhanger is so flimsy, you kinda wonder what they were thinking. The show is bland. At first I thought maybe I could get behind it, but there's little interesting visuals or plot developments. It mostly comes down to adults wanting to protect their kids, and their kids wanting to do other things in life to what their parents tell them to. So, the typical coming of age story. You get this fantasy lost island, and yet outside of the wildlife, there is nothing special about the environment. The animation is probably the show's strongest suit, and even then it's only doing the fights with fantastical creatures because those look quite good. The main cast is designed poorly with a style that has been seen before many times and is uninteresting. Add to it, the island itself isn't threatening at all. They clearly want you to think the characters are in danger because random background people keep getting killed, but it just doesn't work. They feel safe and protected because the underlying writing implies death is off the table. So you get uninteresting characters in an uninteresting situation, forced to hide from the only interesting aspect of the show while speaking uninteresting dialogue. Like, these characters are characters. As in a single letter. That's about all there is to any of them. This makes any situation feel artificial. The characters just decide to behave a certain way if it's convenient for the writers and goals. And don't get me started with the monsters. If the humans make no sense, what do you think the monsters make? Jack shit, that is. They are just there because the writers wanted to have this particular monster in the plot, and it goes on and on and on and on and on. Guys, I've been sad since Oliver Tree decided he was not going to make good music anymore. I guess points have been awarded for making a Skull Island show that isn't exclusively about Kong, but I didn't generally need to give the show extra points because they slightly spawn on the most evident of outcomes. Remember the Kong show I reviewed at the start? Why is Kong there, written better than here? That's all I have to say about it. Favorite episode? You'll never catch a monkey that way. Favorite character? I don't know, the croc in episode 3 because I like crocodiles, I guess. Skull Island is in 69 spot, nice.
This is the wrong room.
Yeah, Mech Cadets sounds like a show about a school kid who goes on a camping trip with mechas or something. But no, it's about children who have been indoctrinated into spending their lives learning to pilot giant space machine mechas that choose one of the few students at the academy, rendering the losers doubting their self-worth and with 10 years of wasted time. The mechas themselves aren't anything new, down to the smaller, newer model that everyone goes, oh, it's Valor, so it's probably super weak, but then they aren't and everyone is just surprised with a Pikachu face. I particularly like that the mechas choose a human pilot when they work perfectly fine without them. Like, they have their own cognition and AI, but they just pick teenager children because I guess they're into that. But the humans themselves are incredibly solid. I tried to hit one of them and broke my hand, but I mean the writing is exceptional. I particularly enjoy the adults because their morality is great, given the whole indoctrinating children who might be their own then sending them to maybe die fighting some aliens. The children don't stay behind in quality. I thought I wasn't going to dig them initially, but seeing them develop their relationship with each other was actually sorta wholesome, mostly through satisfactory execution. Every character has an arc that is not precisely resolved because the show clearly intends to continue on a second season, but they do make major breakthroughs each, and these arcs are pretty good motivators to understand the characters. They all make sense. It's kind of sad that in practice, they just work to the same messages you'd expect about teamwork and following your dreams. Hey, I followed my dreams and here I am 58,000 words into a massive batch of reviews that likely sits at less than 5,000 views and I still cope with thinking it might just work, but knowing my track record I'm only going to go insane. Please send some help, send help, send help, send help! There's a character actively belittling another just to make the insulted character be more noble, which really makes the insulting character be just boring and uninteresting. Like, the best part of this show is how they exploit the morality, so when the show is thriving on that and then you have a character that's morality is very basic, it's sort of uninteresting. I want to see the characters whose ideals have to be pushed, not the characters whose ideals are already the expected status quo. The way they fight with the kaijus isn't as involved or stylized as Supergiant Robot Brothers, but they are big fights that end up being involving in different goals, which makes each fight unique, particularly the show's finale, which is so massive and grandiose in terms of scope. It definitely improves the experience. What doesn't are the constant animation errors, particularly clips and low frame rates. Other shows use it to stylize their motion and an attempt to live up to the masterpiece that is Spider-Verse, but this show isn't visually stylized enough to let the excuse fly. Still, very unnoticeable in the long run. I just mostly was concerned with how little new things it discusses. They do the due diligence for what they do discuss, but it's not too innovative. It's one of those shows that's better to watch than to analyze, because the more you think about it, the less interesting it is. I started the review thinking, oh, it's not Man of the Beast, but it was good. Ended up thinking, oh yeah, no, this is good, but not that good. Favorite character? Adam Williams, but really Olivia. Favorite episode? Family. I'm just slapping this in third place and moving on. So after the great success of the first Castlevania show, Nocturne showed up. It's the same theme, same style, same universe, but presents a new cast of characters and evidently different setting. This time, it's France, and of course, it looks as gorgeous as you'd imagine. Being set during the French Revolution, talks about freedom and an oppressive monarchy made of vampires are present, and it seems the Brother Show will talk about these at length. But I have to admit, as a new season for Castlevania, it feels very underdeveloped. These positives about the beauty of the original I mentioned have only sort of poked their head out. The animation is still in the tip-top shape you can witness in the end of Season 3, it simply doesn't feel as emotional to me, and it's evidently setting up tons of stuff for a future season. The characters don't feel as grounded to me, some of them feel great and have complex backstories, but they all just feel like only the beginning of a good character. They're all good at something, bad at something, and want to do something based on their past. It sounds redundant, but trust me, characters should feel like more than a checklist of traits with a backstory. I seriously doubt it will live up to the parent series, mostly because of how many tropes and shortcuts it takes. One particularly egregious example that pissed me off is when Richter throws up something like, I was gonna think of something cool, witty, and impactful to say before I kill you. But you know what? Fuck you. That's not a badass line, that's just lazy writing, and many things in the show follow suit with character writing and shit. Another example, the character going on a recon mission that prepares with supposedly higher hearing not catching on, made worse when the characters find exactly what they needed to find, and instead of backing out they go, well, it's time to make some noise and get found out. It feels more tired than the original, but it still leaves room for a future season to pick it back up and run with it, because it's Castlevania and it shows that they can make the current show into something that shines even a little as much as the original. But for now, it's not too bright, and I'd advise waiting for the shows to reveal more about itself before getting into it. On that note, anyone getting angry about the show having black characters is an actual worm and should go back into the fucking soul where they can keep choking on dirt. Does the original show not have a black guy going on about philosophy? Is it really that bothersome for a black woman during the fledged revolution to be angry at people who enslaved her? Like, what is she, insane or something? How could she possibly have this opinion? I've already had a rant about this, but seriously, it's depressing to see how many people disregard shows because they aren't an echo chamber of their ideas or whatever. Favorite episode? Horrors Rising from the Earth. Favorite character? Edward. I don't know how they say it. Disappointingly, Castlevania Nocturne is in 38th place for now.
Juicy Bullfrog. Yoink.
You know how I crapped on Dala Dragon's Blood over the fact that the Dragon's Blood was only relevant for 2 episodes while pretending it didn't mean the main character's conundrum? Well, Captain Lazyhawk, a Blood Dragon remix, has no Blood Dragon. As a matter of fact, it has no dragon. Nor is Lazyhawk a captain ever in the show. It's just named that because the show follows a bunch of remixed characters from Ubisoft franchises. The world being based off the Far Cry 3 DLC, Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. And it mostly stands out because among these Ubisoft characters you get Rayman having the rawest fucking frames in the show, particularly this one showing him eating sushi out of a naked cowgirl's back, which became relatively viral. Like, usually the show's storyboard and cinematography is an 8 out of 10 or so, but the second Rayman shows up, there's not up some cocaine and pull off these monstrosities. They are amazing. Another amusing parody is this French frog guy who belongs to an Assassin's Creed. Of course, I live for this frog guy, even if he triggers 17 death flags every time he shows up on screen. First time I found the French accent this flattering. Other parodies include Sam Fisher, a guy from Far Cry 4, and Jade from the Beyond Good and Evil game for the PS2 system. So as usual, typical cyberpunk issues arise. The staple of every character dying really increases the difficulty of getting attached to any of them. This show manages to make the Frog and Rayman insanely likable, but still, the fact that they can die easily isn't just increasing the tension, but also the likelihood of the character being glossed over by the viewers, which is a shame. The larger issue with this show, however, is the one I didn't discuss already, if you remember from the Cyberpunk review. This is a complete and upfront lack of world building. It often feels like the show only introduces information when it will be relevant to the episode. Like, the world has these human-animal hybrids, hence the sexy cowgirl, but they don't establish there's racism towards them until the episode where it will be a plot point. And they don't even explain why exactly they are species either. We only see the big shots in the dystopia do it. So when the manslave soldiers of the big shots start committing hate crimes, it makes little sense as to why the population is buying it, considering the dystopia itself has taught them to respect the hybrids on TV. Through subtext, I get the idea, but rehashing such a plot point without much nuance to it feels like such a waste of effort. Similarly, we see a slight remark from a character making it sound like homophobia still exists despite zero indication on the dystopia's views on it. Naturally, in a cyberpunk world, it seems like this kind of phobia would have been removed and monetized instead. We don't even see the same-sex relationship, so it doesn't appear to be the norm. This mostly stands out because the show is obsessed with pandering to the Netflix audience by pointing out the main character is gay every 5 to 15 minutes. It's a minor issue, but one. This comes with many things in the show. It builds the illusion of style over substance when the substance could be very well there, they just simply didn't take the time to establish it properly. The exorbitant amount of style in the show is totally to its advantages though. There are many nuts to gaming animation that hold great variety. You get different eras of gaming represented visually. Like, I was surprised to see them reference FMV games, and also they reference Crazy Taxi even though Ubisoft doesn't own anything similar as far as I know. I just think it's a peachy show with a bunch of misses in between. I believe the character writing is more than competent, bar a confusing villain and some obvious death flags being triggered. Totally recommended for gaming fans and very much otherwise. Hoping for a second season with a 2023 Netflix animated production ideals. Favorite character? Rayman. Favorite episode? The last one. I think it's just called episode 6. Alright, small spoilers incoming in 3, 2, 1. I didn't expect Rayman to come his head back and commit a coup d'etat alone. It's so stupid for Aiden to compromise his entire army to the extent that a celebrity can change to a Latino name and barge into the round table of big shots to gun them down. But Rayman's arc in particular, it just felt right. I didn't expect it from start to finish, and although Bullfrog was more appealing, Rayman got the clearest arc while retaining the crazy storyboard. The cow shot got popular, but honestly, every single appearance of his is accompanied by spectacular framing. They nailed his look and design, even somehow made him fit perfectly into the show's universe. You know what would actually look better? If they gave us another Rayman game? Like, look at this poor guy. I was also surprised to see Bullfrog didn't die. Like, for triggering every single death plague in the planet, he's surviving. That's probably going to die as Season 2 starts and they simply didn't kill him so we talk about him. But for now, color me surprised. I also didn't understand why Sarah does certain things as the villain. I can't understand exactly her actions. I gather she's trying to stage a coup as well, but then she killed an entire army of people she could be using to accomplish that goal while letting someone who can stop her live despite killing his entire army. I did appreciate how well foreshadowed it was that she's a robot, as they let you catch on to many little details about it without any resistance, such as her dad scolding her for getting into the cybernetics program when we had seen no cybernetics on her so far. Too bad her character is flimsy and so much time is dedicated to making her sympathetic so that the eventual twist is surprising to you. It worked, but at what cost? Anyways, here's the part where I would start calling characters sexy, because I've been doing it this entire video. I have no idea why. I think maybe my brain is so deteriorated from so much Netflix that I'm starting to find solace in just getting comfort characters in every show because they're kinda hot, and my comfort characters are hot. What can I say about this? With that, I'll close off the ranking by saying, indeed, Captain Laserhawk is in. Damn it, the fuck it, I don't want to do it. You do it by process of elimination. What number hasn't showed up? Let's see. There's two things about the show that were points of contention. The first is that people thought it was going to adapt the comic more closely, being instead a parallel story in the same setting and universe following Ramona instead of Scott. I found this one particularly funny because Netflix has had this same issue in the past with Masters of the Universe, advertising the wrong protagonist and getting backlash because of it. I think if they named it Ramona Flowers versus the World or something, people wouldn't be angry. Sure, Hilda might not learn from her mistakes, but at least she's not Netflix. The other point is whether or not this show is considered anime. The studio is Japanese, the staff is Japanese, but the cast and lip syncing is done for the Western audience. This is honestly my anime list having a brain fart that likes of which you've never seen since people started rating your name highly. Like, Cyberpunk is based on a Western franchise and aimed for the Western audience, so it's in. Alpha Samurai does not have a Japanese dub. You're telling me that the head of art direction at Saru teams up with the series director of Jujutsu Kaisen, which I don't even like, mind you, with a team of Japanese people who have done anime for 10 years and they're an award-winning studio, and it's not anime? My take on it is that actual weebs are as afraid as most Japanese people are to mingle with the non-Japanese individuals. Another fine example of xenophobia. Sometimes I do wonder why the world is this stupid. They don't remember a minute, so that's probably it. Well, I consider it anime, so I can officially say it's not overtime. Amazing. It's a great show at that. I actually ended up liking the alternativeness of this story. We get to see much of the excess in higher quality, and none of it is a replacement to the original. It's not a matter of anime or manga because they are both self-contained, and all the characters have cool philosophies and writing that feel appropriate to the original comics while expanding of them. Of course, the animation is fantastic. I love seeing Scott Pilgrim's style and movement, and the action scenes look genuinely great and are exciting. I will never say no to more Scott Pilgrim because I actually really like this franchise. I just need to get down to the comics properly. Let's rank the X's from sexiest to least sexiest. Roxy, Matthew, Todd, Gideon, Lucas, and lastly Kyle and Ken in that order, but if they are together they'd be higher. Also Gideon would be lower if he wasn't rich. So, budget for an alternative version of Scott Pilgrim with pretty and nice animation, because it's really pretty and nice.
So it's the end of the world.
Carol at the end of the world was sorta disappointing. Like, I expected the show to explore depression at the end of the world and delve into the characters, but it only does so generally. You get to see this woman, Carol, who doesn't want to do the same activities everyone else is doing before the world collides with a giant planet on collision course with the Earth. It's a steadier show than usual. It's very melancholic and deadpan, taking more than enough time to set up the show's apocalyptic atmosphere. There's a stillness to the world that is perfectly executed, but then they don't really explore it. There's obvious stuff like the world building, apparently all the police has been replaced by military, but that's about all they tell us besides one line at the end establishing days and nights are getting longer. What happened to the criminals? Why are there people still working on transport when money became pointless? And how come money became pointless if people are mostly traveling as a means to experience stuff before they die? Like, I can make theories, but it just feels like they didn't think much of it. My biggest gripe, however, comes from the show being incapable of getting somewhere. Like, not only does it feel like at least 3 of the 10 episodes are pointless and don't even have plots that relate to the world ending, but it also feels like the show is missing several episodes to smooth out the character arcs. Like, the show was supposed to have 12 episodes, but 2 didn't get made, so they just slapped on a message and ended it as quickly as possible. 2023 on Netflix shows has a large problem with shorter series that are being cut up into smaller chunks and released incomplete. My Dad the Bounty Hunter at least was self-contained, even if it released a second season a few months after. But then you get Skull Island, Sonic Prime, Castlevania, Captain Laserhawk. All of those were supposed to be a singular long season, but Netflix rushed their development to release small chunks of the show with the properly placed cliffhangers. Sonic Prime got mangled by this, Skull Island ends up as the dumbest cliffhanger on the planet, and Castlevania is a gross downgrade to its writing quality. The only one there that didn't see much issue because of this was Laserhawk, which I am sure would have seen a better reception had it come out in full. Look, we've seen it with Inside Job and JoJo's Part 6. Netflix is fucking stupid, and Carol at the End of the World got the short end of the stick this time, as not only was it clearly shortened, but the final product became a mediocre miniseries that does not live to the potential of the idea. You'd assume the show would end with Carol learning something, whatever that is. There's a countdown to when the world ends, so logically we'll see that as well, right? But instead, you get a cliffhanger and Carol achieving the menial satisfaction with the goal she wanted earlier in the series. A cliffhanger in a limited series. Do I need to spell it out? Yes, the show was more about Carol finding a connection and a community, a place to belong, but then we dedicate an episode to her fantasy of learning perfection isn't real. She was never established to be looking for perfection. In fact, she was never established to anything besides liking Applebee's. I've never had Applebee's, maybe this has a lot of real estate on people's personalities, but to me the show fails at establishing a world, its characters, and giving them an ending. Carol herself is a purposefully bland protagonist that doesn't articulate her thoughts very much, so a lot of your interpretation of her character depends on the viewer. I personally like it when the characters are strong because of the show, rather than my take on them, and I like the character type, but not the execution. For this character there had to be an evolution, but there wasn't. Under certain analysis, the show's themes and development work, but generally, there's missing pieces. Yes, you can argue the panel was more so to say that everyone's time is limited, but then you're disregarding one of the show's main framing devices. I get the thematic implication, but it doesn't mesh together. I agree that no one should tell Carol how to find her own happiness in the situation, but why does the show think so too? It feels like the show was building to an answer for its established themes and then left them out to dry. You can see where it might have been going, and it's enough to understand what the general idea is, but it doesn't come together, and I think that's a giant shame. That said, visually and atmospherically, the show is great. The empty landscapes and consistent blue hue to the world as a result of the planet makes it super neat to see, and I quite like the recognizable character design style. Episode to episode, the show isn't bad at all. Seen independently, most episodes are great, but sadly, Carol at the End of the World, at the end, didn't get the respect it deserved. But at least I did change my review and tone to fit the show better. This is overtime, so it's not in the list, but I'll say it would be in about the 47th spot under human resources and overglitch decks.
It's like a mosaic of semen.
Fine, I admit it, this video was supposed to be done by the 26th, but I was not ready by the 26th, so that means I got to watch another extra anime, which is Pokemon Concierge. And I have no script for this, I'm ad-libbing here, I don't regularly ad-lib, but you can tell I'm ad-libbing because I'm repeating myself a lot and that's a thing I do. This show, it doesn't have too much story, the characters aren't anything crazy, it just mostly thrives of looking fantastic. It's one of those shows that you're not watching because the story is gonna be good, it's actually 4 episodes, you shouldn't expect anything. I think the real appeal from this show comes from the visual style, because as you can tell obviously from the footage, it is really pretty, but there's just many moments with Pokemon just being Pokemon that are awesome to see, insanely cute, so if you're into Pokemon because they're cute or because they're cool, you know, you can watch this show. It's 40 minutes long, it's not gonna take too much of your time. When it comes to text to work, the show is fantastic, but it also has my one singular gripe, which is, for whatever reason, the Pelipper has a fur texture. To me, that's not how it should work. Pelipper should be like feathery, right? Because they're birds. But I don't know, that's just me. It might just be that Pokemon intends them to be furry and I don't like that. But I like feathers. I like bird people and I like when my bird people have feathers, okay? And that's it? That's every Netflix animated original reviewed? Well, no, I missed a few because they fell through the cracks and slipped under the radars, even if they ignore one of the 4 criteria that would technically disqualify them. Particularly, I Heart Arlo. The idea was to invite someone to review it for me, but I couldn't find many active channels that do video essays about animation around my size that wanted to collab at this current time. I'm also the shyest person in the fucking planet, so I hesitated to ask the 3 people I did find. Okay, aside from the Arlo show, here's a list of Netflix cartoons I didn't cover, but maybe should have. Also, many anime I skipped on even though I did watch them. You can look on my anime list by just looking my anime list for my username and you'll find it. I don't want to link it, but yeah, it's there if you're really curious. Okay, onto the list of shows I didn't review. Voltron. I should have at least watched one season. I assumed because it collided with Criteria 3 I didn't have to review it, but then Criteria 3 sort of became exclusively about films rather than shows. I guess I'll say, whoopsie? So Team 4, this looked like a kid's show, but it was TBY7, something I didn't notice until it was too late. Dawson and Jane, this is by the people who made the Kong show. It's based on a movie from 2013, so I think it's fair that I skipped it. Lego Secrets of Elbendale and Lego Ninjago, both shows based on Lego. I didn't watch Ninjago since it's based on a film, but I got no excuse for Elbendale. I guess if you just saw a big logo on something even if it was unrelated and said, hell no, then left, that's on me. As for the rest of the shows, they clearly land into a criteria. Obviously, if the video does well, I'll review them on a bonus marathon, as well as all the things from 2023 I didn't touch upon like Blue-Eyed Samurai. There's also the chance of doing Netflix movies or Prime animated series, because I just like cartoon mans and I'd be glad to watch more of them if this video performs well enough. Really, this video is here to point out that Netflix isn't so bad. Most people badmouth Netflix for its awful choices, and I obviously agree with them being very dumb very often, but at the same time, damn is this company responsible for some of the best animated media we've had in years. Several of the shows they've released in their lifespan are now considered revolutionary or perfect, something which I really wanted to talk about. Does that mean we should stop throwing shit at them? No, but I do think they deserve more appreciation than they get, and I hope Netflix returns to make an outstanding show soon. Respect Netflix Animation, it is genuinely one of the best animating houses there are out there. Alright, fuck my time, let's give out bonus awards! Biggest surprise, the show I expected nothing from and got everything from, you know this, Country Masamir, go watch it right now! Biggest failure, the show with the most potential to went undelivered. I was juggling oddballs and the winner, but I think it goes better to Big Mouth. Best performance, the voice acting in Netflix. It's honestly a tall order to check. You've got Bullfrog from Lazy Hawk, Courtney from Dead End, Gary in Final Space, Drocul in Castlevania, Salmon Guy in Green Eggs and Ham both, Papa Jin Kid Cosmic, Diane in Chicago Party on half of the cast in Center Award, Zero as himself in there, Jinx or in Arcane, Skatra in She-Ra, and that's not even counting some of the anime dubs like Vinland Sagas and Cyberpunks. But in the end, I decided the award goes to Kimiko Glenn as Horse for her performance in South Award. There's just a lot of talent in voice work and Netflix is generally great at picking it out, but Kimiko had to sing and speak with an amount of emotion not many shows share. Wait, would Puppy Cat count here for this category? Best world building. Sometimes a setting is more impressive than its characters, such as is the case with shows like TrollHunters and Disenchantment, the latter of which gets the award. Other great world build shows like Green Eggs and Ham or Tuca and Bertie have just an air of randomness to them, but when it comes to painting a believable world that parrots the show's themes and characters, you really start to notice Disenchantment stand out, which is really unusual. I can't believe I'm really saying those words. Best opening, this is more of a me thing. BoJack Horseman, Cuphead Show, The Word Can Tear Me Down, Arcane, Big Mouth, Kipo, Hilda, Green Eggs and Ham. There's a lot of intros that are all fantastic. Almost gave it to Inside Job, but I think Hilda's opening and the way it changes to reflect each season and the state of the characters always ended up edging a little bit over the amazing song in the Inside Job intro. Best character design, your mind would go immediately to Arcane, but I think Kid Cosmic solos. It's not as complex, but it is fantastic in its simplicity. Best art direction, I want to give Captain Elvis an honorable mention here, as I feel most people disregard it, and it's not a show many people are going to talk about and praise. It would be top 5 in art direction, but having to contest with Arcane, Green Eggs and Ham, Oni, bunch of other shows that look fantastic, you know, all of these would have had a hard time beating Bee and Poppycat, which wins this. Though, Midnight Ghospel almost got it, it's right in second place for me. Best sound design, I don't need to dilly-dally here, obviously keep on the edge of the Wonder Beasts. Best wacky hijinks in a standard city! Because we're not counting shows that are too many fantastical elements or take place in a time that you can't place in history, thus the winner is Buddy Thunderstruck. And finally, best VFX goes to Dolla's Dragon's Blood, because they do look pretty good. And with that, I thank you a lot for watching. I want to point out the complete lack of a call for action in the entire 5-hour video. So if you like my content, please check out my other videos whenever YouTube recommends them. I have a Patreon, Twitter, and Discord in the description, so check them out. I also answer basically every comment. I love interacting with my viewers, so do not hesitate to comment and share. Here's an obligatory mention of Tomodachi Life because trends dictate I can only get money if Tomodachi Life is somehow involved. It's been a journey I'm embarking on, and there's a lot of fog in the way. With the upload of this video, I'll set the destination on the other side, and I'm anxious and honestly scared. This is a desperate attempt to take off the channel. I currently have less than 7,000 subscribers, but I'm doing a project established people are afraid of doing, with a pretty heavily edited style at that. This is twice as long as my actual bachelor's thesis, for God's sake. So, now I'm wondering what is on the other side. This could be an end of an era, but it could also be a beginning. Maybe I ruined my life, or maybe I made it. Heck, maybe that's just something I'm telling myself to try to run away from my responsibilities and from growing up. Maybe I'm already grown up, actually. Maybe growing up is an illusion. Maybe life is an illusion. Like, most people think we live in a simulation, but like, what if our brains were so busted up from having nothing to do that we made up the entirety of reality? And does that mean I wrote BoJack Horseman? And the loss of gravity? I must be a genius. I'm so smart. I'm glad I'm this good at stuff I'm not good at. Have I lost my mind? My marbles? Have I lost them so hard my marbles now have a cinematic universe? Yeah, I probably have. I have no brain anymore. Because what is a brain? And is this the end of the line? Oh, I know a joke. You know that joke where content creators go, simple conclusion and the video ends, but it's clearly like bullshit because you're 3 minutes into the video, so it's been funny like half a time tops? Well,